Ram go.
A very good morning to everyone. Let's start today's auspicious day with a prayer.
Adharam madhuram vadanam madhuram nayanam madhuram hasitam madhuram hridayam madhuram gamanam madhuram madhuradhipaterakhilam madhuram vachanam madhuram charitam madhuram वसनं मधुरं वलितं मधुरं चलितं मधुरं भ्रमितं मधुरं मधुराधिपतेरखिलं मधुरम् अधरं मधुरं वदनं मधुरं नयनं मधुरं हसितं मधुरं हृदयं मधुरं गमनं मधुरं मधुराधिपतेरखिलं मधुरं मधुराधिपतेरखिलं मधुरम्
I now invite Professor Shubhangini to kindly introduce soil to all of us.
A very good morning, everyone. I welcome you all today at Soil. Let me take a few minutes and introduce us to you. So Soil Institute of Business Design welcomes you to the Grand Design Thinking and Innovation Festival. Soil Institute of Management was established in 2008 when top executives of several corporations and spiritual thinkers got together to address the most difficult challenge of changing the reality of our current times for a better tomorrow. Soil was co-created by 32 leading companies and supported by 25 NGOs with the aim to build leaders with character, competence, and enthusiasm. Our vision, therefore, is building leaders with, I repeat, character, competence, and enthusiasm. The Soil values around which our curriculum and conduct rotates are awareness, balance, compassion, diversity, and ethics. At SOBD Manesar, our focal vision is to create innovative and creative leaders who can change the world through design thinking and innovation. We believe that all individuals can be creative, and we want people to realize their creative potentials and fundamentally change the way in which they look at life and handle situations. Well, following the sense of spirituality and Indian ethos, Soil as a brand is differentiated by the following practices that make our curriculum unique. To start with, we have the practice of the morning circle. A daily ritual at Soil, the morning circle is a distinct feature where students spend the first 20 minutes of the day sharing positive stories, invoking one's higher purpose, sharing their different value systems, developing skills of empathy, discipline, and mutual respect, This, may I tell you, is one of its kind to be followed in any B school. We also have yoga and wellness, which is a part of our daily curriculum through various exercises and modules. Our students also learn mindfulness through theatre. We mostly follow a 5-day mandatory theatre program where we have eminent professionals from the industry. Powerful stimulations and role plays enable us to understand the essential skills in drama and self-expression. Apart from this, we've also got our social innovation project, where a team of students work closely with an organization or an NGO that is dedicated towards the community development. Our students spend 1 day every week working with them. So moving ahead from the soil ethics, we are also here to tell you a little bit about how our curriculum stands out for its uniqueness. Well, the following measures that most of our students have encountered in the first year are as follows. We have design thinking workshops. So as we know, DT is a continuous effort where facilitators from the industry train our students to think differently by using empathy and creativity. We also have liberal arts here in the campus, which help our students to understand and communicate better, to familiarize themselves with biases that are there, and also get rid of the same. We have the practice of experiential Fridays, which are used to honor the multiple intelligences in our students, believing by the fact that we are born with social intelligences. We develop and evaluate our students on 9 multiple intelligences as suggested by Howard Gardner. Well, finally, there are outbound activities, the Himalayan retreat, which is mostly organized in the foothills of Dharamshala, a village called Sidbari. Our students visit the nearby Cod villages and understand the political, economic, and cultural perspective of the local populace there. This is further discussed in terms of reflections, where the students also delve deeper into, within themselves and identify their purpose in life. Apart from this, let me sum up a few more activities that are majors with our curriculum here. We have the Soil Inspired Leadership Conference. We've got the Ikshanta, our convocation, the Soil Premier League, Design Thinking Forum, Karma Rasoi, Soil Olympics, Industry Academic Week, Diwali Mela, Social Innovation Fair, to name a few. I hope that your experience at Soil today helps you understand our value system just the way we speak about it. Well, to conclude today, once again, I welcome you all to the Grand Design Thinking and Innovation Festival. Today's day is filled with several sessions comprising interesting speakers, Shark Tank participants as guests, chief innovation officers, accomplished professionals and design thinking practitioners, grand jury to judge your case study competitions, startup challenges, and cultural events such as dances, fashion show, drone show, food stalls, and many more. Once again, I welcome you all to this illustrious event. I now take the opportunity of inviting on dais our Dean Student Affairs, Liberal Arts and Design Thinking, Dr. Manjula Srinivas, who is instrumental in making today happen. Please put your hands together.
Well, good morning, each one of you. Shubhangini, that was a very concise and a very fantastic, condensed way of explaining what Soil School of Business Design is all about. Good morning, each one present today, the chief guest, our director, and of course, our beloved founder, Anil Sachdevji, sir. There are too many things that are happening inside me. I don't know how to kind of bring it together. It's just that I'm getting goosebumps to think what we visualized a couple of months ago has actually materialized. Nothing happens without the support, the advice, the kind of strength which you get from students, the kind of leaders, those are around here, you could see, who have supported us in the entire efforts that we are trying to put in. When it comes to a wedding, it is like सब लोग काम करते हैं. उसी तरह से Gurgaon Design Festival is about all of us working together for this event to become very successful. I wish every student, every committee member, all my staff, and of course the jury which is going to judge the fantastic case study competition, The sponsors who have been very generous, and nothing of this kind of event at this kind of level would have been possible without the support of our sponsors, who were the leaders from the Soil School of Business Design, who were instrumental in helping us get them to the campus. We promise you a fantastic day today, and we would love you to have a very different experience, because this is Soil School of Business Design. Thank you.
So, a very good morning to one and all. I, Dipanjali Jaiswal, along with my co-compare Manik Gupta, thank all the guests present here today to grace this event and share their valuable times with us here today. Let me introduce to you our esteemed guest of honor present here today. I would first like to begin with the chief guest of the day, Mr. Sham Banerjee. Our other esteemed guests present with us here today are Mr. Manish Vats, and there are a few other guests who will be joining us shortly. And I'd like to take the names of them. They are Mr. Dhruv Soni, Mr. Lakshya Jain, Dr. Nancy Juneja, Ms. Kanika Vats, Mr. Namit Bhareja, Mr. Naveen Rao, Mr. Varun Srivastava, and Ms. Nabamalika Joardar. I would also like to acknowledge and thank our sponsors for the event: Max Life Insurance, Indian Oil, Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles, the Earth Savior Foundation, HDFC, Credila, Wheels Global Foundation, Engineers India Limited, Red FM 93.5. I request Manik to take the event forward and begin with the process of felicitation.
Thank you, Dipanjali. I now request our chief guest of honor, Mr. Sham Banerjee, designer, writer, musicologist, and conceptualizer of Swanubhuti Vatika Spiritual Enlightenment Park. I request Aditi Saxena, Vice President, Student Council of Soil School of Business Design, to present a token of appreciation to Sir. Sir, if you could please grace the dais with a few words.
That is afterwards. The process is first me and then that. So
Okay, sir.
you probably got the order differently, right?
Okay, sir. Dipanjali.
I now request Mr. Anil Sachdev, Chairman of Soil School of Business Design, to kindly grace the stage and speak a few words of honor with us here today.
Just in this moment, we discovered a moment of learning that by paying attention to awareness and mindfulness, we would have made sure that I had the privilege of introducing my friend Sham Banerjee here. But let me offer first a prayer. Samasta jana kalyane niratam karunamayam namami chinmayam devam satgurum brahma vidvaram. I was only 5 years old when I met the great master, Swami Chinmayananda. In every moment in his presence, you could learn something and discover something new about yourself. In his presence, you felt like smiling without any reason. And you could observe the way he paid attention to every single detail, the way he paid attention to everyone in the room, including the people who were cleaning the space, the people who were serving the food. He really paid attention to the well-being of all. When today we are discussing Design Festival, Gurudev told us during Navratris, for example, he would say the first 3 days we honor Durga. Why do we honor Durga? And why do we have Navratris? Because for the rest of the year, we are paying too much attention to our equipment, to our body and its pleasures, to the emotional mind and its ups and downs, to the need for the intellect to know and acquire new things. So we are lost in the world of the ego, which is governing these three equipment. But when we invoke Durga energy in us for the first 3 days of Navratri, we are trying to negate that ego. We are seeing the world with a beginner's mindset, with a childlike curiosity. In the child, there is no ego. But as we get older, we get too much attached to these equipment, and we get too much concerned about fears and the consequences. What would others say? What if I fail? And the first aspect of design is to discover the beginner's mindset, to explore. That requires the invocation of Ma Durga, the Divine Mother. When we do that, then we, as Gurudev would say, then we observe the world with a new pair of eyes. When we see the world and experience with the power of observation, and we listen not the way our own egocentric desires are guiding us, but when we are fully present, we observe the world with complete openness. Then we are able to get out of our own shoes and step into the other person's shoes. That is the meaning of empathy. So the second part of design is about invoking the empathy within us by getting out of our own shoes and getting into the shoes of our stakeholders. When that begins to happen, something happens in our hearts. When we send our students to social innovation, something happens here. When we invoke that in energy, we want to do something about solving a problem of society. That's how entrepreneurship is born. That's how great innovation takes place, because we want to make a difference. We begin to source new ideas. When we begin to source, because that's coming from within, we are invoking inner wealth. The next 3 days of Navaratri, we are worshipping Lakshmi. What is Lakshmi? Lakshmi is not money. Lakshmi is this inner wealth. The biggest inner wealth is empathy and compassion. The second biggest wealth is our ability to tune in to that source of creativity, Janani, the mother, the divine mother, which gives us the inner wealth. That, therefore, sourcing ideas through inspiration is Lakshmi. And the next 3 days of Navaratri is worshipping Ma Saraswati. Saraswati, now that I have these wonderful ideas that have come out of my genuine desire to serve and to make a difference, I now want to channel these ideas and grow them with loving care. I want to learn through whatever I will not succeed at. I must accept failure as an opportunity to learn, not take it in an ego way. Early failure is very important for me to learn. Therefore, I grow the ideas by taking on and invoking Ma Saraswati, learning from my failures. And then, when I do that, I get that inner confidence. I become nimble. I can act with agility because I have learned. Organizations call it fail fast. D for discover. E for empathy. Ma Durga. S for sourcing. I for ideation. Ma Lakshmi. Grow the ideas. Enable you to be nimble. Ma Saraswati. That is design. D-E-S-I-G-N. The three forms of the mother. In this beautiful season of Navaratri, we invoke this wonderful philosophy of our teachers and our rishis, and we are very fortunate to be blessed by Gurudev Swami Chinmayananda. And all the world is today looking to India as a source, not just for what is not right in the world. There is too much of emphasis given on under Modi ji, this is happening, democracy is at stake, all this kind of conversation that goes on. Instead of listening to that conversation, we say we truly understand what India is about, understand the ancient message of our freedom, And the ancient messages use design to serve the well-being of all. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu ma kasyit dukha bhag bhavet. So with these words, I am so delighted that my brother and friend Sham Banerjee is here. He is a true devotee and one of the most creative people I know. So thank you, Sham, for coming, and thank you for now doing us the honors. So please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing these words of wisdom with us and inculcating the spirit of empathy and compassion amongst us. Now I would like to call Mr. Sham Banerjee, a writer, a designer, a musicologist, and conceptualizer of Swanubhuti Vatika Enlightenment Park. Sir has been on an adventurous journey for over 40 years, marked by unbound thinking, passion. Mr. Sham's journey includes writing lyrics for major music pop labels like Saregama, Times Music, and Magna Sound in India and Canada. He is the author of Seeker of the Music Within Hindu Gods and Temple. Sir, please kindly grace the dais.
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks to Soil Institute of Business Design and someone who has been an inspiration for me, Anilji, for having me here. Learned every time I meet him, there's something to learn. And I'm lucky that it is more than 2 decades now. Okay, I always get confused when someone tells me speak a few words. So I start counting how many. So when I used to anchor, I have been a professional anchor for many years, long back. So one day one person walked up and said, I want to tell you something. And I was always open to criticism, I still am. You can criticize me. And he said, never say, speak a few words. It means nothing. No harm meant. Huh? So I believe I have a few minutes, so I can talk. He so beautifully explained design. Discover, empathize, and then you create and you Saraswati. So where he broke, if I can just break that word again, D-E, and then sign. If you see the etymology of the word design, the word design actually is being used for about 8 to 9 centuries. And the root of this word is Latin. We have a habit of not paying importance to words. Every word in itself, especially in Hindi and I would say Sanskrit, is a whole book in itself, a philosophy. So design, and he put it there, but let me put it again in different words. Design, there are 2 parts. He said D and E. I would say yes. So D and E, D is 1 part in terms of Latin. And the second part of this word is sign. What do you call your signature? So the word design evolved from the Latin word to designate. So what do you designate to a design? So design means designating to that concept which already exists. It's like science. Everything that science is unraveling actually exists. Science cannot explain that which doesn't exist. So every design of any form already exists in a space which is around you, and you have to visualize, or we use the word visualize, because it exists. It's like the music of Jaws, you know. So you have Leonard Bernstein thinking about this shark. So it is design. It is one of his best examples in terms of audio. So you have got, so he gets into the skin of the shark and comes up with one of the most simple and most powerful musics ever made. Dun dun, dun 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 dun, Ten, 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 ten. Even after so many years, you just say this, and the only thing which comes to mind is that shock. But it would not have got completed and become powerful if this sound design did not involve both the subject and the object. Now here, at some times, it is the shark who is the subject, and the person on the boat is the object. At another time, it is the person on the boat who is the subject and the shark is the object. So this interplay of subject and object is always there in every design. You have to meditate on it. He put it so beautifully. Whatever I and my colleague Ruma Das Gupta is here, we have had a long journey in designing so many things, from songs to books to structures to softwares. I'm talking of educational softwares, not so adept in what Manish does here. And we have always meditated. And in meditating, that image or that thought which is already there, it comes up. And you simply let it flow. But it is this build-up which is called, in classical music, he called it alap. Without that alap, which sounds so boring, you cannot go on to the bandish, which is the main part of the song. This is exactly what we do not do when we get down to designing something. Is a difference as Le Corbusier, who designed Chandigarh. He is not an architect. He used to design furniture for all things and many other things. He would design anything but architecture. He is not a trained architect. But today he is known for that. One of the best structures in Delhi is the Belgian embassy, designed by a painter called Satish Gujral. Not knowing is not the right thing, but to accept that let me say that I do not know, and let me start thinking beyond that, then the thing comes up. What he was talking of, ego. It is that ego which doesn't let you think, doesn't let you break the boundaries. So design is a wonderful thing. You have to believe in yourself. I'll leave you with a little song, a poem that I crafted from, this is Jalaluddin Rumi. Rumi, as you know, was a great Turkish Sufi saint. And this poem is there in the park that we have designed. He was talking of. It's called the Swanubhuti Vatika. And the Swanubhuti Vatika has one message. It's a 25,000 square meter park, about 6.5 acres. Neither have I anything to do with architecture in training, nor Ruma. Our Guruji, I wrote a play about Swami Chinmayanand. And he heard that play and reading. After hearing that reading of that play, 6-7 people heard it. And this was in 2012. After some time he comes out and says, I have been looking for someone to design an enlightenment park. I said, great. Maybe he's wanting to know whom we can recommend or whom we can talk of. He said, you are going to do it. I said, this is so funny. We have nothing to do with this. I mean, how do you think I can do it? I have nothing to do with architecture. I'm a student of history who has done very serious music, who has written, who has traveled, who has done a lot of development sector work, made about 40 films, 100 jingles. You want me to make a park? He said, I heard your play. And on hearing your play, I thought that you were the person. So, multidisciplinary connectivity, that man, that this guru of ours saw through, I could never see. What I'm saying is that it is all about inspiration and belief. From childhood, we have been taught many wrong things. I'll take 2 minutes more. I've been always told, अपने पैरों पे खड़ा होना सीखो. गलत. Learn to surrender. Surrender to that idea. Make yourself, one of the biggest powers of Hanumanji, the first one, he said to have 8 powers, Ashtasiddhi. And the first is Anima, the ability to make yourself small. Anu, the word atom comes from that. So, in making yourself small in front of the idea, you actually make that idea really big. Think like that. Think like that. So Rumi says, you're born with wings, and I hope you all believe that. You're born with wings, why crawl through life? Let the beauty of what you love be that for what you strive, be that for which you strive. Each one of us has been born for a very special task. Each one of us, this is Rumi's 2 poems I've combined in one. Each one of us has been born for a very special task, and the desire for that task has been put in every heart. Has been put in every heart. Have you looked within? The Gita calls this Swadharma. Every person has this. And it is different from people to people. But we want to live someone else's life. Again, what Anilji was saying. Don't you know that it's your path, that someone can walk it with you? But don't you know that no one can walk it for you? You're born with wings. Don't you know that what you are seeking is seeking you? That's what happens in design. You are seeking something when that design is seeking your touch. And this only comes from a meditative approach to design of any kinds. It is beyond degrees. It is certainly about experiences. So when we were making this Vatika, our Guru said, he got tired of our working and studying and reworking designs. So he said, one day we were sitting and he said, very tangentially, we were sitting there and he said, the secret of success is ignorance plus confidence. Everyone laughed. We went back and reflected on the thought. The secret of success is ignorance plus confidence. Learn to ignore. Knowledge is the biggest burden. Become knowledgeable. Learn to ignore your knowledge. I hope you have a wonderful design festival. Have a great time. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be here, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for those wise words. We also have amongst us the President of Soil School of Business Design, Mr. Sahil Sachdev. We welcome you, sir, and a huge round of applause for him, please. I now invite our Director, Ma'am, Professor Vidya Iyer, to please come ahead and declare the fest open.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, the dignitaries, my colleagues, Anilji and Sahil, and all the students. We've assembled here, I think, with a lot of enthusiasm, eagerness, looking forward to a full day of pleasurable memories, as well as a lot of learning before the fest, during the fest, and reflections after the fest. So to keep it short and not take much of the time away, because we have a good day and a long day planned, let me just cryptically say that
we declare the fest open and on for a great day of enjoyment. Thank you so much and welcome once again. Can somebody just be around? Yeah, that's what. It needs to be safe. Somebody would escort the guest now. Escort him out. Is there anything more on the dais? Do we stay on the dais?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Let me now introduce to you all Mr. Manish Vats, Program Director, Head India Studio IBM, a potential thought leader, author, and mentor. He helped companies set UX practice and lead digital India transformation. Sir, I request you to kindly grace the stage and address the audience here today. I request Manjula ma'am to please felicitate sir. I request Manjula ma'am to please felicitate sir.
Okay. Audible? Right, good, okay. While they are setting up that usual presentation, IT folks, Better? Okay. Okay, that was off. All right. Okay, how many of us are designers? Okay, good. And management students? Okay, pretty good. Anyone else? Okay, so there's one guy. IT, what? Techie? Okay. So we have designers and we have management gurus. Okay, good. How much time you'll take to set up? I'll go on. So what happened in 70s, late 70s, 80s in IT? Who are the companies who were winning? The ones with hardware. Remember? Well, yeah. Remember, there were people having those huge computers, right, in their buildings, and the war was around hardware, and that was about late 70s, 80s time frame I'm talking about. And then comes 90s, and then the war shifted from the hardware, and by the way, hardware became a commodity. Okay, this is how it works. The war shifted from hardware to databases. And the companies who were having those strong, powerful databases were really winning. Okay? And then in 2000s, anybody experienced Windows early, well, XP से पहले, Vista से पहले, 97 से पहले? Have you heard about 3.11? Windows? No? Okay, probably it was before you born. Okay, so Windows introduced this new OS called 3.11, and it was all about interactions, right? And people are leaving. Am I boring? Okay. So it was all about interaction. So have you seen those drop downs? Right? Drop downs and radio buttons? Anyone experience those drop downs? Oh, okay. So how do you think these drop downs come into play? Right? Yeah. Okay. But somebody would have designed that drop down, right? Right. So somebody would have designed the drop down. Somebody would have thought about those interactions for those radio buttons. Somebody would have thought about the interactions for text boxes, right? So 2000 was the era of interaction design. So we have physical interactions in terms of CDs and floppies and keyboards and mouse, and then those digital interactions around those drop downs and all that. So people start thinking about psychology in 2000s. Just start thinking about, okay, how do I induce psyche, cognitive really, into my IT? Okay, and people who were doing it really well were winning, right? And then iPhone happened, right? In 2007, iPhone happened. And then the war shifted from interaction to mobile first, right? So companies who were really thinking about mobile first strategies were winning the game, right? That was a game. And now the mobile almost has become a commodity, right? People don't really have to think about, okay, how do I design a mobile app now? I mean, it's just a standard thing now, okay? now the strategy has moved from mobile first to AI first, right? And at this point, we are transitioning from this era of mobile first to AI first. And now the strategy is shifting, and people who would think about how do I implement my AI first strategy in my business, those companies will start to win. And you must have seen glimpses of it in Chat GPT and what Google is doing and all that stuff, right? So stuff is moving from mobile first to AI first, which is the good news for us, right? Because if you see all of these previous things that happened in the past, everything has become commodity. So your hardware has become commodity. You can just go and buy hardware. Databases, just go and, if off the shelf, you can just go and buy databases. Mobile, well, it's just databases. It's just a commodity now. Interactions, now we have standards around interactions. We don't have to think about interactions anymore, right? Mobile have almost become a commodity now. AI is where it's a clean slate, right? And management gurus here and designers here probably have to think about how do you imbibe AI into your design journey, and be more useful. Okay. The other thing that happened for this group and for this group is, well, designers always used to be mavericks. So I don't know if you experienced that, probably not. But in my previous life, designers used to be this one guy sitting at one place, doing something super awesome. Okay, and this guy will design something super awesome, but this guy is not scalable. He's just one person in a company doing something great, and that's it. So that's it. That was the design world. And now it is shifted to, okay, designers has to be a team player. And you must have heard these things like design systems. I don't know if you've heard about design systems, right? But design systems is something similar to what happened in the dev environment, the dev world. You must have heard about DevOps, right? So what is DevOps? So developers used to be these one-off mavericks. In fact, the whole software for the whole business used to be in that one small machine under that one developer's desk, right? This used to be our past, and now everything in developer world is automated. So developers don't really have to rely on one single person. Everything is automated. Your development is automated. They are putting in the code automatically. The testing is automated, right? The deployment is automated. So everything is automated now in dev world. DevOps. That already happened. The transition already happened. The same thing, well, I believe, can happen to design. And most companies are trying to do that. So they're trying to make designers as the team players. Okay? Well, that's difficult though. It's not easy. I know. Because designers, the reason why they are designers is because they have strong personalities. But then how do you cope up with that push? And how do you manage AI and team game is something to think about. Okay, so this is happening now. Okay, now design thinking is is a good thing to learn, by the way, because what design thinking will do is, sure, okay. No, I'm far ahead though. Doesn't matter. We'll ignore that. So what design thinking does is it lets you not being a designer. Okay? So when you apply design thinking, you almost become a facilitator and not a designer. Okay? So one of the biggest challenges I faced in corporate world in design is not design, by the way. Okay? One of the biggest challenges I faced in corporate world in design is politics. Okay? So everybody is designer in corporate world. Everyone. Okay? So everyone has this point of view of, okay, how do I solve this damn thing? And what design thinking helps you do is bring them together and facilitate that conversation with them. Okay, now what are we going to do about this? So all the activities in any design thinking school will let you, well, let's do some research. Okay, let's bring the research into the game and maybe build some as-is scenarios. Heard that? Right? And then on those as-is scenarios, let's figure out who the personas are, right? Okay? And for those personas and for those as-is scenarios, what are the challenges? And then if you have already figured out the challenges, then let's ideate and let's figure out the idea, how do I solve that? And then move to the 2B scenarios. So all of these things, you don't have to do. The group who is in there, the stakeholders that you have, somebody from HR and somebody from finance and somebody from IT and somebody, all those guys, they are in that game playing with you and you become a facilitator. And you're trying to, well, use their heads and trying to arrive at the solution. Well, maybe you can maneuver them to a certain area, which is fine, which is your skill. But essentially, because they are part of the solution, they now own it. Well, in their heads, they are the ones who are giving the solution, right? And because they are the ones who are giving the solution, they by default own that damn thing. And there is no politics. And convincing them is so much easier. Well, you are the one who's giving me the solution, right? All now you'll do is, hey, Mr. Finance, give me some money to implement this damn thing. And that's it. So, on the contrary, if you're a maverick and saying, hey, this is an awesome idea, by default, people will criticize you and say, hey, this, I think we have to improve this thing, and then why don't we add this, and why don't we talk to this guy? So design thinking lets you get everybody in and solve that problem for you, which is a good thing, by the way, okay? So design thinking is good. I've heard a lot of good things early on, things like theatrics, right? Theatrics is really good, by the way. So it'll help you facilitate that session, right? So drama is good, right? I've also heard, trust, right? So trust is a skill that you want to imbibe. And the companies who are mostly hiring you now, well, they have some idea about designers. They might know, okay, so there is something wrong with our product. There is something wrong with our service. Let's go and hire a UX designer. And let's hope this UX designer will solve our problem. This is the thinking, by the way, right now, okay? They might not know what a UX designer does. They might not, okay? So one of the things you have to do is well, somehow teach them what you do, and not by sort of taking a class. Somehow inform them what a process is, okay? And what they're expecting from you is not design, by the way. what they're expecting from you is business. So they're expecting you to either make money or save money. That's the whole purpose of business. Okay? So when they hire, when they invest in design, their whole idea is to, well, sell some more stuff that we do, or save some cost on how we do it. Okay? And this is what you need to also prove it to them. So when you are engaged in a business, your attempt to design whatever you're designing should be around those numbers. Okay? Designers, well, you need to understand numbers. That's important for you. So trust is around, I as a business is sharing and is opening stuff for designers. I'm letting you know what I do. I'm giving you those secrets. Okay? Help me make more money. So you need to understand the things you need to do in order to make money. You can't just keep scribbling and making those pretty faces, whatever, right? Well, that's part of it. But you need to understand the whole damn thing. You need to be what we call SMEs, subject matter experts. So if you're joining a company in pharma, if you're joining a company in automotive, if you're joining whatever, you need to understand the whole damn thing, how the whole process works. Otherwise, you'll not be able to add value and make them more money, right? I've also heard things like empathy. Now, I'm glad we are born in India. So, empathy हमारे अंदर already होती है, by default. Okay, हमें पता है empathy क्या होती है. So we don't have to teach you. Okay, nobody has to teach you empathy. The challenge is, उस empathy को जो आपको महसूस हो रही है, उसको इस्तेमाल कैसे करोगे? Okay, whatever you captured. So capturing is feeling is very, very easy. The sad part about being Indian, and I am also a culprit, we don't document anything. We just don't document anything, right? Start learning how to document it. Push. So I've seen many portfolios, right? I hire a lot of people from colleges. People would, in their portfolios, they'll put the pretty pictures, right? ये बना दिया मैंने, कुछ तो बना दिया, right? I don't care about that nonsense. I care about your thought process. So उससे पहले क्या हुआ था, क्या सोच रहे थे, क्या देखा, वहां तक कैसे पहुंचे, मुझे वो दिखाओ. मुझे नहीं फर्क पड़ता कि वो फाइनली क्या निकल के आया. So the portfolio should be that. Empathy, you want to document that damn thing on how do you arrive at a problem, how do you arrive at a solution, not the final outcome. And by the way, everything is prototype. Your final outcome, I can still crack it open and whatever. So think about how do you use that empathy. What can you create out of that empathy? So one of the things you can think about is strategic design, which is, okay, so I see that, there is this wheelchair guy in India who can't maneuver on the roads because whatever reason, right? Now, any Indian will be empathetic, I hope. Now, what are you going to do about that? So think about the usage of that thought that get into your head through that observation. Either it could be documentation, or it could be a flow, it could be an idea, and all of these things, how do you document it? Which is usually missing, right? So think about that. And the third thing I want to stress upon is your credibility. You can be a designer in a big organization, and of course you'll not join as a senior person, you'll probably join as an intern, right? And usually interns are like, so interns are not very powerful, right? But then think about this. Think about the other stakeholders in the game. So think about a finance person. What the finance person care about? Yeah, money, good, thank you. Think about the IT person, the developer. What he cares about? Yeah, functions, bugs, right? Think about the testing person. What he cares about? Finding faults, right? Think about the HR person. What he cares about? People. Yeah. So think about all of these people, and think about what they care about. There is no one who cares about. And by the way, think about product manager. What he cares about? Delivery, function, features, right? There is no one in that list who cares about the users. No one, except you. So you are the one has an equal stake who cares about the user. So if you go with that mindset of my stake is user, and if you present that stake in the game, it doesn't matter if you're an intern or not. So the moment you'll say, hey, my user says that, or my persona says that, or my need of the persona is this, or my context is this, or my research says this, you become equally powerful as anybody in that stake. Right? So your power is not design, your power is the user. So always use that user, that research, or whatever you dig out of that context, use that as your power source. That'll work. So think about AI, think about teamwork, right? Think about empathy. What can you use? What can you do with empathy? How can you convert empathy into something meaningful? Think about credibility. And by the way, for credibility, one more thing. How many of us are learning about psychology? Good number. I'm very, very happy. Yeah, psychology is the mother of design, by the way. Okay. So if I give you two statements, hey, I think there, I don't like this orange and yellow, or orange and blue. Can we change it? That's one statement. The other statement I'll throw it is, hey, you know what? There are about 8% people, 8% men who are colorblind, and 2% women. Women are good. Okay. And I think that will affect chromostereopsis is a problem. So I think we should change that. Which one is more impactful? Right? Because you have thrown some bunch of jargons out there and all that, and some data, right? That helps. Even though it's the same thing, even though you probably already know intuitively that design doesn't work. But if you throw a bunch of jargons on their face, suddenly you become credible. This is what doctors do, right? They'll not say, एक कोने में दर्द हो रहा है, इसको दवाई लगा लो. नहीं, they will throw jargon at you. कुछ तो आता है इसको. Right? So use that. So psychology will help you get that vocab in your conversation. Right? Learn about how your site works and what are saccades and what are so learn about those. Learn about how your motor works and learn about how your hearing works and how cognitive brain, all that nonsense. It'll really help you be more credible. So when you are defending your designs, you defend your designs with that data, and you'll be so much more powerful. Okay, so think about credibility, empathy. Think about trust. How do you make money save money? Right? Some of the tidbits I want to share. Questions?
Suppose we have two designers, like I have a certain idea.
You can't. You can't. What I do, and you have to, right? You have to. In a company, you have to. So what I usually do is I usually make one person as a design lead. Okay? भैया ये तेरी responsibility है. You are the lead. You will take a call. Okay? Now suddenly this person has to do good for that task. So somehow his ego is a little bit shattered. Okay? So one person has to lead. If you make two design leaders, homework. Okay? Other questions? Sure, shoot.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you talked about AI into design, and you also talked about three qualities of credibility, trust, and empathy. So if we are going and venturing into a very new space, how do we maintain credibility and trust? Because we don't have actual much data to talk about. And into a new space, things would be very difficult to, come to a common ground. So how do we mediate that?
Good question. So usually, in my experience, we think about it a lot. We think about this new space a lot. But usually, 98% of the times, there is no new space. Okay, usually. Okay, and now, even if there is a new space, there are these linkages with the older experiences. So, for example, if I look at iPad, which used to be a really new space, and if I create a iPad ke upar a book wala app, so you can always go back to the way the interaction happens on a book. For example, okay, so there are these standards that you can follow on how a user might be experiencing that interaction in the older space. Now, there are absolutely new areas like human brain interaction. Okay, it's already happening now. So you can play games while thinking about that happening. Now, those areas are research areas. So you will go in as any researcher will go. So you'll go in with blank slate and observe and see how the whole thing grows. Well, if you think about areas like quantum computing, those are absolutely new areas, and nobody knows how it's going to function. So you'll go as a researcher. So research is a new era in itself, right? You can become a design researcher and get into a space where we're not expecting an outcome from you. We're only expecting to figure out what's going to happen. And there are spaces like that also. So either you become a pure researcher, or in most cases, where the outcome is expected out of you, you already have something available to bank on. Yeah. So go back to that previous one, right? Other questions? Sure.
Like you said, designers are someone with big personalities, and managing a team is difficult. So, but when you're creating a team, you would like to have people from different backgrounds to create the diversity. So how would you manage a team like that?
Yeah. Difficult to manage a team like that. And therefore, I've heard ego, right? Ego plays a really important role. So as a design leader, which I'm sure you aspire to become at some point, as a design leader, the primary thing you have to let go is your own ego. Designers are really good at empathy, by the way, okay? But because they have a point of view, because they have a strong personality, they are usually a really bad manager. So if you have a design manager who used to be a designer, most probably he sucks as being a manager. Because he himself has this own point of view on the things which you are doing. Okay? And letting go of that ego is not easy. So how do I, so for example, this is green for me and this is blue for you. It'll always be green for me and it'll always be blue for you. You might say, well, okay, this is green, but you don't really believe it. Okay, this is how designers are. And for some time, you might live with this thought that, okay, I accept this is green. But at some point, you leave and go to an individual who thinks this is green. Okay, so when you become a design manager at some point, learn how to let go of your ego, design ego, I call it. Hear this point of view of others. So what I do usually is I don't speak. I just don't speak in the meetings. I just stay quiet. That lets me get more input. I become wiser, right? And then it also let other people share their point of view. And if the problem is solved, and most cases, the problem gets solved by default. I don't have to interject, okay? And if I need to choose something, it's easier for me to choose then, right? So it's a skill that you need to learn at some point. But it is difficult, you're right.
Sir, and one more question, like you said, like different processes, like the project management guy would be, product management would be focusing on the product, and the IT guy would be focusing on the functioning. So like, but all of this is based on the user itself, right?
No.
They're designing for the user, the
No,
stake is the
they're
user.
not. Okay. They're not designing for the user. This is exactly the problem is. The finance is concerned about the bottom line and the top line. That's it. He doesn't even know what the feature is, who the persona is, what the requirement is. No. Well, the closest could be the product manager, but his primary focus is feature and functions, because his objective is to sell more. And how do you sell more in the market? Through marketing. And what marketing needs? Okay, the competition has these features, what do we have? So his focus is not the user, his focus is function. If you look at the development person, his focus is, how do I have less bugs? He doesn't care about users. No one does.
So that is not the wrong approach. Maybe you should like put the user at the center of it. So
But their KPIs, how they get paid. So for example, in organizations, you have KPIs, right? You have key performance areas, whatever, right? Whatever you call it. There are multiple things people call it. Now, those KPIs figure out what raise you will get next year. Okay? Focusing on user is nobody's KPI. This is how it is. Sale is, features are, bugs are, more bugs, more identification of bugs are, which is all good. User focus is nobody's KPI, except yours.
But what I believe personally is, if you are just focusing on the user, you will be able to design something which is like more suitable and satisfying.
I agree.
To the user itself,
agree with you completely. But who will do that?
I'll do that.
Good. That's the point. Good. Good. We're done? You clap? Can I go? Any more questions? You good? Okay. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, sir, for explaining the design so beautifully and making us aware about various dimensions of design. Now I would like to ask Mr. Lakshay Jain, UX design consultant at Deloitte. He has worked in companies like Ad Global 360, Codacious Technologies, Coforge, Cashify, and many others. He's an IT Daily alumni and an eminent professional in the field of design. Sir, if you could please come on the dais to share a few words.
All right. Hello, everyone. That was quite impromptu, and I'm not ready for a kind of a welcome speech. But yeah, it's quite, good to see that all the design thinkers, all the design enthusiasts have accommodated at a single place. And, it's a good place to brainstorm your ideas, connect with the industry experts, domain experts, and yeah, make the best out of it. And yeah, have a nice day then. That's all from my side.
Now I would like to call Sonu Raj, President, Student Council, Soil School of Business Design, to present a token of appreciation to sir. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. Guys, now we have a break of 15 minutes for tea. So please assemble after 15 minutes, and we have a good session for you all.
So, good morning once again. I hope everyone had a nice break. Now, the next session, we have Mr. Dhruv Soni here with us today. He is a Shark Tank Season 1 finalist, an investor and growth advisor of Falhari, a fruitful habit. He is the founder of KD Ventures, a D2C brands investment and consulting firm. He has completed his education from IIT Bombay and IIM Bangalore. I request Sir to kindly be here on stage, and I also request Archana ma'am for the felicitation purpose. And students, please settle down. I request Vidya ma'am for felicitating our guests here today. Ma'am, please, if you could come on the stage.
Thank you for coming.
Sir, now I'll request you to kindly take over the dais and speak to the audience here present today.
Hello. Yeah, I think I'm audible, right? Perfect. First of all, thank you very much. I think getting such opportunity to speak to young minds in India at an institute such as this is really a privilege. I was just speaking with the faculty members also and the students also that how wonderful this opportunity is for me also to learn and grow from the students. But at the same time, I think experience that too very early in the career is probably quite relevant to students who are just going to put their foot into the similar environment, especially the first 5-10 years of formative years of your professional career. So I think that's where few of the things that that I would take a chance to share with you might come in. I'm sure much more significant and I would say wide range of experience already comes from senior faculty and more experienced members and advisors that you would have associated with your institutes that would give you much more deeper understanding, not just about work, but also life, philosophy, and what really matters and how do you really measure your life. But from my little half to a full decade of experience, I would like to share a few things beyond what just happened after Shark Tank, because I feel those few anecdotes might also be of some help at this stage. Yeah. So let me start by sharing my favorite quote by a visionary and an entrepreneur whose name probably anyone would know is Steve Jobs. He once said that you can never connect dots looking forward, you can only connect them looking backwards. And very early in my career, since I just graduated from my engineering, I looked at this speech and also read the transcript a couple of times, and I couldn't help but think about it. There were not many dots. Just when I was just graduating from my engineering, there was not much to look back. But I was just looking at that how my career would progress from here, where I would do my masters, and the thought was making me very curious that then how do I work? If I can only connect dots looking forward, then what is the way forward from here? But looking back 5-10 years, I think that that's exactly how it is going to work. Day to day, you will make decisions, this course or that course, this project or that project, this job or that job or entrepreneurship. You'll keep on taking those decisions, and then you will look back and say that, okay, this is probably the expertise I have created. This is probably the industry where I belong to. It's only in time that you realize that you already have a place for yourself, name for yourself, expertise that you really resonate with and still love learning more and contributing to. So I think that's the track that worked from college for me. I will relate it the story from graduating from an engineering college to coming here and speaking with you and how the path has been and what has been the key learnings for me. So one of the key learning was that keep trying. Why keep trying? Because anything that you would start new is like starting from the bottom of the mountain, and the target that you take and the goal that you set are a path that you have to walk through and not settle it, because you will realize that you did an engineering, you did a technical degree, you went up, and suddenly probably the growth is not that much from there. Maybe you can go in much deeper into one topic technically, or you can go to a different topic and look at the business side and take your technical products and start selling also. So the thought that a person has to have that time is again go down to the mountain, start learning the fundamentals again, probably do a MBA or a master's degree, or go to a job where you learn these sales skills from ground, or open your own small shop. There could be different how to achieve what you want to do. But whenever you are doing something new, it's always about having that humble experience of starting from ground zero. I think that's something as the first learning that I realized. No matter what degree you have done, no matter what profession you have chosen, no matter where you stand and what you have achieved, the moment you decide to do something remarkable, something significant, something that adds value in this world, in any dimension, you will have to start from ground zero. And that's keep trying is all about. Now the other learning I had was that your network, your ecosystem, your people are your biggest asset. So starting from the first person you interacted with, probably your mom or the doctors or the nanny that took care of you, and then your grandparents, then your friends, your neighbors, who took care of you when you were probably not so conscious to take life decisions. The network actually starts from right there. Those are the people who know your innate ability, what your specific knowledge and talent is, what really you will do best. So starting right from there, coming to your school, your college, your faculty, your professional network, on a day-to-day basis, you'll interact with individuals in a large amount of number, coming from vast experience, having very different opinions, having very drastically different opinions on how you think about life, having expertise in very different subjects than you have expertise in. The key over here, or the key to success over here, would be to leverage this relationship, to be mindful and respectful of people who probably might know the topic that you know the best, but might know the other topics very well. It might be an elderly person who might not still know how to use a smartphone, but he might have the wisdom to share about how really you make deep relationship in your family, raising a good family, not only that, but also raising a good network of people around your small community. And the technology is making the community even smaller. Virtually, you can connect to anyone in the world from here today. So these learnings are even important. What I'm trying to say over here is that not only keep trying and having that a humble attitude to start from ground zero, but also looking around, who are my key asset, who are the people who can help me. The third thing I wanted to talk about was how do you deal with failures? Because when you will use people's ability, people's knowledge to train you, when you will use different resources to really aim that goal and start from ground zero, it's not going to be very simple, right? Most of you reaching here might not have been that simple, right? There might have been months spent in making decisions with your parents that whether this college or that college, this city or that city. So even these kind of decisions take a huge amount of human efforts, both intellectual and on ground, to make life choices. And it's going to be same. It's going to be same in professional work. It's going to be same when you will do and work on your ideas. And sometimes things will not work. In fact, most of the times things don't work. So how do you deal with that? So the next learning, the third one is about, so first one was about keep trying, keep starting, start from ground zero. Second was leverage your people, leverage your network. And the third one is about deal with failure with a very positive attitude. So when you go down, all you have to think about is not that what went wrong is good, to learn and course correct. To not get demotivated is another learning that many people share, and I also follow, that one should not get demotivated. But also, what works for me is look at the situation and determine what is the best possible next step I can take in that moment. Sometimes you get into a situation where you just don't know the way. You don't know where to start from. You just don't know where to go from here. Do the first obvious thing in that moment. If that first obvious thing is that you're tired and you just need a one good night's sleep and you want to think about it tomorrow, that is as smart decision as any. If the first good decision is just to call up your parents and have a nice discussion, or call up your closest friend and have a discussion where you can truly be vulnerable, think about your mistakes and how really you can proceed from here, make that call. Just take that one obvious, simple step. Sometimes you don't really have to make very major drastic shift or changes to fix your situation. Sometimes it really is about very small steps that can actually fix very big things. And most of the times that has worked for me when I actually address some failures or setbacks. Taking a step back and just looking at the one small next step that was very obvious helped me out. It was probably just making a trip back home. It was probably making one call to a friend. It was probably just taking a pause and taking some rest. But those small steps has helped out, and these are somewhat a lot underrated. We are always thinking that we have to do something super remarkable to come out of this big setback that I had. It's sometimes about very, very small things. It's sometimes about giving your mind and body to relax, giving it some time to think about, and you know the right answer most of the time because you are actually in the situation. Others are sharing their experience from somewhere here and there, but actually your gut feeling, your intellect or intuition, if you say, already tells you that what is the right step from here. And once you spend enough time listening to it, it works out. So I'm going to just summarize this learning to the story so that we can relate to it and not keep the theoretical factor and how these things have worked out for me. So I'll just start from a very small start for me, which I did after my MBA. I started from strategy consulting. So I did my engineering, worked in telecom sector, worked with Ericsson. I was coding these big boxes under the tower you see. We were doing some configuration that was helping to move the intellect out of those boxes to a data center, so that the routing, the actual switching can happen at the tower, but the intellect is somewhere else in the data center. So that's what I was doing for a year. I felt that I need to get into business side of things. I was feeling far away for a person I am to work into a research field. It was an amazing field. I was working with super smart people who could think about telecommunication from ways I would have ever not imagined. But I decided to look at the business side of things because I was feeling that whatever I am making, I don't really know that at price it sells, who buys it, why he buys it, for how long he uses it. All these things I was feeling a bit away from. So I did my MBA after that. After MBA and with combined experience in telecom, I got a chance to work at a strategy consulting company that advises on the business side of telecom operators. So I worked with telecom operators across Middle East, Europe, India, few other countries, and every country has actually 2 or 3 licensed players, like we have Jio, Airtel similarly. So if you really want to make a career in industries which is regulated so heavily as telecom, you really need to go global. You really need to work with 10, 20, 15 countries at least to have a bigger client base. So for 6 years, I was working with telecom operators across countries and consulting them. Now, what was ground zero for me to start again from here? The ground zero was that I was really passionate about small businesses. I was really passionate about people who start from ground zero. But what I was working was with these massive operators with thousands of employees, thousands of towers, thousands of cash to burn, and completely new technology to work on. While it was quite inspiring and in fact a bit I would say intimidating also, what I was missing was that how I really start from ground zero in the startup world, being an employee in a consulting firm. So I looked at the next obvious step. The next obvious step for me was to just take 1 to 5, whatever percentage of saving that I could do from the job I was doing and start putting in for whatever equity startups could offer me in India from my own personal saving. And that's how I started angel investing at the age of 27 while staying in Dubai working with telecom operators, but investing very small sums like few lakhs here and there back in startups in India. This was a great experience because on one hand I was working with CXOs and project managers of large telecom operators where people come with 20 years of experience. On other hand, I had college graduates who had dreams, who had small ideas, and who are just looking for few lakhs of money to do something really big in the country. And this experience was amazing, to see their energy, to see how frugal they can be, how conscious about the cost they are occurring every day they can be, how minimalistic their lifestyle can be when they want to do something so big. And this was a great experience. When the COVID pandemic hit the industry, I came back to India and started working operationally with one of such startups, which is Falhari. Their vision was to make eating fresh fruits a habit among Indians. It was an amazing vision. I resonated with it because I was also suffering with quite a few health issues, considering a very hectic schedule of management consulting. Typically, you travel 5 days a week, you are in your home only 2 or 3 nights in a week, so 80% of the time you are living in hotels, most of your time is spent on airports, hotels, eating food outside, and I was really struggling for 6 years. So for me, this startup was also a personal connect to really look at my own life also. So I decided to spend 1 year in 2021 with them. The same year we went to Shark Tank also. We raised 2 rounds of funding. We opened from 1 center to 4 centers, and it was an amazing journey. Again, the deal was this. What was the next obvious step? The founder was already building it. For me, whatever equity is possible in whatever small means of funding I had, I put that into it. I put my time into it, and we had an amazing year. Now, how the dots connect looking backward is that this gave me an experience into a field which I wouldn't have thought that I would be really passionate about. And that's the field of direct to consumer. So you would see a lot of small startups coming up, making their own products and services and selling directly to consumer, creating their own brands. So for really large times and past few decades, for example, HUL and P&G have been the big players in personal care. Their products are available here, there in every villages in India. But now you see small direct-to-consumer brand also coming up with organic products, different products. Similarly, in any industry, in electronics, if you had Sony, now you have a boat. So if you take any category, every category, these small entrepreneurs were coming with very innovative products and launching them as a brand which is selling directly to consumer without having such a huge distribution channel as an HUL or P&G would have. And this was very interesting for me. So 1 year at Falhari gave me certain exposure on how these kind of businesses are built, how you buy and purchase products and services in these kind of businesses, what are the challenges for small businesses in building and launching such businesses, and starting from there, what are the challenges in scaling up? How do they manage their account books? How do they manage their inventory? How do they tackle that today I did revenue of 100, tomorrow the brand is growing, I'll do revenue of 500. How do I get money of buying these additional 400 products for the next month? These are real problems that these small startups were facing. So as my next step, I started doing the same thing for multiple brands. So in 2022, last year, I handled a portfolio of 4 such brands with close to a 70 CR annual turnover, our distributor across these 4 brands, and I did exactly the same. I just analyzed that how these brands are doing, and if I have to grow it as a founder, what best decisions I can take at this moment? To the challenges that I have from the sourcing side, can I move the few of the supply from China to India? Can I change few of the things in the warehouse? Can I introduce some automations that the product that reach in 7 days to a village can reach in 5 days? Can I distribute the inventory better that when I run the ads, people will buy more because it is coming more quickly, people are not dropping the order at the last moment. So these kind of small decisions we started making, and last 1 year has been the most exciting year of my life since my college times. And I'm saying that because you guys are having your most exciting time of your life. Because you have the great people, great faculty to inspire you and give you the right concepts to use. You have your family who is there to look back to and go back to if you face certain challenges, if you make certain decisions, if you make certain, let's say, risky propositions. It's not so risky. As I said that every setback is a learning, but sometimes life settles. You will see few of your friends taking very different decisions, changing fields, going to academics from a business field, going to business fields from academics. All those things happen, but at this stage, everything is acceptable. You can take as many risks as you can. So try hard, fail as fast as you can, fail more, and then move forward from there. So that's the excitement that you have with you right now. But once you come in professional world, all this excitement actually comes from your challenges, learning from your colleagues, their stories, your own personal stories, building a team, working with very young minds who are probably 5, 10 years younger than you, and seeing that how they are doing things much better than how you were doing in their age. These kind of things are going to be the most exciting part, and that's exactly what I had over last 1 year, managing the 4 brands that I was handling. So, long story short, doing all these things, what really it has given me? It has given me the confidence that teams can be built from ground up. You don't need to be a really big powerhouse or be really big house of brands to launch the product that you love, the problem that you want to solve through a product or service, the audience you want to address who no one is caring about. To make such big decisions, to look at long term, you need not be worried, and it is possible. That's what I learned in over last couple of years working with startups. And that's exactly what has given me the confidence to take a break from, I would say, the so-called consulting trajectory, working with startup trajectory also, and do things on my own. So KD Ventures is actually an institute which is working to help D2C startups experience the growth journey, which I have experienced in few smaller places. So currently I'm working with young minds, very young employees of small organizations, fresh graduates, training them, coaching them with me on solving business growth problems, and then working with D2C brands. So we have clients who are the startups who want to seek such growth, who are learning from our growth story, and we are working with them at fixed plus equity model, and it's a learning opportunity for me also. And since I have such a young and talented team with me, we are also launching our own products and brands, because this team can not only advise other businesses, this is the best team to build businesses also. So that's exactly what we are doing this year. And I think from this story, what I wanted to share with you was that all these learnings, all these small steps actually links in certain manner and brings you at a stage, at a place where you share this learning you wouldn't have imagined about. So that's something I wanted to add up on. Now, coming to the core topic of the discussion, that what really changed after Shark Tank. So these kind of things you don't plan. You keep applying for funding, you keep applying for various events, you keep trying to qualify. So we went through 3 rounds of qualifications to actually reach the final round and face the sharks and pitch our presentation. So you don't plan those. But yes, when such thing happens, they change things. How they change things, I will connect it both for the company, for professionally for me, and lastly a bit personally for myself. So professionally, how it changed for a person, you have a very good network because your brand is well known, your work is well known, people have better faith in you because somehow it's a validation. Just like a college is a validation. You went through a entrance exam and made it to certain college, it's a validation. What is the big thing? Big thing was actually the preparation, not actually being in the college. The preparation was really hard. Similarly, Shark Tank also is a validation. There's a lot of work has gone behind it, couple of years of working in a business, qualifying, competing with other startups, other entrepreneurs. But what changes after that is that you have that validation also. And that helps in the professional network. So your suppliers want to work with you. They want to work with you at lower MOQ. They want to give you a credit line. They don't want the cash upfront. You can pay them later. All those advantages start coming professionally. Coming to the company, for the brand, that what really brand gets out of it. Your customer know you. So Falhari now is at its 6-8 times revenue since Shark Tank. It took us almost 1.5 years to make the revenue 2-3 times. But just one event, people knowing it, changed it completely. We were 3-4 centers in Gurgaon and Delhi. Now we have 3-4 centers in Bangalore also. It gave us the perspective that we can have a nationwide reach. Our thinking that probably one mandi, one geography, one small prototype of this supply chain could work is actually replicable. And we got this confidence and support from people for the brand because the brand was known. So professionally, your network is better, the brand is well known among other people, and you can expand better. These are the benefits that happens after Shark Tank. And the last thing, what changes personally? Personally, it makes you a lot more humble because you see many startups coming and doing things, pitching much better than you, pitching much better ideas than you. So then you look back that, okay, we might have created a story over last 2-3 years, but here they are, my more brothers and sisters who are doing even better work, who are probably a step ahead, who have probably thought of a problem I wouldn't have imagined. So it could be a very humbling experience also personally. Second, what changes personally is that you realize that your actions, your words, your time, and the time you spent with the kind of people you spent matters. And this you realize only when you are in certain platform and your own respect for yourself increases because you have to bring yourself to that platform. And then it brings a different level of discipline. It brings a discipline in terms of the health routines you follow, in terms of how you communicate, where really you put your time, what you really do, and most importantly, what you really not do, what you avoid. This is also a very important decision that sometimes we don't realize is as important as what we do. So you realize to learn that what are the risky bets to avoid, what are the activity to avoid to save your time, what are the people to avoid, because few people probably might not be the right ones for this business. They might be good for some other model, they might be good for some other path, they might be good for some other talent that they have, but might not be the best suited for your goal, your mission. So you become very, very conscious of the resources you have, like the people you have, the time you have, the money you have, and then you take those decisions very carefully. So that changes personally a lot. So these are the few learnings plus stories about what has really happened after Shark Tank. I'm open to any question or any inputs you would have for me, but that's all from my side. I think the environment you have, the peer group you have, your parents and your faculty members are a lot better suited to advise you more directly on your specific things. But from my story, this is all I would like to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sirs, for sharing your journey and experience with us. Your simplicity and resilience is something we respect a lot. We once again are so grateful to you for sparing your time. Can we have a huge applause for sir? Guys, since sir is the person who is young like us and he has a huge experience in the startup and all, so anyone wants to ask any question from him?
It was very inspiring to hear your story, sir, and it's even more inspiring to know how you are helping budding entrepreneurs to become entrepreneurs and how you start investing in the young entrepreneurs. I just wanted to know what was the platform and what is the way you connected to them. Like when you were in Dubai working in a corporate firm, you started saving your money and rather than investing in some mutual funds or some stock market, you invested in young entrepreneurs. So how did you reach out to them, or how did they reach out to you for this investment thing?
Sure. So I will break it down a bit. I'll just do a correction on probably something that might have come across, that this is the major investment that I was doing. Actually, you just do these kind of things with a very small fraction of your savings. So you are still doing your FDs, you are still doing your mutual fund, you are still doing your investment in probably real estate. But a part of the income you keep for, let's say, your travel, something you love, or your hobby. That was the only part, small fraction, that I was investing in startups. So that was a great relief that I'm not betting very high at a very early stage in my career, where I also am actually learning the industry and started behaving like an investor. So that was a deal that I was doing it for a very small fraction of my entire portfolio that I was investing. The second thing, that how did I decide? For me, I think, and this thing is very personal, is that I believe that people matter a lot more than ideas. The founders and the drivers behind the idea or business or the value proposition that is being created is the most important thing about a startup. So I actually just found solid founders. If you have a very solid founder, he's going to pivot, he's going to anchor, he's going to change the business model to make something out of it. He's not going to get it go. So for me, the decision was from beginning, I'm a very, I would say, more EQ-driven person than IQ-driven person when it comes to business. So I go by the founders whom I think that no matter what he will be do, he's going to make money. That's how I made my decision. So yes, idea was important, health industry was important, I resonated with it, but it was a lot more driven by the founder himself, his own discipline, his own way of leading his team, his own relationship with his suppliers, with his team, with his customers, his understanding of fruits. All these things were the drivers in deciding that whether I'm investing or not. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
First of all, thank you, sir, for telling your experience with us, sharing your experience. So what my question is that for a young entrepreneur, one should get the angel investors to invest in the business, or one should get a start with a bootstrapping, with investing their own money or own capital.
Okay, so two school of thought here. First is that take that first obvious step that I talk about. So if you really need funds, if you really need resources, the first thing would be whatever you are getting, you get that and you get the thing started and have people build that faith in you that you have in yourself. So that's the first step. So how you do it is less relevant in that phase when you really believe in what you are doing and people have faith in you, whether it's angel investors or your friends and family who will help you bootstrap. But one thing I would like to also highlight is that you need to understand what business you are into. Few businesses are VC business, few businesses are not. Why I say that is the fundamentals of VC investing works in a way that they take, the risk profile is very different. They invest in startups which have low probability of success, but when there is a probability of success, it's going to be a huge success. So that's the model they work with. So raising fund is important and probably you need it for your business, but what is also important is that do you want to really get into a VC funding mechanism, and do you really want to get into even the angel funding mode? Do you really believe that your startup needs that kind of capital and has that kind of risk profile? Few businesses are businesses where probably the VC funding is not the best way to go about it. You might probably are better off building it at a small scale, growing it gradually but profitably, and not needing that kind of VC money, because they will also not benefit. If you are not having a hockey stick or exponential growth trajectory, it is not going to help the VC, because that's what they are looking for. That it will either fail, or if become successful, it would be a huge success. You might have a very different risk profile in mind, that I will keep making certain profit, I'll have a steady growth, but I will not risk it a lot also, and I will not go for a big bet, unicorn or 100 billion sort of industry setup also. So I think that's my answer, that whatever works, use that to raise funds if you need it, but also be mindful that is it really a VC angel funding business what you are building today.
First of all, thank you, sir, for coming here. So I have two questions. First is when Shark Tank in India was announced, and you decided, like, on what basis you decided that you want to go to Shark Tank India? And my second question is, you said that before reaching to the stage of Shark Tank India, there were 3 steps. So can you please tell me what were the 3 steps?
Sure. So the first part of the question, that why or how we decided, honestly, we are looking for a platform where we can go and communicate with the audience that it's a real problem that we are solving. That fresh fruit eating, everyone has been advising us since childhood, but to make that as a habit is a task. To buy fruits fresh every day, because it's perishable, it will go waste if you buy in bulk quantity. Then to wash them, to cut them, to prepare the way you want. You want a juice, you need to use a mixie. If you want to cut, you want to prepare a salad. So it's a task to make fresh fruit eating a habit. And we were solving that. So we really needed a platform where we can communicate that, look, this is a problem. From I don't know how many years, nutritionists and our own family members has been advising us to eat fruit, but we are just not able to make that as a habit. So there is a solution needed to enable making fresh fruit eating a habit, and that's what we are building. So the decision was coming from getting to that platform, and we were trying for multiple platforms. Shark Tank was not the only place, and fortunately, and with a few rounds of discussions, we got a chance to pitch to the sharks. So that's the first part. Second part, that what went behind the other two rounds is that first round is about a due diligence where you are really evaluated for your business model. So you share your numbers, how much business you are doing, when you started, what is your vision, what is your team member, how the cap table looks like, how many people have invested in past, what is the business plan you have in mind. So you share all those details. So there is a sort of a technical evaluation. The second round is presenting your idea and story. Since the platform is not just designed for investing, but also for getting ideas and people who would resonate with the audience, with the viewers, it's important the story they bring on the platform. So the second round, you travel there, you present your story, and then just similar to Shark, few other members would be there from industry or from the production house of Shark Tank. So they will evaluate you on the basis of that, how really you are going to pitch, how much you are going to resonate with the idea of Shark Tank, with the youth of India who are looking at startups with certain aspirational goals or vision. So they evaluate you for that in the round 2 and 3rd you have seen on the TV. Okay, so all right, if there, oh, you have a question.
Hello. So you mentioned talking about being an angel investor yourself. As a person who's looking to potentially enter into that market, how would you say one would go about connecting to the people that you actually want, and what would you look for in new investors? That's my question.
Sure. It's a super important question, actually. For me, somehow I'm not very sure whether it was chance or it came by the network or something, but I think someone who is starting in angel investing, evaluation you can do, but how do you really connect with good startups, right? How do you really start about it? So if I have to put it structurally, I would say that start from your closest connection who are working in this field. Start from people who are working in startups, who are working in different industries. Start talking about what are the opportunity and challenges they are facing, and it comes very naturally. If you are really having that investor mindset, if you are really interested in the startup ecosystem, all your discussions will start becoming centered around it. You are sitting for a coffee with your friends, suddenly you'll start speaking about startups. You went to watch a movie, you see some ideas, you see some hero acting something, and you are suddenly reflecting on, or maybe in the startup world, the leader can take decisions this way. So everything starts connecting with the thought of building businesses, growing businesses, investing in businesses, if you're really passionate about it. And that starts reflecting in the kind of people you hang out with, the kind of people you interact with, the kind of text and literature you read, the kind of news you read. And this all compiles. All of this compiles and starts filtering out ideas, solutions, ideas, and startups, actually, founders who are exactly the founders whom you should be investing in. So it actually starts from yourself. You start investing time in that. Then you get connected with those news, those startups, those people, and then it moves further. But if I were to restart, what I would do is I'll just start calling up my friends who is working in these areas, start reading up the news and best articles coming from these areas, reaching out to founders through LinkedIn and other mediums that, hey, I have interest in this, let's have a 5-minute chat. I want to really understand what you did, what went right, what went wrong, why you believe in this, why you think this could work. And this will build your own perspectives and opinion, which would help you make investment decisions further. Okay. Thank you very much for being such an amazing listeners and giving me time to share my experience. It was amazing experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for solving the queries of our students and making them aware how they can begin their entrepreneurship journey and what are the hurdles they will face in future and how they can come out of it. Thank you so much for all this thing. Now I'd like to call Mr. Lakshay Jain, UX design consultant at Deloitte. He has worked in a number of companies like Ed Global 360, Codacious Technologies, Coforge, Cashify, and many others. He is an IT Daily alumni and he has an eminent experience in design thinking field. Sir, would you please come on the stage to grace the event and share your journey about design thinking and how design thinking is a pivot, how design thinking plays a pivot role in present world and cultural transformation through the lens of UX design.
All right. Hello. 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 So, particularly in the very first session that you had with the sir from IBM, you already got to know that in the professional world, in consulting, or I would say in the corporate setup, much of the time you won't be able to get to do design thinking. You won't be able to interact with the actual user who would be using your product. So, I mean, is this really the end of designing a human-centric product, or is this the roadmap for you, or an indication for you all to look for an approach of how to design a human-centric product even in the absence of relevant ethnographic study? So just before starting up with the, about today's session, I would like to understand, have you ever been into a certain situation where you have been asked to design a human-centric product, but due to lack of resources like finances, time, etc., you have been constrained by the, all these indications, all these factors, and you weren't able to design for the actual users. You won't be able to design, interact with the actual users. So what was your roadmap to design it? What was your approach to look for the insights that would help you infer who is your actual users, what is their actual need, requirement? What was the approach that you adopted? Or is there was some instance that happened with you, something like this, you were building up some case study, or you were working on some real-time project with some company? All right, I see that there is no show of hands.
Maybe they haven't understood your question properly. So, what he's asking is that, were you working on a project with a stakeholder in mind, and you were not clear, the situation was somewhat ambiguous, and what then happened to you out of your experience? That's what he's asking. Any project, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So we decided as a team that we will enter into the ready-to-eat market. But when you go for production of ready-to-eat, you automatically get into you have to use chemical products so that the preservation is possible. So after doing a lot of research, we came out with two concepts. First is ascorbic acid, which is a kind of vitamin C, and then the concept of vacuum, which was introduced by Sanjay Bharti. The concept at that time was only introduced, right now it is documented. So we combined the both concept and did a little bit of R&D in it, and decided that we will preserve this for, actually it can be preserved for 6 months, but we decided that for security reason we will keep it for 3 months. So what we keep in mind is that the end user should not get any sort of chemicals in that product. So basis on this and the concept of Patanjali, we came out with this thing. So this was the project was all about.
And how much time did it take for you to come up with all these insights?
2 weeks, more than 2 weeks actually, because we had to do a lot of research in the R&D itself,
right,
and then costing. So it was 2 or 3 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks, yeah. So thank you for sharing your experience. It was quite insightful for all of us, I guess. And what happens in corporate setup that you works in iteration, right? And projects are somewhat limited to. You may sit down, please. Projects are somewhat limited to a duration of 3 months, 6 months, and or it may be run up to 1 year, right? So what happens? Whenever you land up into a project, you need to deliver because of the finances, because of the time constraint, and there is new client that is expecting some fruitful outcome from you. So how you gonna approach about this problem statement? Because you don't have that visibility to reach out to the end users. You don't have enough context to understand what is the actual product all about that we are going to build up. So how you can leverage all the resources that are available to you across your vicinity, I mean across all the mediums that are available to you freely, and come up with some user-centric product. So here I'll be talking about the resources that you can leverage in your day-to-day life to define your design process. And one of them is ChatGPT again, right? So I will decipher the space where AI can be leveraged into UX and you can design some UCD. So moving on. We'll be talking about the approach, how to begin when lacking context, the biases to be cautious of. Designing for emotion, there would be some behavioral science terms that I would be stressing upon. One is the personalization, second would be the customization. Fourth could be the analytical approach with hands-on demo. And fifth would be the model to move from the area where you are in abstraction of the idea, you don't have any much of the context about the idea or the problem, to the concreteness where you are coming up with a prototype for the businesses to iterate upon, for the businesses to brainstorm upon. Moving ahead. So we have already discussed this question that have you ever been to a situation where you have been asked to design human-centric product and but you lacked enough of the context, so how did you proceed ahead on this? Moving ahead. Again, ahead. Further. So many a times we used to do, we used to refer to the mediums that are available, for example, the blogs, the researches, the empirical studies that have been available across internet. Those kind of researches we used to say as secondary kind of research. Second could be the interviews with the stakeholders, right? Many a times if we are forming up a team would have a product owner or a team would have a business analyst that would be getting insights about the product from the stakeholders like client, right? So we would be having certain meetings with them, we would be trying to understand all those insights that what we are trying to build up. Third could be ask the domain experts. So many times when you are working in a corporate setup, there would be some domain experts or the product owner that would be helping you out. But again, these might take, as the lady has already told us, that it might take 2 to 3 weeks to understand the product in very detail, right? In a very refined format. So again, how we can leverage the resources that are available to us, and particularly AI in this field, in the field of UX. Moving forward, for our case study, I would be using ChatGPT and Midjourney to come up with an idea how to refine that idea into something which is streamlined, and Midjourney to come up with certain mocks, certain early prototypes to get early validation of our idea. How are we going to do it? Moving ahead. We are going to develop some ideas about the problem in hand. Next, decide upon the essential modules that would go in our MVP. So whenever you are working on a certain idea or a problem that is new to you, people would expect certain features, certain things which are tangible in nature to ideate upon, to brainstorm upon. Designing a sitemap and a flow diagram for better understanding of the whole group. Look out for certain mock-ups for early concept validation. So for our analysis, what I'm going to do is I'm designing an OTT application. I guess you have already had this session of designing a Netflix application using design thinking. So it's very much in coherence to that, but talking in terms of the corporate setup where you are not going to do design thinking. So how you are going to leverage the resources available to you. So in my context, I would be analyzing, I would be creating an application for the Indian context, Indian audience. From my perception, because all of us are human, we learn from our experiences. And from all of us Indian are born empathetical by nature. So from my experience, I would say definitely I would be designing an application that would be catering to multiple people with multiple dialects, because there are multiple dialects that are being spoken in India. So yeah, that is one of the way that I'm going forward with. Next would be, I would be asking ChatGPT, because I have whole cloud of these ideas, whole cloud of these thoughts, but I want a streamlined flow of in which direction I should move ahead further. So playing this, a kind of a role play with ChatGPT, asking it, if you are a UX designer, recommend me some important elements to consider for building an OTT application for the Indian context. And here is what ChatGPT replied to me. User-friendly navigation. Can you play this video, please? I'll just help you. So it says user-friendly navigation, localization. With localization, it means the application should be able to adapt itself to the localized market, to the Indian market, including support for multiple languages. Then the search, payment integration, filters, offline viewing, speed and performance is something which is very much relevant for any OTT application, because you need to stream the whole of bulky data in a very continuous flow. So how you are going to manage that stuff? Compatibility with multiple viewports, because many times people would be using such OTT application over their mobile phone. Sometimes if they are resting at their home, so they might use some laptop or some bigger screen to view, to stream the data. User feedback, customer support are something which could be there in your application, but we need to analyze these features, if this could be taken upon in MVP, or if this could be taken upon in MVP plus or in later iterations. So the next set of questions which I asked to ChatGPT was, could you please suggest the right information architecture for my application? And it took some of the time to analyze what is the context all about, what is I'm trying to ask from it based on the prompt that I've given. And after a few minutes, it came up with the insights. So basically, a few of the information architecture elements that it told to me were categorical categorization of the kind of content that I'm going to provide to the people is essential. Followed by, again, here is the answer. Information architecture for an OTT application in Indian context should be designed to make it easy for user to find the content, what they are looking forward to, what is quite relevant for them to see, and what is of their interest, basically. Content categories, menu navigation, search again, which is a part of information architecture, as well as the important feature that we could have in OTT application. Filtering, sorting, such widgets, such basic functionalities would help a user to look out for certain content which is very much relevant for them in a very minimal time. So it's basically essential for us to have an MVP. Recommendations. So when I talk about recommendation, it talks about the personalization that my intelligent system would be going to make for the user to start upon, to begin engaging with the product. So that is personalization, because we are taking care of the user's need, user's requirement, their interest. When customization comes into play, this was personalization. When the customization will come into play? It will come into play when the user will start interacting with your application. So once they start interacting with your application, your intelligence system would be start analyzing the user's behavior, their choices. It will start profiling the user, and basis on that, it will be providing recommendations. That's how customization will come into play. So yeah, coming back to this, recently watched could be something that you can provide on your information architecture. Downloads, home screen, user profile is another set of module that you can provide in your application. So the next question which I asked ChatGPT was, it's a kind of a fun question that I asked. Okay, no, coming back to this. The question which I asked was that, what do Indian likes to see the most, right? This is particularly, I mean, in general, this is not something which is very much relevant to each and every people in various geography or demography. This is quite general kind of the data that it has fetched to me. So talking about the genres, Bollywood, action, comedy, romance, followed by family drama, and so on. So these are all the genres that Indians would like to see in in general, not particular, in general, on an OTT application. Now the fun question which I was talking about, now the fun question which I asked to ChatGPT is that recommend me some names for such an application. Just like Netflix, what could be, the name for my application? So here are the suggestions: Bollywood Stream, Cinefun, Desi Flix, Masala Stream, Paisa Vasool, etc. So definitely basis on the mood or the brand statement that your brand has, you can modulate the verbiages, you can modulate the suggestions which are being provided by ChatGPT, or I would say particularly AI. That's over to you, and that's over where the human intelligence will come into play. So that was all about the ChatGPT stuff. So where we are now, where we have kind of streamlined our cloud of thoughts into one direction. Now we have the information architecture. We know what are the essential modules that a MVP could have, and we know what kind of the content recommendations we could give to the audience. But is it something that we can really rely upon? Let's move ahead further. So particularly if I say, if it is something which we can really rely upon, what is your take upon this? Any thought, any idea? Can we rely on the inferences which are being fetched by AI and move ahead with a prototype to the businesses to ideate upon? Can we really think of this idea? Yes, no, why no? Is AI in certain state as of now to rely upon really? What do you think? Yeah, please.
According to me, if I want to build an OTT platform for Indians, so I don't think that I should rely upon AI, because I'll start from the childhood. If a person is watching and the child is around 6 to 10 years of old, so maybe that Netflix is already have that some content for children's that Netflix already have. But talking about Indians, what Netflix doesn't have is regional language content, which is very rare in Netflix. And in India, we have different language, many different languages. And if you want to be very successful in India, then you don't need to go for AI. Just think like an Indian, you'll get to know what OTT platform you want. So I don't think it's necessary.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, that's something which a topic to debate upon. But as of now, AI is in a certain state. Yeah, you have something to share?
So,
yeah, please.
Hello, sir. My name is Sahitya Shivhare. So, as you mentioned that we are using ChatGPT to streamline our thoughts. But I really think that ChatGPT, is at very infant stage, and we should not. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that is a very categorical statement, but it should not be, the inclusion of ChatGPT should not be in such a way that we are completely dependent on that to streamlining our process and everything related to that, because we are in a business and we are in a corporate, we are designing product for client that includes huge investments. So somewhere human touch is definitely necessary, like you mentioned, design thing and all. And in the long run, if something bad happens, it would be like that we already, and when we retrospect, it will be like we dependent on the AI and all the artificial intelligence thing. It would be much better if we did some primary research and secondary research and then come up with some idea, because that will be more human-centric, and it has some feel as well. Because what ChatGPT is doing, we are typing some numbers, we are typing some data, and we are getting the results. So the whole effort is not there. So of course, it is helpful in a certain situation when you are in a hurry, or when you have when your brain is not working or you are doing something. But it is good, but not in a certain way that you will use ChatGPT in every context.
Absolutely, I like that thought.
Thank you.
And
So I want to say that you can use technology, like whenever I want to do certain project, I definitely use Google. But I use Google to fetch information and then derive on my own conclusion.
Right.
So if you want to use ChatGPT, Google, you can use it just to fetch information so that you can connect all the information and come up with an innovative result through your own mind.
So
resonating to all of your point, you are absolutely right that ChatGPT is not in certain frame that we can actually rely upon it. The inferences which it fetched to us is something which is based on the data that was till 2021, right? The free version that we have as of now is something which was based on 2021. And many times it's been reported that it has touched upon the integrity of people. It has violated that integrity of people by making discriminatory statements or this, some usage of the foul languages which has impacted to the people, making them divert from the usage of this particular product. So it is not in certain frame where we can actually rely upon, but it is in a very good shape that we can play around with and streamline our thoughts so that we can move ahead further with our problem. So moving ahead, the inferences, coming back to that previous slide, the inferences that we have drawn as of now, Indians would like to see, now I have come from abstraction to somewhat level of a concreteness. Indians would like to see these genres in the chronological order: Bollywood, action, comedy, romance, period drama, family, and so on. Next set of inferences that we have followed using ChatGPT was, coming to the next slide, the functional essential modules that my application could have. Although it could be a part of MVP, it could be a part of MVP plus, that we need to brainstorm with the businesses, that is our financial situation strong enough and is the timeline give us a feasibility to implement those features or not, or is it actually required or not. So here the brainstorming parts come into play. But what has ChatGPT has fetched us? A user-friendly navigation, clear labeling and simple structure. Localization, personalization, customization are few of the concepts that my application should play in a very dominant way. Speed and performance is something that I should be vulnerable about. Compatibility with various viewports and particularly the mobile viewports. Categorization of the content that I need to showcase to the people. FAQ, help and documentation. Because we are working on the MVP, I could supposedly provide a kind of a text FAQ or a help documentation. But moving ahead, I would be requiring some kind of a customer support that could definitely basis on the availability of the finances. That would definitely depend if the businesses are open enough to accept that fact that we require a customer support, a live customer support, on-call customer support. So now we have a flow chart with us where the GPT has given us the kind of a information architecture, the modules that can go into it. So basis on that, we have a flow chart where the user will start. If they are a first-time user, I would be asking them what is the your local language that you would like to proceed ahead with. In what local language you would like to see the content being provided to you. If they are somebody, some person who would be a recurring user, they have already logged in and they have been recurring user of your application. So definitely in both cases, people would be going to the home page where they would be seeing the recommendations that my application would provide, the download feature, all the content that I have downloaded and kept it to be seen later upon. The favorites, the list of content that I have added to the favorites, and resume watching. So all these modules are there which have been provided by ChatGPT. Also, I would be asking user, if they haven't logged in, I would be asking them, would you like to log in to proceed ahead? So this is kind of, a business comes into play. I cannot provide each and everything for free. There would be I want my business to run. So that's why login credentials are essential. I want people to log into my application so that I can get access to their routine. Although this is something which is the businesses should be vulnerable upon, like where the limit has to be drawn, where the line has to be drawn, and how much level of depth you can actually intervene into the lives of the people. So yeah, now coming back to the flow chart. Once the user being provided with the recommendation, I would be giving them options to play, either schedule for later or add to favorite. Or I can also provide some other features, like there was an option of giving the menu. So what could menu have? Account setting, downloads, help and FAQ, which is a kind of a secondary functional requirement that I can provide people to play around if they are feeling quite confused with the application. Lastly, the logout, which is not much essential, so I kept at the bottom of the hierarchy. If they play schedule for later or add to favorite, the content will be responding back accordingly, and the journey ends. So this is the flow that I'm thinking about giving as a part of MVP. Now comes the part of the mid journey. For example, I'm working on certain, this is based on the true fact, this is based on the true story. So I was working upon certain client who has, this vaccine. I mean, if there is some person who has some adversal effect of using a vaccine, so they have to come over their portal and report it. So how should I proceed ahead about this thing? How should be the prototype should look around? What should be the mood board for my application? So for that particular use cases or any other certain use cases that you come across in your journey, you can use mid journey to come up with the early mockups or come up with the mood board images that you can take as a reference and proceed ahead with your application. So here is again, I play around with the prompt engineering and get some early mockups. I get some early, I would say, images to keep them in my mood board and proceed ahead with my application, with my prototype. So the prompt which I gave to mid journey, by the way, the prompt that you need to give is \imagine to play around with the mid journey. So the prompt which I give to mid journey was, you are a data-driven OTT application where you need to recommend movies and shows to the people based on their mood. So this was, if you see, the one which has mobile screens. So at a time, mid journey has a drawback. It will provide you 4 alternatives to play around, and you can either upscale them or you can ask for the more variations. So these are the variations which it provided to me, but this is not something which I actually wanted. This is quite horrifying for any of the user to come and experience around. So the next set of prompt which I gave was, and design me an OTT application for Indian context with romantic romance comedy movie suggestions. So basis on the inferences which I got, like what kind of genres would Indians would like to see, here is the job that I have asked ChatGPT to give me. Coming on to the suggestions that it provided to me, not ChatGPT, Midjourney, sorry. So here are the suggestions that it provided to me, and it is quite resonating with the idea, the whole brand statement that I want to build up. But I want, particularly I like the prototype which is provided to me in the very first option. So I want to upscale it, I want to see more variation of it. So yeah, the next set of jobs which I gave to Midjourney was these. Coming on next. So basis on the upscaling and variation which I asked, here are the 4 alternatives that it provided to me. And here are your early prototypes for you to go ahead with the businesses or business analysts or the product owner to ideate upon. Is this something that you are actually looking upon? Am I following up the right track or not? So yeah, these are the early prototypes. Moving ahead. Pretty good, because Midjourney provides you at most 25 free prompts. This is the drawback with Midjourney. It is a good a product to start up with, to build up your understanding how AI can build up a space in UX or UI, but it's something which has a limited scope of usage, particularly for us designers who are exploring many more things. Right? 25 prompts are nothing. So here comes the alternative of it, which is Andu. Andu comes as a Figma plugin. It's free to use and gives a quite good room space, I guess up to 300 prompts for every login, and it gets renewed every month. So that's a pretty good stuff that you can play around with. Moving ahead, analysis as of now, coming back to the analysis, the concept of localization, personalization should play in my application. Next. Certain genres have to be provided to the people. Next. As of now, we have sitemap, the flowchart, we have the mood board, we have all of the content that we can recommend to people as in the genres, but we have already discussed this thing that it's not reliable enough to publish such inferences and go ahead to the stakeholders stating that all these inferences have been fetched by AI to me. Because, moving next, the answer is no, because the data, GPT doesn't claim that any of its data is something which is credible, you can actually rely upon. It has trained itself up to 2021, of course, over any kind of the data that is available to it for its training. It may be credible, it may be not. That is not been put forward by the GPT as something as a claim that any kind of the inferences that it will fetch to you is 100% reliable. And these are, the clipping which I was showing was one of the showcase of that. So no, when I talk about, the personal human requirements, their needs, their aspiration, GPT will not be able to fetch all those inferences to you. It will be talking about the personal, the general interest of the audience in that particular geography or demography, but it will not be talking about the personal level of interest of any of the user. So how you gonna progress over such problem statement? Moving ahead. One way could be referring to the data that is available over credible platform. So one of the platform that you can, I hope many of you would be able to, you would be knowing this platform, Kaggle. How many of you have heard of it? Okay, many. All right, so yeah, Kaggle is one of the platform we published by, managed by Google, and you can definitely get data sources from there. And all you need to check that the data that have been published is by some credible entity. It is not something which has been published anonymously by anyone, but by by some credible entity. Good thing about is that all of the data, you need not have to traverse across various search engines and websites. It's all there. All you need to do is search using some of the keywords and you will get what you are looking forward to, right? So analyze the data. Once you have fetched the data, once you have recognized that this is the data source that I am going to proceed ahead, analyze the data in coherence to the business need. It's not like it's always that you are going ahead with the user need. It's all about the business need that you should, in correspondence to which you should map your data, right? So analyze the data to understand what is happening, identify the pattern that is, that data is fetching to you, and what is the root cause of it, where and how frequently it is happening. So such descriptive data has to be analyzed so that it matches up to the business requirement, right? Once you match up to the business requirement, then the user requirement will also come into play. So coming up next. Next, please. So while you are shortlisting the data sources, it's very much essential to be cautious about the confirmation bias that happen. So talking about the human psychology, right? If you resonate with this fact that many times we form a friend or friend circle that has a similar kind of a thinking, right? We always look out for some kind of a reaffirmation from them, like we always form up a friend circle who have a similar like of a mindset, right? Similarly, this happens when you are going ahead and selecting the data for your analysis. And this kind of reaffirmation that we look forward to is called confirmation biases. So be cautious of that, and here are the few of the tips that you can follow. Record your beliefs and assumptions before starting your analysis. So, of course, for example, I have recorded this thing that people would like to see these genres, right, in this chronology. So it will help me, analyze this thing that haven't I, selected the data or haven't I put up the queries in my system to fetch up the data that is in coherence to the AI-driven results and not to the business-driven results, right? So map your beliefs, assumptions before starting your research ahead. Try to, resist creating any kind of hypothesis or any kind of, belief that will ultimately lead you in confirmation biases. So resist the temptation to generate hypotheses or gather additional information. For example, humans are scavengers for some information that would help them reaffirm that this fact or this hypothesis belief that you have gathered in your mind or built up in your mind is true. So try to, resist from such temptation. And how you can do that? Through data. And one such, source which I referred to was being provided by Netflix itself. The data was being approved by Netflix itself. And the pattern which I was trying to unearth over here was, what Indian do like to see more? Is it TV shows, or is it some 10 minutes video, short movies, or is it kind of the whole length movies that they would like to see more? So over here from the tree map, if you go back, you would see that India is not holding up a prominent place. It's somewhere gray in the tree map. But United States, UK and Japan has a prominent place in the tree map. So they would like to see TV shows more. Then comparatively, Indians would like to see, if you go to the next slide, Indians would like to see the movies more than the other kind of a content category. Coming up next. From this analysis, I would definitely infer that people would like to see movies or any kind of content being displayed to them, which is of duration 60 to 90, but 90 to 120 is something which is also being inferred as something suitable for Indian context. Right? Generally, if you see from your analysis, from your mental model also, you would be able to resonate with this fact that many of the Indian content being, hosted, being provided or being created is from duration of 1 hour at least to 1.5 hours. So definitely 90 to 120 minutes of duration is something which is appropriate for my users, end users. Now comes up to the content specification. So as I was telling this thing that AI has given me the overarching view, but it hasn't stressed much about the actual needs of people living in those demography or geography. So definitely you should refer the data to understand all those nitty-gritties of the behavior. From my analysis, I took the data from IMDb and put up some queries and inferred that comedy, drama, romance hold up the maximum number of voters and best rating out of all the genres, followed by comedy, drama, then comes the action, and then the drama. So if you remember, ChatGPT has fetched me Bollywood first, followed by comedy, then action came in the third position. But over here, action is coming up with other kind of genres too, which is crime, drama, and followed by drama. So this is how the data has played its role. It has given me the actual user behavior, what kind of the genres that they would like to see more than solely the action. So yeah, I fetched the data, I put up some queries and tried to provide some custom recommendations that my system could provide in order to let people engage with its whole interface. So one of the queries was, which are the 10 top movies with genre comedy, drama, romance. So here are the recommendations. The next set of query was, if you could move back, which are the 10 top directors with the rating above 8. So they would be the movies then. So all these categorization I could provide as a UX designer for my application to display to the user. So have you analyzed how far we have come from where we were abstract about the idea of building an OTT application? Now we have whole information architecture. Now we have whole streamlined idea about what to present to the people, what kind of categorical content we need to provide to the people. So that's all about how we have to move from abstraction to concreteness, and the model that play well in this particular case study is that Jesse James Garrett model. I don't know how many of you have heard of it. So Jesse James Garrett model have a 5-layer of building up a product. It states that first our UX designer has to work upon the strategy, where they have to analyze the business need and form a relation, a correlation between the business need and the user need. So we have understood that what the business require, what kind of data we need to showcase to the people, and we have also, if we come back to the scope, we have analyzed what are the functional specifications that I need to provide in my MVP. Yeah. And we have also talked about the information architecture. Coming on to the next part of it, which is skeleton. So as we have inferred that localization should be there in my application, I have created a skeleton for my business stakeholders to iterate upon, to brainstorm upon. And here, based on the skeleton, I have come to the sensory design. So if you click on the checkout here link, if you go back, can you click on that checkout? Okay, I'll just showcase. Just a second. Is it log out? If we go to the Figma. So if you see, here is the prototype of the application which we have come to now from the skeleton to the sensory design. With sensory design, I mean that any kind of the human-computer interaction that could elicit some kind of emotion for user to engage with, right? So over here, if you see, there are certain recommendations being provided to the people based on the genres that they would like to see, and they could also, this is something which is more of personalized. The system has personalized the experience, the content being delivered to the people, but I want to customize it. So how it could be possible? Either I could let user download the content, or they could also add those content being provided to them into the list of favorites. So that is also possible through here. So that is all about the concept of personalization, customization that you can leverage in your application. Not only just OTT application, but any kind of application, be it e-commerce or B2B, B2C. So yeah, that's how it can be played. Coming back, the last part of this whole presentation, we have our design with us. Beside, I mean, many of you would be creating some case studies which have nothing to do with the businesses, but you are creating your case study for your own portfolio. So many times I have heard of this thing that how you can, see how the people are actually using your application. For this particularly of, this particular use case, I would definitely recommend you all to use this product which is called maze.co. So maze.co provide you 300 free unique sessions or the links which you can provide to the people to play around with. All you need to do is upload your prototypes and provide some kind of a brief for people to read and perform on your application. So basis on their behavior over your application, all you would be able to analyze is the success rate, the drop-off rate, the time of completion, and the heat map where they have seen, where they haven't put their focus. So all these measures will help you to iterate upon your prototype and come up with the second iteration of the design. So maze.co is your go-to-go plugin that you can leverage and do your unmoderated usability testing. So that is all about how you can design an application where the whole idea, where the whole problem or the context was some kind of a blur in its pattern, and how you have moved from abstraction to a concreteness where the application is being designed for the stakeholders to iterate upon, to brainstorm upon, right? So that is all about data-driven design in the absence of design. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your learnings with us here today. We had a wonderful session wherein we got to learn about OTT, UX, and many more such things. We are very thankful to you for sharing your valuable time with us here today, and it was a great pleasure having you with us here today. Now, I'd like to introduce our next guest present with us here today, Dr. Nancy Juneja, founder and director of Rev Up Life Skills and co-founder of MentorX, with a global vision to bring mentors and mentees together to address long-standing needs and providing skill development and hand-holding for students, startups, partners, investors, financiers, SMEs, entrepreneurs, businesses, professionals, and corporate. Dr. Nancy Juneja was conferred with the highest civilian honor, the Karmavir Chakra by United Nations, I Congo, Dr. Sarojini Naidu Award for Development of Youth and Country, Women Prestige Award 2021 by Lions Club, and many other. She is a TEDx speaker and has been appointed as National Vice President at National Child and Women Development Council. She is also honored as Brand India Woman in Business 2021 by Global Council for Promotion of International Trade. Ma'am, it is a great honor for us to have you with us here today. If you could please now address the audience present here today.
A very good afternoon to all the students and the esteemed management who has made us being available here. I must say it's a bright morning. You know, Delhi has been unpredictable in the climate, but yes, you know, we have been blessed with wonderful, you know, showers all around. And with the showers bring the new entrepreneurship skill, which I see in each and every student out here. A new ecosystem, robust startup ecosystem, which is thriving high in our country, isn't it? So a round of applause for the Soil Business School. This is really amazing. And I am in love with the name and the title of your, you know, fest itself, Design Thinking, yeah? Gurgaon Thinking Festival, that's how it says, wow. Now, this is really amazing. I would love, you know, if some of the backbenchers can come in front. Let's have a good interaction. Yeah, people? Can we really do that? Yeah, please, please. Let's cover up the initial seats because trust me, wherever I'm gonna speak here, I traveled for your college around 2 hours, 15 minutes to be here. But whatever time I'm getting here, I will make sure that each second contributes to your life. So standing before you is Dr. Nancy Juneja, and thank you to all the student conveners for the wonderful introduction. I must say that, you know, wherever we are today, we are here because of our talent, of our entrepreneurship journey. And you all are the budding entrepreneurs who are thriving upon this journey today, isn't it? Yeah, so I ask you, do you want to be the front runners in life? I'm telling you. I'm not talking about your schools you came from, the university you are in, or your future plans. I'm talking about yesterday. Do you want to be front runners? A big yes, guys. I mean, had breakfast, right? That's something. So that is amazing. And do you want to be the change makers? Do you want to be an entrepreneur? Anyone? Can we raise a hand? The people who really want to be an entrepreneur. Don't see your left and right and do like this. It has to be a big yes. If it is. And if not, then also it's fine. Completely fine. Should I help you there? No, this is nothing. Are you finding only this? Then let it be. Let it be, then I'll probably check later. I don't need it. Yes, so while I was talking to you, the answer to all these questions is yes. And if yes, you are in a, you know, valid room. And if not, we'll figure out today what are we here for. Are you with me? Yes, a big yes? That is amazing. Guys, see, the energy you give comes back. That's a ripple effect that you've studied upon, yeah? So in Zoom sessions in the last 2 years, what we thought upon is I used to tell people, you know, write BIO and bring it on, energy, but nothing can beat the people's energy, the people enigma, and the good vibes I got while I entered and met your wonderful management and the students. Trust me, a lot of hard work comes where we are standing today. Guys, don't bother. I really don't need a presentation. That's okay. Let's just join here. Okay, so we'll have your backdrop, which was amazing. So while we talk a candid discussion about what brought us here and what is our journey, trust me, there's a lot to share. And even if one person goes out of this room with an impact, with a thought, our job is done. You know, the management job is done to organize, you know, such a brilliant fest, and the students. Hats off to all of you. So talking about it, I'll start with my journey and then probably, you know, many of it. Yeah, ma'am. So probably I'll, should I, it must be, I'll just check. Should I, can you That's okay if it's not there also. Yeah, we'll just carry it on. Yes, guys, energy. So, guys, since you said you want to be entrepreneurs, it's not important whether you wish to be an entrepreneur or whether you wish to thrive on, working, have a wonderful work experience after you go out of this, room, or whatever be. Trust me, when I was sitting at your position, I'm in 22 years down in entrepreneurship journey, but I see myself somewhere there. You know, the girl with twinkling dreams in my Delhi School of Economics, and then used to wonder, because I used to be in the special lecture team, organizing all these special lectures weekly for the students, including me. So trust me, that journey from here to here might be just 10 steps if you walk now. But it took me almost 10 years, 20 years to be here where I am. So yes, from the turning the tables around, from thriving on to your entrepreneurship journey, from, initiating that idea and that idea to make it happen, a journey of person to personality, a journey of no one to someone, is something which each student has to thrive by. It is not important whether you wish to be an entrepreneur or not, but it is very important to have that entrepreneurship mindset. In today's world, when we being the mentor of Business Blaster of elementary government and working with PMO India for all the hackathons, ideathons all over around the globe, it's such a pride to see, Indians, a land of unicorns, a land of startups. Not just, while we talk upon startups, we just see that it is the 90%, who are the glorious startup that we talk about. No one talks about the failures. No one talks about the path that brings up from here to here. I mean, what to think upon, how to ideate. That journey from idea, that journey from moving to idea to conception to incubation, all of this matters. I mean, this is your starting journey. This is just the start, and you've been blessed with the mentors who are thinking so much. It is said only you are in, 4 protective walls till the time you are in campus life. But the journey from campus to corporate, the journey from corporate to further, being the freelancer, being the entrepreneur, that is where you begin. So let's begin how to thrive in 21st century. Today you'll be not just getting the gyan and the so-called lessons of, how to thrive in entrepreneurship journey and, how to make it big. We have seen it all. Till the time we have seen all these Shark Tanks on the television, and we do real Shark Tanks like in universities, in industries. We have the ecosystem through MentorX where, we do interface between the mentors as well as the mentees all across the globe, the investors and the startups all across the globe. So what we really want is you to come up with your ideas, to come up and reach with your mentors so we can dwell into it. Talking upon me, from the journey of being an introvert and probably a backbencher to a person who is representing India in almost 46 countries for new age entrepreneurship, it has been a journey. And wherever you are, it is all about how we cultivate it from one stage to another. Being the people's person, using your network as your net worth. That is how it began all over. And that is what you are thriving upon. I mean, you all are doing some or the other subjects chosen by you, isn't it? Yeah. How many of you actually, I would say and start with, are living this day by design? There's something as day by design and there is something as day by default. A workshop means a proper workshop which is working on your mind right here. So let's just sit
with not the knowledge we have or we'll be getting, let's just sit like a blank canvas which we have to paint ourselves today. Yes? Are you with me? So it's be on the journey because I'm completely into it. I feel wherever I am because of the people XYZ who have plugged for me for being here. I mean, there's so much of universe working and conspiring where you wish to be. And that is what I wish to give back to all the youth, all the Gen Next, all the students out here. This is the golden period for you. It is like, it is just now, you know, just thrive on your idea and be there. It is something like that. So talking upon, coming back to day by design and day by default. You know, of course, guys, so I really want you to confess upon. So day by design is when you're actually thinking upon, you know, what I have to make out of day, what is extra I'm doing in that day, what are the skills I am, you know, working upon. And if at all, I have an idea, what I'm doing for that, what is my action plan, the how, what, and when of my idea. You know, whom to contact, when to contact, every action with the mentioned date. That is how it goes upon, isn't it? How many of you are leading that day by design and coming to something out of it at the end of the day? And how many of you living by day by default? You know, coming to college, going on with the sessions, getting back to your normal, you know, routine. And then at the end you feel the day is over. Where am I? So I wish to ask upon, how many of you are actually living the day by design? Just to raise, show off a thumb or something like that. Day by design. How many of you design your day? Guys, bit by bit, it becomes a habit. If you design your day now, that is how you're designing your week, your month, and so your life. Yeah? It looks very nice to, you know, be here and, you know, listen to wonderful entrepreneurs here and stuff like that. I don't need the presentation, just move it away. Okay? And if we are working, I need a remote so that I can change it myself according to what I'm speaking. Yeah, otherwise, I don't need it. Yeah. So coming back to the point, day by design and day by default, guys. So how many of you are living the day by design? Come up, guys. How many of you are designing your day? I mean, nothing. A timetable, a regime of a day that we already heard. Wonderful. That is amazing. Day by default, a confession. Sometimes it happens. Weekend, day by default, or all the days. That's very cool. That's uber cool. That's a generation now who is leading it and who is accepting it. That yes, it is my day by default. So whatever happens, happens for good. And if it doesn't happen, we will see later. Yeah? That is wonderful. And who said that? Yes. That is good. Let's have a good interaction, guys. Very good, very good. I am with you. Let's have a good, you know, energy out here with the honest confession right there. That is how we used to be. But then today's time, guys, be it good or whatever you say, is the most challenging ever. That also you know. Just looking at each one, I'm meeting you for the first time, but looking at each one, you know, seeing your body language, I can make out where you are and where you would be. Probably 3 months from now, 6 months from now. You know, from felicitating the internship all over the globe. People, students are so smart these days, they don't just contact us, you know, at the end of the session. They're doing it probably the way we do in overseas. I mean, studying, internship, letter of recommendations. I mean, they are building their profile. And that, creating that brand you, that is being done. And once we do that, till the time you reach for the campus placement, your profile is already, you know, it is on F9. I mean, it's selected. If I ask you, how many of you have your personal websites? It's just an eye-opener. It's not important to have it. I'm just asking you so that you have a thought that where are we and where we should be. I mean, the path where you are and where you should be. How many of you have your personal blog spot? That's very common these days, guys. I mean, is it? No. Or you hardly get time for all this? That is it. Yeah, very good, guys. Very good. You keep on, you know, floating your thoughts out there. That is what is need of the hour. Anyone else? Yeah, very good, Akriti. Wonderful. So what you write upon, if I can ask you? expression of your feelings, of your gut. That is amazing, guys. That is what, so you of course, you know that, whenever your profile is being scrutinized by any corporate, the first thing they do is to check your social media links. How many of you are on your LinkedIn? You have your LinkedIn accounts. That is amazing, guys. That's really nice. And updating it time and again. Are you doing that? This is really wonderful. So definitely I wish to follow you too. And of course, that's all about the network for your capabilities. You will find me on all social media channels by Dr. Nancy Juneja. And the work that you see there and me you see there hopping on and hopping off in each and every university, be it IIT Kharagpur to NITs to BITS Pilani to all the management institutes, whatever we do for thriving Gen Next entrepreneurship skills in today's youth, I feel wonderful when the students come back and be in touch with us. A simple message, a simple tweet that, ma'am, this is our prototype and we need to exhibit. Where is the next, probably a fest which is going on for your investors, where we can encounter them. That is what it comes to be. Are you with me, guys? Wow, let's make it a little more interesting. Guys, how many of you have Googled yourself? Wow, now this is really amazing. I mean, I must say the brainy crowd of Soil Business School, yes, we Google the word. Try to Google your own self. And who got it? Who got something out of it when you Googled out? So now you know what is the visibility and what counts. Yeah, this is really nice. I mean, if you really have your SEO done right, no need to, spend upon an SEOs and the PRs these days. It is the work which is your best PR. So even if your work X counts, I mean, you're working somewhere for summer internships, your personal recommendations, your social initiatives, the NGO you're connected to, the societies you're working in inside this campus. I mean, how much % you're present in your event management company, in your event management societies, and everything that you do in your school, in your colleges. That is what counts. And if you portray it well with the message, you are right there. Isn't it? Have you ever thought, looks exciting, to Google my own self, where am I? Yeah? So let's actually talk to ourselves. Let's Google ourselves each month if we are doing something great about it. If not, every 6 months. Not beyond that. That's a leverage probably we can give you. So while we talk today upon the innovation in entrepreneurship, I'll say, the thumb rule goes, what we discussed upon is, you need to make your entrepreneurship mindset. And to cultivate that, you need to lead day by design. Guys, let's actually do that. According to you, it is you who are thriving, it is you who is doing it, but yes, take a charge. If you want to lose weight, there's no one doing push-ups for you, right? Similarly, if you want to thrive on your journey of entrepreneurship, you have to make from today itself 100% wherever you are. Yes? Wonderful. Second, everything ages in this competitive world. What doesn't age is your skills. So, if I tell any one of you, I mean from left to right side, just, tell me your 3 entrepreneurship skills. Anyone. Just spontaneous. It's a psychology kind of test, for you. Wonderful, money-minded. I love that. Guys, I must tell you, critical thinking. That's wow, critical thinking, money-minded. Yeah, that's nice. Problem solving came from there. Wonderful. Risk-taking. Yeah? Wonderful, empathetic. That's amazing, guys. Yeah? Innovator. I mean, there's some student coordinator or somebody who are, capturing these moments. I really want if the people can, stand and answer and people can, click upon them. Because what I do is I just visit any of the university and give a session. For me, it is like if you've met me once in life and you meet me anywhere across, I will be stopping you and asking you, boss, what's happening in life? I am like that kind of person. So trust me, today is the word where mentors are like just a text away, a mail away. I mean, we never had. I remember the times when we used to be standing outside staff room for at least 35, 40 minutes to get one glance of our teacher or mentor. They were always busy, with due respect to them. But there was hardly anything. I mean, you know, we'd never talk to the people the way you talk to our mentors. Yes, ma'am. So, you know, I come from a generation, of course, you know, I used to be there. I am, you know, whoever I am because of my mentors, but it took a while to take appointment, to take their time. But now everyone is available for you. Just as you've told your skills, very right. Guys, just have that belief in you. I wish to know your domain you want to thrive upon. Anyone. Artificial intelligence, pharmaceuticals, health, I mean, anything, engineering, your domain specific that, okay, I wish to make big here. Anyone who've thought of this? Yes, please. Automotive industry, very good. Please, let's come up with it. FMCG, wonderful. That's amazing. Anyone else? Amazing, guys, amazing. I mean, there's a thought that is great, yeah? Of course, great. So, you know, it can change. It can change. It is, you know, you're living in an ecosystem where, you know, your knowledge, the opportunity, everything changes in 24 hours, you know. And night you think something, morning everything is changed. But what I mean to say is have something in your mind. Set a base, and on that base try to meet the role models of that industry, be it FM, automobile that you said, or probably health, or any of the university for that, any of the domain that matter. You have to see who are the icons in that field, how I can meet them, what they have done. If they reach their journey in 20, 25 years, how I can reach in just 5 years. So for that, we need to do smart work with the hard work, complemented with hard work. Isn't it, guys? Yeah? So how many of you have actually approached, whoever has set the domain, how many of, not just approached, how many of you know the, you know, probably the dynamic leaders from that field? Some R&D if you've done there. Anyone? Yes. That is, wow, this is really something amazing, guys. I mean, thank you for sharing. So this is really great. Guys, I come from the background, a family who is running education institutions, schools and colleges in Delhi. Still, I never joined my family business. I wanted to have my own legacy. At the age of 16, I started my own company. If you Google it around, RevUp Life Skills Unit, which frames curriculum for schools, universities all over globe. And then there was no looking back when, like you, I met some of my co-panelists in a conference, and we started and concepted MentorX Global. MentorX Global today is in 65 countries, guys. And I feel the 2-3 years when we used to say it is a lockdown, it was unlocking talents for us. It was like reaching places. I mean, trust me, no wasting time in traveling and signing across around 250 to 400 MOAs around the globe with universities. Work, real work going on. And how that all happened. It doesn't matter you are in Gurgaon or you're coming from N part of Delhi. Today, you are not living in that geographical zone. Today, you're living in one word, one family. So whatever you think, be it product-wise, be it service-wise, or an idea if you have to think from global perspective. Are you getting me? And when you think of global perspective, it's like thinking of not just the demand and supply at the present, being really futuristic. Yeah? So trust me, we are living in such volatile times when we can't say that where you are 5 years from now. We have excluded that question from our interview list. We can't say that because we need plans, you know, quarter-wise, that what are the students thinking. Yeah? It is so much supplements thing that you can do, add on, which you can do along with your journey. You know, just make it happen. And thanks to the management, I mean, the glimpse in their eyes, the way they have organized. I mean, due regard to the management, I visit so many universities, but it is by the students, for the students. I meet the faculty, but it is only while presenting a floral welcome. I am seeing for the first time the whole faculty sitting right here and actually listening one-on-one. Can we have a round of applause for your faculty and your management? Now, this is amazing. And I feel this is the concern This is the concern that they're telling you to make most of it. To cut short, as we just discussed upon, you need to design your day, to design your life. You need to craft it up, guys. Second, your network is your net worth. So you need to build up. You need to build up your network. In today's world, nobody would remember out of your college life who wear those branded clothes, who wear, who was chasing the mentors and who was very active. People will remember what you made feel, your mentors, and what presence, what energy you brought in each activity while you were in campus life. That would cut short your, say recommendation. If you put their name in recommendation, they will remember that this student was like that. Yeah? So yes, we started from being front runner. So if you really want to be successful, we all want to be, I would love to know what is success, how you define that in your terms, in probably 1-2 liners. It could be different for everyone, guys. I mean, success is different for me. It is different for you. It must be different for your faculty, for your management. It is not a fixed parameter. So anyone who want to, tell upon that or thought upon it. I mean, you've been sitting here since morning and attending wonderful, witnessing thought-provoking discussions from panel, from keynote speakers. So where are we? What is the personal success for you? Amazing. Wow, I feel I'm talking to 30s and 35s. Wow, 40s, yeah? Oh, yeah. That is amazing. Achievements. Very good. Growth. Wonderful. I need more robust answers. Amazing. All of them were amazing. Yeah. Yes, please go ahead. It's your show. Okay. So it is the competition from your previous self that I understand, not from the outside world. That is really pretty good, guys. That's pretty good. So amazing, guys. See, if you can stand here and speak for yourself, you can stand anywhere in the world and speak for yourself. If you believe in your idea today, you can believe in yourself. That is what it happens. I would love Akriti to display the product also I got here. So while I told you about my 3 companies, RevUp, MentorX Global, MentorX Women, it started for thriving the women belt because the youth were coming to us like all of you, and the mothers were like, why don't we also make, convert our passion to profession, and that's how it came up. And then Hover Robotics. I'm the director of Hover Robotics. While I was, always with the youth and the students since almost 20 years, this is the product which I feel I have been, I'll say, promoting sustainable environment by eco-friendly products. So how many of you know about hoverboard, Segway, and all of it? Great, great. Now, this is really amazing. So definitely, we are the #1 in India, #5 in all over Asia to manufacture, to present this product in our country. Self-manufactured. The head office is in Ludhiana, and I take care of the daily as well as the entire operations. But what matter? I mean, I never thought when I was 17 that I'll be running 5 educational firms. I'll be director here. I will be mentor of Chain Niti Aayog, working with government. Never thought upon it. But what happens gradually? How the doors open? Anyone? Okay, everything got subsequent, as I told you. There's so many projects in pipeline. There's so many which have been done. So what I mean to say is, like I asked you, what is success? If you ask me, are you successful for the social media, for the people? Yes, I'm a kind of success. But if you ask me, I feel it is just an ITA that I've explored in myself. Just having 8 to 9 verticals, having companies, having passive income is not a success for me. I feel I'm cut for much more. So only you can determine what is success for yourself. Live a life which is successful, not which looks from outside, but which looks successful from your own perspective. It is not about the being influencer. It's not about the followers. Trust me, it is not about all of it. Maybe for some time, yes, we get, little influenced by the so-called influencers word. But ultimately, when you sit with yourself, the startups I have, near about 550 startups I've mentored. I mean, trust me, when I see these 20, 21-year-old guys and girls having their companies around, have you heard upon 124? Sadar 24, I don't know if you've, just Google around. I mean, they are the startups and they are doing so amazing. They're not IITians or from wonderful management institute like you are. But they are the people who got an idea, dwelled into it, contacted the mentors in the field and just started over with the zeal, being persistent. That is what matters. Success is not just about degrees, not just about the admission here. It is about making each moment in your business school. Is it? It is about how whatever you're connected with, making the most of it. You have such a humble management, which I see here, which are always there for you. I mean, we at MentorX are always there for you, for your management. Anytime. I mean, in any of the part of the globe, if you want internship, you can route through your management through us, and definitely we want that thriving ecosystem where all of you get that experience, because that is the only key, K-E-Y, keep empowering yourself. You need to empower yourself by your work kicks. Yeah? How many of you actually, think of the startup idea and the prototype, the innovation I want to bring upon? Because that is what the fifth one is, innovate or evaporate. That's the word we live in. Innovate or evaporate. They're the people who are not getting it, it's going from here. They're people who are getting it, the people who know what is innovation. How many of you have actually created some prototype, some idea, in your mind, if it is not in that factual stage? Anyone? Wow. Yeah, please tell me. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. So have you concepted it? Have you spoken about it? Wow. Wonderful. We have been called, me and my mentors, for design thinking workshop. I really get amazed with what people come up with. I mean, the hackathons that we do, and these days, it has been really amazing to see the ideas the students are flowing with. It is really wonderful. All the best to you, and definitely if we can be part of your journey anyhow, through this management, we are always there for you. And I must say, it is just the tip of the iceberg now. You know about the innovation. You know about the network building. You know the power of, getting it started, the work X. It is just, now you have to keep it going. Yeah? You need to keep it going. You need to contact the right people at the right time, frame an action plan, and check your own self, that where am I? What I need to do next. That is what counts. And gradually you will meet people which will build the way for you. I mean, if I see my cell today, I have around 50,000 contacts. And trust me, some of it, like your classmate, you are something somewhere 5 years from now. And if you just call, the friends are like Elon Musk or, in the government officials, or some of it who are known faces, you'll just call them and say that I want this work done. I mean, even for the logistics of hoverboard, we never thought that in COVID how we'll be supplying it. But the entire logistics was taken care by one of my colleague, one of my friend of the college. So that is how the network plays. So start building your network. If you say building my network now, it is by the conferences, it is by the people I meet. But this is the age where we thrive upon. The inter-colleges festivals, the in-house competitions, that is where you know each other very well. Fine? So frankly, whatever you do, afterwards, your 9 to 5, trust me, is not something which will give you the satisfaction. It will be always, now is the word, which is diversification, which is expansion. There's never, you've seen, it is option A only we're sticking to. If you see people, they are shifting to option A to B to C. But it will only happen when you think at the first hand that what all I am good at, what all I can do. If one option shuts down, where I am next. So we need to think broad, right broad over there. Yeah? Anything which you wish to share upon, which pops up your mind, I mean, which you are doing, you feel that this is something which sets me class apart from the rest. Anything. There's no fun living a mediocre life, students. Girls and guys, there's no fun living an ordinary life. It is ordinary to extraordinary. You have to do it. Only you have to do it. I come from family, I come from a background, I come from a school or institution where I see many people living that normal life, which is, I'm not saying is bad. If you're satisfied, happy, peaceful and all that, what you said, that is success for them. But when you're cut for much more, why not seeing the other side? Yeah? Is it? This is really amazing. I mean, to interact with all the wonderful people out here. I see a lot of, energy out here, but a lot of confusion also at the part. So confusion to clarity, we are here for that. Of course, the mentors, and not just me, the entire ecosystem wants the youth to thrive upon. You to thrive upon. You are our nation builders. I feel when I was a student, I just knew that I have to make my family proud. I just knew my father saying that women have to be independent no matter who is their father, brother or husband. To all due respect of the men in the room. But that kept me going. Okay, that's independent. And that happens when all these three words, passion, perseverance and profession are in your mind. That is what you think upon. Okay, one last question before I close this session. What do you do in your free time? That will answer me where you are 5 years from now. If you have any free time, how you cultivate it. What do you do in that? Guys, there should be something which sets you class apart from your left or right. Yeah? Anyone? A food for thought. Very good. Yeah, I mean, sports is any day better. Anyone else? That's amazing, yeah. Dance, reading. I feel taza you're out of school and you're here. So that is it. Anyone else? What more we can do? Anyone on podcast? Anyone listen to podcast or have their own? Your YouTube channels, your blogspot, your websites. Please maintain all of them. Yeah? That you should do now in your so-called free time or me time. Build your profile, build a brand you. That is what I leave you upon with. Yeah? And that brand you should be as unique so that the distance from here to here, when I see next time and ask your faculty, they must say with proud that it's all our alumni whom we are calling over here. Yeah? I feel that should be the case. Yeah? This is really amazing. So I feel the truth is, wherever we all are, maybe your fellow panelist or I, is something that we prayed upon. But still I'm saying there's a lot much to go. I'm not satisfied here. Because yes, the contentment is there. But I know there is a long miles to go. There's much to contribute. And that should be with everyone who wish to reach the pinnacle of success. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an energetic session. As you emphasized on the fact that it is not important whether we are an entrepreneur or not, but having an entrepreneur mind is important, we'll definitely work on this, ma'am. We salute your spirit and your resilience to make this journey such an extraordinary one. We celebrate you today and hope all the students present here could take some takeaway from you. And we assure you, ma'am, we'll start designing our day. Now I request Dean Soil School of Business Design, Dr. Mala, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Dr. Nancy Juneja. Guys, ma'am is here and ma'am has such an ample amount of experience. She has an experience in literally every experience, in every dimension of the life. If you want to ask any question to ma'am or ask anything about the startup journey, about the entrepreneurship, or any other thing of your life, how you can use your pastime, you can ask ma'am. It is such a time you can ask her anything. Ma'am.
That's amazing. That will be doing. We can pack this up. Yeah, so what kept me going? That is what you asked upon. Guys, very well, she said. I feel that's kind of a maturity showing up in the students, that it is always, the case is never like, you know, you're just going on and the people are coming to you that I want you. There's no one. I mean, life is not hunky-dory. There's no one who comes with the red carpet that come, we want you to be the director, we want you to be the co-founder. Not at all. You need to show up. You need to show yourself up. I mean, you need to say, yes, I'm there. I mean, in the crowd, and especially in the country we live in, India, you are one drop in that ocean. And it will only get counted when you yourself stand up for your skills, for your talent, and you show that I am class apart from the others. I owe to be here. I can add difference. Because trust me, whatever you think today is already taken. Whatever idea you think away, if you Google it, it is already there. There's nothing normal. Trust me, you all know the economy, always it is like all the cycles of economy are always there in the business and entrepreneurs world. But we have seen COVID hitting us, and we have seen how the business just thrashed down. I mean, coming from the industry, I'm a K-12 school developer also, and trust me, I mean, I saw so many education institutions just shutting off over. Yeah, so there were many, and who were able to thrive, who were really, good with their ethos long back. Otherwise, what you see that people raise like this, like, in 5 years or 3 years, but no base, sometimes they fall up also like that. So wherever you are, I mean, the influence you create, the fantasy you create, always be ground rooted, down to earth, always, always. Be down to earth, and always see who helped you in your journey while you wanted to rise up. Always see who helped you in your journey, on the journey to when you rise up, because the same circle, it's a 360 degree. They will come to you again, and you will get chance to help them up. So always start giving to society. So while they say that the graph was not always up, the graph became stagnant also. We were having the recession period also, very right. But we looked for different things out there. It was just 12 hours that we shifted the whole, education, wherever we were running, from offline to online mode. Many people did, but we took the first mover advantage. You have been seeing how the Baijus have been playing, I mean, from online to offline mode, how Akash has been taken over. You have seen all of them. You know the Twitter story, right? So you have seen all kind of people. When people like of that stature can come to the level, I mean, you know whom I'm talking about. Whom I'm talking about? Yeah? Hanshi, tell me. Hashtag startups, even I'm talking about the Twitter scene. Yeah, and many of the Shark Tank people who have risen up like anything. I mean, everyone has their own journey. But what keeps you going is persistence. and to thrive upon, keep on working on working. Don't stop unless you're proud of yourself. Don't even take a pause. That is what you should do from your student journey. You just have to learn. It is the best time. You just have to learn, nothing else, no pressures, no responsibilities. You just have to keep adding on your skills. So once you do that, trust me, some or the other people you will get, some or the other work assignment. And these work assignment connect you to different networks. Talking to these networks, some luncheons like this, conferences like this, increase your mindset. That's known as mind mapping. That's known as design thinking. That what next I can do. That all will do. If you are just in one room talking to one set of people only, nothing gonna happen. You need to increase. Being comfortable is what I don't like. I like to step out of my comfort zone. I feel like, ye ho gaya, what next? That has to be the case. There's no fun just being at one place. So that is what kept me going. Thank you. Yeah, should I pass the mic to you? I mean, we can ask some volunteer to do that too. Yeah, you want a mic?
A very good afternoon to you, ma'am. My question to you is, do you feel successful at this point of time in your life, and what is the definition of success for you?
This is what we covered also, but then definitely I feel successful. I mean, of course, success is different for, everyone. But trust me, when I was of your age, that time also I felt successful. That is what, the means of success change. Every next level want a different you, and the level of definition of success will keep changing. When I was a student, the success for me was, I was the president of the Delhi University. I'm BCom Honors from Gargi College. So I was the president for 3 years, doing everything. So what was like, a dream for me, that how to get into all these All India radios and all these news panels, NDTV, CNBC. I was doing it day and night in my university days. When I was of your age, I was doing it day and night. Every day I was recording for my college. Every day I was talking to all the biggies. I took interviews of 300 entrepreneurs. And why not? I use this experience because I used to go for asking for sponsorships, guys. Thanks to your college, but we never had all these fancy sponsorships to arrange all these fancy fest. So we used to go to each and every, we used to literally knock the doors at the age of, just out of school. First years I was. So we used to go there and ask for it. While I used to ask and they give them, I used to tell them, please, I want an appointment for your interview. And that started. It just started. It was my passion. I used to watch this Oprah Winfrey interviews, and it became my passion. I started taking interviews, and karte in 3 years, I never realized I took around 300 interviews of the corporate leaders. And then I knew the basic crux. I can totally make a movie of like page 3 of like Madhur Bande, like what happens behind the corporate world, what happens behind the corporate banks, how they work. So I got a chance to study all of this. So while I was doing my theory knowledge, college, this thing, I was already looking at the successful people journey. For me, that was success at that point of time. Okay, so success changed, and then I wanted to be like them. When I am like them today, I want to be like probably more. So success keeps on changing. So yes, I feel successful, I'm happy, but I want to achieve much more. Thank you. Anyone else from this side? I love your hunger, guys. The people who ask are the people who are thinking how and why. So that is the kind of the mind that works upon. Yeah. Yeah, sure. It is lovely to hear from you.
How to channelize your energy into something creative and not given to procrastination?
Oh, that's so amazing. That's so amazing. That everyone needs this question. This is wow. Oh my God, I wanted to ask, wow. A round of applause, guys, for the young lad. This is amazing. How to channelize your energy. Today, we are living in an ecosystem where it is dumping ground of ideas. Everyone is giving us advice. Everyone is giving us ideas. Beat me, beat your WhatsApp. Flooded. Yeah, you are in college, you're getting advice, school getting advice, getting back home, getting advice. So how to channelize energy? Some people say do this, do that, then the outside factors play their own role. And then there's so many idols, successful figures, and the pressure from the glorious startup at the age of 21, at the age of 18. So trust me, I'm not saying mercy on you guys, but our time was still better. We took time. Your time is of startups. Your time is everyone is expecting out of you. I'm in energy, this. No one is telling you that go watch OTT platforms, Netflix, and enjoy your life for 5 years and then think what to do. No one will tell you that. If you want to make big, it is right, starts from here. So how to channelize this energy? Because what we do is procrastination. Kal kar lenge, kal nahi to parso, and that just goes on. Very nice question, which comes in every age. For me also it comes. You know, even from checking my mailbox. Sometimes I just shift everything, delegate all to my team. I hardly do it, you know, because there's no time hopping universities and all, I hardly do it. I know what is important, not able to do it. I'm telling you from my side too. But what we can do to conserve our energy. Anyone who wish to answer this, or should I give my inputs? What you guys do? You are senior than her, you can tell her. Anyone, senior, juniors, anyone can. Okay, now coming back to me, if you want, you can always interrupt. So number one, guys, you need to prioritize yourself. So I'm not telling you that, you know, make a things to do list. That's like age old. हम things to do करते हैं, वो वहीं पड़ी रहती हैं. We do stick-ons and everywhere that we have to do this. Nothing happens. We make New Year resolution. Nothing happens. We do all sort of things. We attend motivational sessions. We attend all these. And then we go out and we are same back to pavilion. Everything. But what works is prioritizing yourself. I mean, the main work, the main chunk of your day goes haywire. Energy goes haywire everywhere. But main priority is the 25% work. What I have to do for my next level? Yeah, that you have to ask me. And that you don't have to ask at the end of the day, ki what I have done today for my own self in the beginning. Or probably the night before. So when you prioritize, you will remember that it is just 1, 2, 3 tasks. Just do that 3, 4 tasks before and the rest afterwards. That will conserve your energy. You know, that energy will go first there. And then if you can, this is what I have practiced. It's being almost 18 to 19 years. I get up at 4:30. I'm not telling you to get up at 4:30 and do your stuff and I'll do like that. But that was my system that kept me going, because that 5 to 8 time, that silent time was something which I spend upon, because unless and until you spend time with your own self, you can't give it to the word. You really can't give it to the word. It's such a noisy word. Today, it's such a real word today, R-E-E-L, that somehow the real us is dissolved into it. Trust me, it is getting dissolved into it. So to listen to what it is, I mean, it is not just meditation and all, it is like once you do all these, what I have told you, the podcasts, the YouTubes, maintaining your LinkedIn, you will say that how to maintain, I have to do something. You can't post anything on the LinkedIn, right? You have to do something for it. So wo karna kya hai? You will start thinking in that time. So have that me time wherever you can. Start acting for your domain. Jo bhi domain final kar hai, it is really, it's not difficult to be an author today. I'm the author of 14 books. I want to gift one book to the management. I've got it today, definitely. So how it all started? Just started cultivating ideas on the LinkedIn. Trust me, and one day a publisher called me that I write the thoughts every day. Can I publish your book? That was my first book. And that was the benefit that, wow, everything that you do gets counted. And then it started over. People started over contacting that, will you be my co-author and all. So once you conserve your energy in your first 2, 3 things, specialized things, you will never procrastinate and the rest will follow. Just take one step, the rest will follow. So please just do that. And I would request to give, present my book to the management, like if they're there, the director man, the faculty. Yeah, please, you can be there. And I'll pass on the ebooks also for all the students. That is on New Age Life Skills. You can definitely, you'll get it there for me. So this is again on the skills. That is what I thrive upon, guys. Because trust me, I mean, if I see my journey, being a girl, being a wife, mother, daughter-in-law, and n number of responsibilities, entrepreneur, everything ages. What doesn't age is your talent, is your skills. So always, always check upon. That's why I made this book in the workshop style, that every chapter will have some questions that will make you ask and introspect that what next. Thank you. I would love to present to you, ma'am. Probably here. We can come here. Yeah. And thank you for the thought-provoking questions. It was really wonderful interaction. Wishing you all very best.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for answering our questions and inspiring us. Your words are really motivating. Thank you, ma'am. Can we have a huge round of applause for ma'am? Guys, it's a time for lunch now. Have a good meal, energize yourself, and please assemble back till 2:20 in the MPH.
There is something very interesting that the Soil School of Business Design has announced some time back, that all the students are supposed to buy food from the stalls and share the voucher with the student council. It will be reimbursed up to 200 rupees. Usse zyada mat khana. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Guys, please stay back. Can we have a picture with ma'am?
रितिका, आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस
अगले माह से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस,
यू आर द डिफरेंस। रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस,
यू आर द डिफरेंस। रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं करो करो।
रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की रियल वैल्यू हमारी सिर्फ मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ। अभी तो हमारी पॉलिसी आती है 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस,
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा। रितिका
You're always
मेरे
busy.
हर मैच में
हमारे लिए
fingers
कुछ
क्यों cross
टाइम
करती
है
हो?
या नहीं? तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करो।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की रियल वैल्यू हमारे सिर्फ मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ। अभी तो हमारी पॉलिसी जाती है 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा। रितिका
You're always
मेरे
busy.
हर मैच में
हमारे लिए
fingers
कुछ
क्यों cross
टाइम है
करती
या
हो?
नहीं? तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करो।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की रियल वैल्यू हमारे सिर्फ मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ। अभी तो हमारी पॉलिसी जाती है 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा। रितिका
You're always
मेरे
busy.
हर मैच में
हमारे लिए
fingers
कुछ
क्यों cross
टाइम है
करती
या
हो?
नहीं? तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सैमी की सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसी आती है 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ
नहीं करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference.
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference.
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ, थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ, थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference.
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference.
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference.
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ, थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ, थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ, थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज।
की रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस। रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली, ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित, तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ, थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस। रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस। रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस। रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस। रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
यू आर ऑलवेज बिजी। हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
सो स्वीट।
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस। रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference.
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference.
रितिका, तुम मेरे हर मैच में फिंगर्स क्यों क्रॉस करती हो?
तुम्हारी बैटिंग थोड़ी वीक है ना, इसलिए।
सिली।
सिली? ठीक है, अगले मैच से नहीं करूंगी।
नहीं, करो करो, अच्छा लगता है।
आपकी रियल वैल्यू सिर्फ आपके अपने जानते हैं। और मैक्स लाइफ टर्म इंश्योरेंस, तभी तो हमारी पॉलिसीज आती हैं 99.34% क्लेम पेड रेशो के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
यू आर द डिफरेंस।
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference.
So good afternoon to everybody present here for the afternoon session. I hope you had a great lunch and it was a fun time with all the fun activities arranged by our students out there. After the lunch, we have a few more speakers who will be addressing us here today. First, I'd like to ask our guest of honor here today, Ms. Nabamalika Joardar, Head of Innovation Unit at National Institute of Urban Affairs. She is an alumni of IIT Delhi and School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi. She is a registered architect with Council of Architecture. She is an urban practitioner, trained in architecture and urban planning with 10 years of work experience. She is presently engaged with the premier think tank, planning, structuring, executing, and managing innovation initiatives and an externship program for the National Institute of Urban Affairs, as well as 2 national fellowship programs, India Smart Cities Fellowship and National Urban Digital Mission Fellowship, and a Global Innovation Challenge, Smart Move, Innovation Urban Mobility Challenge for the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. I'd request ma'am to please come on the stage and address the audience present here today.
I know it can be a little daunting to have a 45-minute presentation after lunch, so I'm going to try to keep this interactive. It's a short presentation. I'm going to talk more, and it's primarily just going to be images up there. I know this is supposed to be a workshop, but what I am going to show you is how the ministry basically works with innovation. And in case you do plan to work within the government and innovate, then what is the way in which you can enter, and what are the mechanisms that we employ when we are training people to innovate within government processes. I'll just wait for the presentation. Yeah? Okay. I was going to give my introduction, but I believe that's already been done, so you can take a breather. Put up the PDF. Ask them to put up the PDF. Is there anyone who's not comfortable with Hindi and English? Yeah? Anyone who's not comfortable with Hindi? Yeah? Great. Okay. So you guys are aware of NASSCOM. Anyone tell me what NASSCOM is? Okay, essentially NASSCOM is what we consider, so Startup India basically does corporate related innovation management, but NASSCOM is basically the unit that brings out all the research that pertains to innovation. So I'm going to start, this is not changing. So I'm assuming that will a PDF not scroll down with this? Oh, great, great. Okay. Still struggling? Or does this work better with presentations? Okay, then you can turn on the presentation then. I can't navigate it with a PDF. Oh. Okay. No, I prefer the presentation. This is really messing it up. So before I start with this, in what context are you taught innovation at SOIL? So are you taught design thinking and innovation as a subject? So, but particularly only design thinking. And is innovation taught to you separately as an entrepreneurship-based subject, or do you learn design thinking only as a component of innovation? So does that mean that you understand the innovation ecosystem, or do you just learn the design thinking process? Okay. Have you worked on any practical applications of design thinking? Not yet? Okay. And which semester are all of you in? It's first and second year students, both. I'm not. One person has to speak. I'm just in. Okay. Okay, all right. So the reason that it's important to have youth-based innovators, when I say youth-based innovators, it means, so there are various ways in which the government defines youth. Put your phones on silent, please. Thanks. For the sake of innovation, NASSCOM defines it as people who are between the ages of 25 and 44. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, when it's carrying out frameworks and developing data, looks at it as people between the ages of 18 and 35. And when the Prime Minister speaks of Yuva Shakti, then he thinks of the youth as people who are between the ages of 18 and 30. For the purpose of innovation, if you're going to look at a product really reaching market fidelity, we are going to consider the 35-year limit, except for the NASSCOM definition for their prototyping. Okay. So the reason that having youth-based innovators is important is because NASSCOM reported in 2020 that more than 40% of their sample of entrepreneurs was between the age of 25 to 44. And then in 2022, this number also included almost 1/5 of the founders were women. And this also included unicorns had at least one female founder. Now, the reason that I mentioned this is because two of the most important actors within the innovation ecosystem are academia and the industry. Okay, so academia is important because it teaches you where innovation takes place, and it's where deep tech acceleration start. It's also where most incubator and accelerator programs are arranged. So the report also then noted that there are over 360 open innovation programs that were set up by academic institutions alone in this country. Do you understand open innovation? No? Okay, so open innovation is when there are multiple actors. When I say actor, that means participants, okay? Multiple actors within the innovation ecosystem, and they're constantly engaging with each other, okay? So you create through collaborative processes, and then it is put out in what is known as an innovation marketplace, right? Now, there are many ways in which an innovation marketplace can exist. When it comes to the government treats an innovation marketplace as an innovator has a solution, I will act as a facilitator, and I will put you in touch with a government entity that requires your solution. The reason this is different from a corporate setup, corporate innovation, is because corporate innovation would have your standard, first you ideate, then you prototype, then you carry out a pilot, then you, test, re-ideate, incorporate your feedback loop. Then you go accelerate, get funding, and put it out in the market for commercial gain. Whereas within the government setup, what's going to happen is there's going to be a long-run tendering process. You're going to get into a contract with the government. There's going to be milestone-based payments. So the innovation ecosystem when the government is involved is different. The actors are the same, okay? When I say actors, I mean government, academia, venture capitalists, angel investors, entrepreneurs, innovators, okay? Okay, tell me the difference between an innovator and an entrepreneur. There's a difference between an inventor and an innovator. You told me the difference between an inventor and an entrepreneur. I want to know the difference between an innovator and an entrepreneur. Anyone at all? I am okay with you warranting a guess. Promise me, I promise I'll not throw this. You have to try. This is supposed to be a workshop. An innovator is someone with an idea who uses processes to bring it to a marketable stage. An entrepreneur establishes the required processes and then makes it market ready. That's the only difference. If you've gone and established your company, you've become an entrepreneur from an innovator. That's it. Okay. You guys have watched Shark Tank? So Jugadu Kamlesh? He was an innovator when he came on Shark Tank. Once he got money from Piyush Bansal, he became an entrepreneur. You got the difference? Okay? So, as soon as you enter the market, you are now an entrepreneur. Right? So, because there is an exchange of capital, fair value comes into play, okay? And then you have to register, pay taxes. An entrepreneur does all of that. An innovator is constantly only looking at problems and thinking of solutions. Okay? Right. Okay. Now, who can tell me the definition of innovation? The simplest possible definition, or your favorite definition. There are innumerable definitions. Kuch to bhi, I mean, you're doing design thinking. Okay. So I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is that you guys have studied this so much that now you can no longer explain it simply. Like Albert Einstein had said, if you can't explain it simply, you don't know it well enough. Just tell me the simplest possible definition of innovation. Yes. Creating something new. Okay? But I'm going to tell you what my favorite definition is. So Joseph Schumpeter is an Australian-American economist. Okay, he brought about the concept of what is known as creative destruction. Okay, is economics a part of your curriculum? Have you heard of Joseph Schumpeter? Okay, so he basically said that capitalistic markets function on imbalance, right? And so imbalance leads to chaos, and that leads to innovation. Okay. He defined, like it's put up on the screen, he defined innovation as a process of creative destruction where long-standing processes end. This could include procedures, products, even people. Okay, and new things come in. Okay, the basic premise being out with the old, in with the new. Okay, Schumpeter believed that companies close down, people become irrelevant, okay, products become old, processes become outdated, and these negative outcomes are necessary for innovation to take place. So innovation is a result of negative outcomes. The reason that I'm telling you this particular definition is because this is the one that is most valid for government-based innovation. We are constantly trying to think of new ways to improve what already exists. Do you people understand what municipal service delivery is? No? Okay. When you're born, your parents go and get a birth certificate. When a family member dies, you go and get a death certificate. For this, you go to the municipal corporation. When you're trying to get your house renovated, you go to the development authority and get a building plan approval. If you have to pay electricity, you go to your local electricity office, right? All of these are municipal services. The transaction of this service, wherein they tell you, pay this bill and you pay that bill. Or you go to them and say, I have brought this new human being into this world. Please allow me to register it, become legitimate. That is a transaction, okay? Now, till about 2006, most of this used to happen through files, hard copies of files. Has anyone had the unfortunate experience of going to a babu and getting a file moved? Or just going to a municipal corporation and getting anything done? Yeah? Okay, I've had it too. Yeah. So, I had a family member pass away 6 years ago. I went to get the death certificate. First, I went and filled the form. They said, 2 hafte baad aana. I went. Then they said, par is pe witness ke sign chahiye. Ab 2 hafte baad leke aana. Then I went again. They said, but ab witnesses ke aadhaar bhi chahiye. So now, a simple 7-day process has become 45 days. Okay? The government took cognizance of something of this sort and in 2006 brought in the National E-Governance Plan. Basically saying, let's digitize processes. Okay? So under that, what happened is, urban local bodies, basically municipal corporations, jal boards, parastatal organizations, created websites. You want a form, you go to the website and download it. That was the first step. Then in 2015, we had Digital India. Digital India brought in even more changes, like more complicated processes like land registries, agriculture, nutrition. These also started becoming digitized. Then the Smart Cities mission came in. Smart Cities mission brought in what is called data-driven governance. Data-driven governance is when you take citizen data and you use that to drive decision-making within the government. Okay? And then after that, in 2021, we brought in the National Urban Digital Mission, through which we are standardizing every platform across the country, which means you apply for a birth and death certificate in Aligarh, but you leave. You've suddenly relocated, and you've come to Delhi. You can still access the same platform and get it. Okay? You're a builder, right? Fire NOC lena hai. The process of getting a fire NOC will now be the same across the country. What happens when you're trying to fill a form? PAN card ke form pe first name, middle name, last name. Aadhaar ke form pe last name, first name. Okay, so these changes are now being standardized. Now what happened? The government first realized ki acha theek hai, paperwork se nahi chalega. So they brought about one innovation, NEGP, in 2006. Then they realized just websites won't work. So they brought about even more thematic areas which were digitized. Then they realized even this won't work. We need data from the citizens so that we can plan better for them. So the Smart Cities mission started creating dashboards. Then they realized, acha, okay, but this dashboard and this dashboard are different. One is prepared on Drupal, the other is on Laravel. So even if we have 10 dashboards, everyone is entering data 10 times. So then the government decided, let's standardize all the dashboards. So despite innovation taking place at regular intervals, the negative outcomes from each one of these innovations is creating new innovations. Take. Now, what is a good example from your everyday life that you can give me of creative destruction leading to innovation? So UPI is an excellent use case for, but that's a larger thing. Okay, I'll give you one. Your traditional Casio watches giving way to smartwatches. Any other examples? What was the status quo? क्या था जिससे इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल आया? No, standard vehicles to electric vehicles. The conduit, the reason that happened is because of scarce resources. Okay. More examples, simpler examples. Cab aggregation, right, from Kali Pili, taxis. Why is that an innovation? I'm going to cut you there. अब भी mood के हिसाब से ही होता है. It's just that it's been digitized. It's digitized, and because it's digitized, there are a lot of checks and balances in place, like the SOS mechanism, the ability to sanitize and maintain hygiene checks during the pandemic. But so you guys are thinking way up high. Printed books to Kindle. ठीक है, torrent से music download करने से Spotify. Think small, think simple. The simplest solutions are usually the best solutions. If you've ever gone shopping with your mother, your mom will shop for 3 hours and then go back and buy the sari she saw in the first shop. Because the simplest solution is the best solution. Okay? Now, why do governments need Schumpeter's version of innovation? I'm never going to get the hang of this. Okay. Because creative destruction leads to innovation that can boost economic growth. Because new products and services and processes are being created. Now you need people to create them, people to manage them, and people to run them. So new job opportunities. The creation of these new processes and products leads to increased tax revenue. When you embrace creative destruction, it allows governments to stay at the forefront of technological innovation, so global competitiveness improves. It improves public services. I've given you a detailed example of how public services have improved between 2006 to today. It addresses environmental sustainability. A gentleman here gave us an example of electric mobility. It's a contentious topic, but at least it's a step towards improved air quality. And most importantly, it encourages entrepreneurship, which is what we're discussing here today. So now, what are the various ways in which you can work with the government when you want to innovate with them? Okay. You can found a startup. Okay. You can work in a startup. Or you can work as a freelancer in the gig economy. Now let's assume that you've done either one of these three. Have you guys heard of the Make in India initiative? You've heard of Invest India? Invest India is the larger umbrella under which all innovation takes place. Then you've heard of Startup India? Someone tell me what Startup India is. So not just fundraising, I'll tell you more, but I must caution you, if innovation interests you, then you have to be aware of what is happening around you, right? Startup India, Invest India regularly come out with opportunities is the whole startup process. So when you register under Startup India, startups get 5 major benefits. First and foremost, you get recognition from the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, which is called DPIIT. That recognition is important in case you want to work with the government. It's not necessary if you want to continue being an entrepreneur in the private sector. The DPIIT recognition is not important. You just have to establish a company under the Companies Act. But if you're interested in innovating within the government, you have to be DPIIT registered. Why go through all that trouble? Because it gives you major benefits. What are the benefits? You can self-certify that you've complied with environmental laws and labor laws, which means that in case you have a large-scale innovation, you don't need to go through an environmental EIA or an SIA. Okay? It's an investigative report on the social and the environmental impacts of your project. You can self-certify that, yes, I meet all the requirements. The second thing is that you'll receive a tax holiday for 3 consecutive years. What is a tax holiday? Yes, so either you are exempt from paying tax or you receive a subsidy on your tax amount. And you don't need to pay angel tax. What is angel tax? Anyone? No? Okay, look it up and tell me. Google it. And I want someone apart from the 3-4 people who've been speaking to me right now to speak to me. The easiest definition is if you type what is angel tax, it will pop up on Google. Huh? Anyone who wants to tell me from this side of the room. No? Yes. What is fair market value? Yes. When certain conditions are met. Okay, the conditions are that the decision to set a value was taken in a sane mind and that the conditions of the market are correct. So any tax that is paid once the fair market value of the company has been reached is known as angel tax. Okay, so even if you've not made any profit, you're required to pay a tax to the government. So that tax is removed. Okay? Then let's assume that your startup fails. Okay? The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code of 2016 in alliance with Startup India allows you to wind up your company in 90 days flat. Usually winding up a company is a very long drawn process. A lot of legal matters in place. But if you're registered with DPIIT, it becomes a lot simpler. If you apply for a patent, Startup India helps you fast track the patent and gives you an 80% rebate on the cost of the patent filing. Okay? And most importantly, you don't have to pay an earnest money deposit. Does anyone know what an EMD is? An EMD is the money, the security money that you pay at the starting of a project, which is often then deducted in case you incur any penalties during the life cycle of the project. You don't need to submit any prior information about your turnovers when you're applying for a government tender. Okay? And you don't need to have experience. So, is there anyone who's worked within the tendering process? No? You can only apply for a tender when you meet a certain turnover and a certain amount of experience. So let's just say the government has put out a tender for Swachh Bharat Mission, seeing that only companies that have 50 crores ka turnover and 10 years of experience doing these specific waste management type projects can apply. If you're a DPIIT registered startup, then you can apply simply as a startup, as an innovator who can provide a solution. You don't need to meet those minimum criteria. And then in case you make the cut, you don't also need to submit what is known as an earnest money deposit. So great benefits, right? Now, if you go to Startup India's website and scroll down, it will tell you that as of yesterday, almost 95,000, the numbers are up on the board. Almost 95,000 startups have been registered. But then look at the contrast over there. How many startups have received a tax exemption? A little less than 1,200. And how many have received funding under Startup India? Around 3,400. Where's the catch? The problem is barriers to entry. Okay? There are so many checks and balances in place that even once you're registered, working with the government, getting inputs from the government becomes difficult. So then the question that arose at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is, how do we train people so that they know how to innovate and then innovate within the government? The process is how does an entrepreneur innovate? He thinks, अच्छा ठीक है, आज मैं urban company बना रहा हूँ. Okay, and then goes and finds an investor. How innovation takes place within the government is, okay, we have this problem. We need to solve this particular problem. Let's speak to the stakeholders first and find out what their limitations are, and then innovate within that little context. Okay? So establish limitations first. You don't create and then pitch. Okay? It's the reverse. I'll explain this further. So when we understood that this process is not going to, the entrepreneurial route is not going to work within the government, we established what is known as the India Smart Cities Fellowship Program. So what this fellowship basically does is that it takes people from the age of 21 to 35 and puts them within a cohort-based model of innovation. You know that innovation can take place when it takes place in groups in two different ways. One is a fluid model and the other is a cohort-based model. The fluid model is what? Let's take it as it comes. Okay, today we are 2 people. Tomorrow there's a third person who wants to come and join us, great. Okay? 3 years down the line, there's another person who says, I can come help you with your operations. Great, now your team has 4 people. A cohort-based model is when you know from the beginning, these many people will work in the team. It's going to be time-boxed. All the stakeholders' time, first we establish who the stakeholders are. Okay? So you have the ministry leadership, which means the joint secretaries, the directors of the missions. You have domain experts from the National Institute of Urban Affairs. You have the innovators we've hired as fellows. You have the municipal corporators. You have people who work in what we call urban local bodies. Urban local bodies is an umbrella term used for municipal corporations, development authorities, JAL boards, electricity boards. Everyone's time is boxed. Okay, so you create like a PERT sort of a system in advance. You tell people, Acha, we're starting the cohort in Jan. We'll reach out to you in April, and from April to December, you're supposed to carry out these activities. So you've basically taken the entire innovation process and put it in a clear timeline. That is how the fellowship works. Okay? Now, you know that there are multiple models of the design thinking process, right? Which is the most popular? The Stanford model. When was it established? (2003). Okay. So it's that is the model that we follow in the mission as well, because people-centered design is the pinnacle of innovation. People meaning citizens or administrators here. The consumer in this case is the common man. But have you heard of systems thinking at all? No? So there is an alternative method. I know this is a design thinking festival, but I'm going to just take a detour and introduce you to what is known as systems thinking practice. Now what design thinking does is that it places the user at the center, right? What the user wants, what the user's requirements are, what the user's capacities are, and what the user's limitations are. These are what you study in your empathize stage. What the systems practice does is that it takes the entire system in place, maps out the entire system, and then starts moving in. So design thinking is andar se bahar and systems is bahar se andar. Now the reason this is important is because in the government you can't look at one person. You can't look at one administrator. You can't look at solid waste management as an isolated issue. Okay? Now, okay, assume the whole Ganga cleaning issue. If you had to clean up the Ganga, can you just simply say Ganga meli hai? No, no. You will have to trace back and see what are the various reasons that it's dirty. Okay? There's effluent. Okay, there are people who are informal settlements along the riverbed. There is inordinate construction that has taken place. There's groundwater issues. So what you have to basically do is find out each one of the problems, the contribution of each one of the actors, map it out, and then establish, okay, if I want to resolve the cleaning of the Ganga issue, this is my entire system. Okay? I'll walk you through the systems thinking process and then I'll tell you why it's important. This may sound a little controversial, but do not, even if you know the design thinking process back and forth, do not ever closet yourself into the whole EDIPT process, empathize, design, ideate, prototype, test. Don't limit yourself there. The reason being that the real world is not as simple as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have to step out and you have to look at the systems where each one of these stages are connected to. Okay? Now, the systems thinking process was actually established by the Sloan School of Management in MIT in 1956. So it's an older practice. Okay? The reason that systems practice was it's now become old school, although it still is it's still used in by the United Nations in peace building, refugee issues, things of that sort. But because human-centered design gave you more valuable and more viable outputs. Okay? The reason that you have to incorporate both of these when you're innovating within the government is that there are multiple actors. There are non-linear processes. Okay? There are patterns of change that you cannot document from the design thinking process. So, thinking about this, what we did at the fellowship is that we developed a custom methodology. We took the design thinking EDIPT model, and within each stage, we incorporated little mechanisms from the systems thinking practice that would help us understand the essence system better. Broadly, if you look at the systems practice, how it works is first you map the system, then you find out the root cause, you look at the design criteria, you look at system interventions, and then you find the solution. Okay? Sorry. Is the screen visible at all? At all? I mean, it's very light. No? Okay. Yeah? This is actually the whole and soul. I'm going to try and explain it better. So at the empathize stage, what we do is known as a SWOT analysis. Do you know what a SWOT analysis is? What is it? But what is it? That's the expansion of the acronym. Of what? Of a what? Okay. So in the case of the fellowship, in the case of the Smart Cities mission, the SWOT analysis we carry out is for the city. Okay? You carry out, you look at the various thematic areas, health, education, solid waste management, sewage management, water, drinking water, safety, security, environment, climate, and assess every parameter within that city to find out what that city's particular strength is, weaknesses, where the opportunities are, and what are the threats. Okay? So that is what helps us empathize with the city. Okay, because the city is viewed as a living organism. Right? Now, if you go to the define stage, you'll see that we've incorporated, can you see mind map written over there? A mind map is basically when you take all the actors, okay, list them out, and then you connect them to each other. So you find out whether the relationships between all the stakeholders are direct, indirect, how they're going to affect each other. Can we take out a stakeholder and still continue to work? How much can we simplify the system? How complex is the system? So the mapping of a system is known as a mind map. We took the define stage and including this system's practice. Why? Because if you're looking at a city, you can't look at it as a single individualistic entity. Okay. Then, in the define stage, we've also included the why tool to identify the root cause. Can you see that? Yeah? Does anyone know how the why tool works? No? Okay. It's actually used in design thinking as well. It's a mechanism called the 5 whys. You look at a problem, ask why, look at the solution, ask a why related to the solution. The point being that if you ask the question 5 times, you'll reach to the root cause of the solution. Okay? Can 2 people carry out a role-playing exercise here and do a why for me? Why are you all so scared? No, I was there at one point of time, that side of the table. But I was never this scared, yeah. I'd usually be the first one to come up on stage and make a fool out of myself. No? Okay, we could do it for 2 sides of the room. Someone give me an issue. It doesn't have to be an urban issue. Okay, I'm going to assume that municipal service delivery, urban development is not your area. Pick an issue that resonates with you. No. Unemployment is the issue. Okay? Okay. Who's going to ask the first why question? Trust me, if you can solve that in 5 whys. No, ask a more fundamental question. No? Okay. I'm going to ask you to go back and read the why system, because that is how you're going to reach any problem's root cause. Life may be. Okay? It really helps. When you've done the whole root cause resolution, you can reach what is known as a leverage point. A leverage point is when you find one area. If you change that area, it changes the entire system. So we incorporated leverage points in the ideate stage and then moved on to prototyping and piloting. That's where the fellowship ends. So what I'm going to do right now is show you one project that we use this methodology with. I'm simply going to walk you through the project, and it's just 4 steps, because the 12 months is not enough to innovate anything. We just got to testing and piloting, and that's where the fellowship ends. So it'll help you understand how innovation works within the government and how there are tangible products that come out of it. The first stage that we did is called the empathize stage. I told, one second. Yeah. So the tool that I'm going to tell you about is called Activate. What the fellows had done is that they developed a crowdsourcing and crowdfunding tool to design projects in underutilized public spaces. What is an underutilized public space? Like the gully behind your house, the space under a flyover, an Anganwadi that's unused, or a dhalan that has been cleaned out. So as a citizen, you might have ideas ki yahan pe ye kar sakte hain. But who do you tell? Right? We digitized that process. The fellows created a plugin and it went into Indore Smart City's already existing app called 311. So if you're a registered citizen on that app, you can actively participate in deciding with the city what can be done with certain identified underutilized plots. This is a result of the empathize stage. Now, if you look at Indore, you'll see that while there was a lot of health, safety and security and recreation are all weaknesses, okay? But it has an opportunity and environment, and there are multiple gardens all over Indore. So, which means that if you address the public spaces issue, you will also be able to address the recreation and the health and safety and security issues, at least in those plots of land. Okay, so this was the finding of the empathize activity. It was a 3-month-long due diligence exercise. All 100 smart cities were studied. This is an example of how Indore was studied. At the define stage, what the fellows did is they went and spoke to all the possible citizens. They spoke to, so they carried out a random sampling. Do you understand random sampling? It's when you just pick up people and talk to them. So there was an online form. They circulated the form, the Google form online, and this is a result of those findings. They spoke to the smart city CEO. They spoke to all the parastatal agencies, and from that they established the willingness to carry out this particular exercise. This helped them define their problem statement. So you can't innovate for the entire world. You have to scale back, right? They decided that their underutilized public spaces will have only 5 areas, which is, you know, old gardens, areas under flyovers. So this helped them define their problem statement. Do you guys know the feedback loop in design thinking? When does the feedback loop come in? According to theory, when does the feedback loop come in design thinking? Yes, during the testing phase. When you innovate within the government, you can't do that. Your feedback loop comes in from the ideate stage as well. Right from the ideate stage. Why? Because you're ideating with the government. So these are 2 challenges that I have identified. The first is the fellows wanted to create an online gateway. They wanted to create an app. The smart city CEO was offline karo, form bharwao. So then they had to go back to the drawing board. So the feedback loop was, you have to create a system where we can document citizen data. So then they had to go back and they said, okay, we'll let you raise funding through 2 options instead of asking you for money. Okay, so their problem statement changed. Incorporation of feedback loop started right from ideate. The second one was the fellows, after doing all their due diligence or the defining of the problem statement, all their ideation and then going to the smart city, they had thought, acha theek hai, we'll go and make an app. The smart city CEO said, no, we already have a website. Let people come onto the website and tell us what they want in these underutilized spaces. Now the problem with this is, if let's just say you're at a red light and you see an underutilized public space. So you see a flyover that needs, that can be incorporated. How do you take out your laptop and stand there and then open the website and do it? So they basically said that we want our app to take GPS coordinates, right? And the CEO was not willing to accept it. Back to the drawing board. Here they again incorporated the feedback loop, and then what was the result? The result was, we'll create a dashboard for you that will link with the website, and we'll create an app for ourselves. So pehle they decided, okay, just an app. Now they have to create an app and a dashboard, and both of them have to link with the city's website. So problem statement and the product, both of it changed. Okay? I don't need water. Yeah, it's the last. Okay, so this is what the final product looked like. If you open the Indore 311 app, the Activate Public Spaces highlighted in red is the plugin. You can go and identify a project. Can you see the identify on the third image? It lets you upload images on your own. So if you as a citizen have identified an underutilized public space, you can upload it, or you can go to projects. I'm sorry, can you hear? Yeah. You can go to projects. There are multiple projects other people have put up. You can vote on them, or you can choose to contribute to them. Yeah, it's live. This particular plugin has more than 6 lakh users right now. Okay, so in case you're voting on a particular project, the plugin also lets you decide what sort of activity should take place. So you can decide whether there should be an Anganwadi there, you can decide whether it should be some place that should have a theatre or an open air theatre, anything of that sort. And it also lets you decide, do you want benches over there, do you want sandboxes over there, do you want swings for kids? It lets you take all of those decisions. In the back end, there is a system that collates all of this on an Excel file. So as a citizen, you're doing all of this on an app, the dashboard is collecting all of this on Excel, your administrator downloads all of this, takes a vote, and then takes it to the municipal authority, ki, okay, let's do this. You can see there is a project called Undeveloped Gardens that it's showing how ongoing programs are. And in case you're the sort of citizen who wants to contribute, the dashboard on the citizen website also lets you excuse me, support the project either through financial means, which means you can give money to the municipal authorities, or non-financial means, which means you can dedicate a park bench, you can create a statue and dedicate that, you can give plans. And that's it. And so the reason that I'm telling you all of this is that after the fellowship, some of our fellows have gone on to work with the government. We have a fellow who's cleared the UPSC. One of our fellows became the first Chief Innovation Officer of Chennai. And a lot of the fellows continue to work with the ministry and with the National Institute of Urban Affairs. So there is value to innovating within the government. This is the end of my presentation, but the only thing that I want to tell you is that while all of this looks really fancy, working with the government requires a lot of patience. I've been working with the National Institute of Urban Affairs and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs for 4 years, and I still run out of patience. So what I'm going to encourage you to do is to create the will to contribute, because when you innovate with the government, you're directly contributing to the nation. But when you come, please come with a jhola bhar of patience. Okay, that's about it. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your insights on innovation with us and making us aware about the power of youth-based innovation. As Albert Einstein said, you can't solve a problem on the same level that it was created. You have to rise above it to the next level. And for us to be the problem solvers of 21st century, innovation plays a pivot role. And ma'am, you are a pioneer of it. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. Now I'd like to call Ms. Manjula Srinivas to please facilitate the guest. Ma'am, please. Ma'am, you are young by heart and by looks too. Thank you, ma'am. Now let me introduce to you all Ms. Kanika Vas, co-founder Cosic International Cosmetic and participant of Shark Tank India Season 1. She's an alumni of... definitely, ma'am. She's an alumni of Delhi University and has several years of experience in management, operations and IT industry. She has received a huge funding of around rupees 50 lakh from Shark Tech India. Ma'am, please share your experience with us.
Hi guys. Hi guys. Thank you. Hi, I'm Kanaka. I am co-founder of Cost IQ. I've got a little presentation for you guys, but I would want the session to be a little interactive, right? You can ask me anything, and by anything I mean anything work related, right? My company related, startup related, and a little bit of personal questions here and there might work as well, right? You have a cat. Okay, so guys, see, you know what, everybody says that, okay, you should do what you want to do, you should, and right now, because of Shark Tank, the wave is this such that you go ahead and start your own startup. Everybody is saying that, yaar, hame startup karna hai. This one? Okay. That, we want to own our own startup. Yaar, tu itna acha hai, ye kar le, right? Do you come across these things? Any of you? Right? It's very general these days, right? So we come across these things that people say कि हाँ, मेरे को अपना startup करना है. But guys, trust you me, it's not easy. Right? It may sound easy, but it is not easy. I'm not here to demotivate you, but I'm here to tell you the facts. I won't show you the rosy picture and everything. वो बहुत लोग करते हैं. I don't believe in that personally. So, as the presentation says, the cat has 9 lives. Just to go ahead and decide upon the MVP, I'm pretty sure her 9 lives would be over. And she will not be able to decide on what my MVP should be. What is an MVP, guys? Minimal viable product, right? तो अपनी 9 lives पूरी करने से पहले she'll be dead. And उससे MVP पूरा नहीं हो पाएगा. Right? So, as I mentioned, starting up is hard. Do not let anybody tell you otherwise. You do it if you really want to do it. If you have a passion about it. If you are motivated to do it. Anything. It might be like, whatever idea you might have at night, you want to do it in the morning and you want to be a part of it, you want to make it your journey, you go ahead and do it. But until and unless you're not finding that motivation to wake up and go to your office or, whatever place you want to get ahead and continue with it, do not do it. If you're not passionate about it, you won't be able to do it, guys. एक दिन करोगे, 2 दिन करोगे, तीसरे दिन थक जाओगे, and then the laziness will be around you. It has happened with me in my job, right? So initially I would be very excited about the job. I'll go 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, then I'll get bored. But then Cost IQ has actually given me something that I really believe in, and I really want to do it. It is something which motivates me to wake up and go to the office every morning. It is something which has given me a way, or something that everybody wants that they can call their own. That is my own. And I'm proud to say that, Cost IQ is indeed my baby. So again, in the beginning, we all wanted to identify a problem, because in startup, you identify a problem, you solve it, you provide a solution, then you go ahead and get everything done. You go ahead and get the things out of your way, or you want them to eliminate the problems and everything, finding gaps, eliminating problems, coming out with the products or services, not only products, services, or apps, or maybe n number of things or n number of ways that you guys want to go about it. Again, like we say, कि नींबू खाने के लिए होता है, मुंह पे लगाने के लिए नहीं होता. So we don't believe in natural, organic, ये सब बातें. We are science backed. We have transparent labels. I'm not here to say that you guys go ahead and buy Course IQ. No, I am here to tell you what I believe in, how my journey has been, and what we actually do. So we are science backed. Every product, every ingredient in our product is science backed, clinically proven and tested. We have transparent labels. We are very clear with people that whatever we are adding in our products, that is what we are claiming, and we are mentioning it on our labels itself. So if you see our packaging, it will clearly state, okay, 23% of vitamin C, 10% of vitamin C, 8% of niacinamide, whatever. How many of you do skincare? I love you guys. Huh? जितने भी लड़कों ने हाथ उठाया है, trust me guys, it's very nice to see that you guys do skincare. And it's sad कि यहाँ पे लड़कियों ने ज़्यादा हाथ नहीं उठाया. Because everywhere I go, I've been to IIT, I've been to DTU, mostly girls raise their hands. यहाँ पे majority 4 लड़कों ने हाथ उठाया है. Right? You also do it? See, anything that you're doing to protect your skin is skincare. It depends. Everybody has a different skincare regime. And if being a guy, he's also accepting it that he puts lotion on his face, guts lagte hain. Like, our society is as such. Right? So, when you go ahead and you want to create that MVP, you actually think about it कि मुझे दुनिया का सबसे बढ़िया प्रोडक्ट बनाना है. मुझे अपने प्रोडक्ट में 4 चांद लगाने हैं. I want to be the best, whatever I do. But at the place that I come from, I did not have an access to an R&D lab. Right? I am not a dermatologist. I haven't done anything related to science. I have never done anything. But still, I wanted to go ahead and create a scientifically backed skincare. I just have a 2 years experience in a production unit, a manufacturing unit of skincare, wherein I worked for good brands, and Beardo, Greenberry, Mama Earth being few of them. So that is how, I actually got an idea of starting Course IQ, because whatever people are mentioning on their labels, because there are other labels also that are manufactured at the third-party manufacturing. So many people write anything and everything on their labels. Like you would see on Amazon only, like 80% vitamin C serum, right? 80% vitamin C serum, 90% vitamin C serum. So you've got 90% vitamin C present in that very 30 ml bottle. But people don't know this because, if you put 90%, 80%, 70% of vitamin C on your face, your skin will burn. Right? So, because there is only a level of vitamin C that your skin can, absorb. So it will burn. So there was gap in the market that people were writing anything and everything. They were writing anything on their labels. So for me, it was like people are getting robbed off. So this thing came in my mind. I discussed it with my manufacturer as well. And this is what I believe in. They say shaadi se pehle, you need someone to be there, right? And because of our Indian society, our society is as such that if you have got a kid, uske papa hone zaruri hai, right? So, but this is not why I married Angad. Huh? The idea came in after I married him. So, I went to him as well because now he was the one who actually introduced me to the skincare manufacturer wherein I worked. And what we did is, like, we went, I discussed it with him. He was also very eager because as COVID hit everybody, it hit us as well. So he was also, like, on it, onboarded. So he came on board. We went to discuss it with our manufacturer. So that is how we raised very first round of our funding, right? We did not have money to start anything. And that is where, because we convinced him, so he gave us a good credit line, an initial investment to start off with. So that is how Cost IQ was born. And then, obviously, everybody's seen us. How many of you did not know about me being on Shark Tank? I don't care about anyone else. Right? Logo ne ye bhi bola, like, we should have taken Ashneer's offer. Because the offer that we got was Anupam and Vinita coming in for 25% for 50 lakhs. Then Ashneer gave us an offer of 75 lakhs for 25%. But there were people who said, Abbe moti, uske 75 lakh le leti. Right? I was like, kya farak padta hai? But then there are certain things that you actually need to take care about while taking funding from anyone and everyone. First thing is, investors aapke liye kaam nahi karte. Right? What they bring on table is their, और ये expertise कुछ नहीं लाते वो, ठीक है? ये सब दोगलापन है. Right? So, they don't bring you expertise. They bring you the network and the kind of network that you want to go ahead with. It all depends upon that. कभी-कभार funding लेने के time पे ये भी होता है कि, like, it was said to me that, I look cute. ठीक है? No offense, no obsession. Right? So Shark Tank में क्या होता है? जाने से पहले ना, you've got 3 days wherein you prepare. You prepare for it. They give you people who help you prepare. Because initially it was season 1, nobody know what's going to happen. Season 2 वालों के पास इस बारी बहुत ज़्यादा ना edge था. They knew who were there. उनको पता था कि कौन है, concept क्या है, क्या रखेंगे. Because US Shark Tank is completely different. वो Indianized नहीं हुआ हुआ ना. सास बहू नहीं है वहाँ पे. So they don't know what happened. They don't know what's going to happen and everything. So we went there, we practiced, and we did not know कि, like, क्या होगा अंदर actually में. So I was, like, I was a little demotivated. क्योंकि उस टाइम पे मुझे लग रहा था कि यार हम क्यों ही आ गए हैं यहाँ पे, 4-4.5 महीने पुरानी कंपनी है, क्या ही मिलेगा? What will we get? Probably मजाक ही उड़ेगा हमारा. तो this guy came up to me. He was like, अबे तू पागल है? मैंने कहा क्या हो गया? So he was like, probably investors को ना शक्ल भी पसंद आ जाए तो वो पैसे दे देते हैं. Right? So ये होता है. I have seen this happen. नहीं, not on Shark Tank, but there are a couple of people I know. Right? So, and guys, Shark Tank is not a place where you go and take investment. It's actually the marketing that you get. Right? We were in a position that we wanted their money as well. We wanted them on board as well. So it actually depends upon what you actually want. कुछ भी हो सकता है. Right? Probably मेरी इतनी ऐसी तैसी हुई पड़ी है कि, like, मुझे कोई 5% भी like ले 2 रुपए देगा, I'll take it. So it depends upon person to person. It depends upon your situation as well. Okay, like, where do you want to take it? What do you actually want to do about it? How do you want to take advantage of your investors? Because investors आपके पास नहीं आते कि कोई काम है तो बता दो. So you need to go and you need to ask for help. And one thing that I have learned in my journey is ask. हम लोगों के साथ problem ये है that we don't ask for help. क्यों? क्योंकि हमारी नाक नीची हो जाती है. Let's be honest about it. Right? कभी-कभार हम चौड़ में अपने मम्मी पापा से ही नहीं बोलते कि प्लीज ये करवा दो. And at the end हम जाते उन्हीं के पास हैं. Right? होता है सबके साथ. So see, this happens. One thing this is the foremost lesson that I've learned. Ask. एक बारी मना करेगा, दोबारा मना करेगा, 3 बारी मना करेगा. But there would be a point in time wherein that same person will go ahead and help you out because you are asking again and again. और कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा what you'll get a no. And that's okay. Next time. Before getting into Shark Tank, we actually started looking for funding initially itself. So we went here and there. We've heard no, but that does not mean we stopped asking. Maybe not the same VC, different ones, right? So, but then this happens. They'll also tell you that, okay, hit this mark and then come back to us, we'll talk about it. So that's okay. There might be, n number of things that you'll have to put a check mark to. But tech में मिलती है funding product से पहले, revenue से पहले. सिर्फ tech में मिलती है. And then, when the money comes in, or when you've got money, there is responsibility. When you've got a little bit of money, there's a lot of responsibility. Because we've got to spend it cautiously. Then, this is what Angad says. I don't say this thing. That because he's being a Punjabi, so he's like Sawa lakh se ek ladawa, ta Guru Gobind Singh naam dhirawa. So this is what he says. कि भाई के पैसे नहीं हैं, उसके बाद भी करके दिखाऊंगा तो ज्यादा मजा आएगा. This is my take. ऑफिस जाऊं या घर, नाश्ता बनाऊं या लंच पैक करूं, right? होता है. You married, right? Happens. So when you're married, क्या करूं? Like people say that, what are you doing? Sit back at home. Hota hai. It's normal Indian society, and I don't give a shit about it. And you should also not give 2 shits about it. Sorry, word नहीं बोला जा रहा. But समझ गए होगे, So this happens that, what am I doing with my life? I don't have money, where to get it, how to get the work done. But trust me, when you want it, you get it. Or manifest it. मिल जाएगा कहीं ना कहीं से, right? So this happens. But then, when there are n number of struggles every day, n number you got to get up, got to go to work, home, office, everything. Because I stay in a joint family. So my mother-in-law stays with me. तुम में से किसी की नहीं होगी अभी? अच्छा. मैंने कहा भाई उम्र क्या है? क्या? Where? अच्छा, बेचारा. नहीं, एक सेकेंड, सॉरी, I got it wrong. लड़की का है. So that's a बिचारी, right? ये ओवर होने के बाद वो तुम सबको बताएगी. Be ready. So after all this struggle, after everything, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, husband, everything. So when someone says that, okay, what, I love your product. So that is when, whenever you're down, it's like, yeah, I did it, right? And for me, actually the kicks comes from when someone review our product. Right now as well, if you'll go ahead and see our reviews, we've got over 1,000 reviews. ज़्यादा नहीं है क्योंकि हम पैसे देके reviews नहीं लेते. So we've got good amount of reviews because we don't spend. I'm a little miser. I would rather spend on my shoes than on reviews, right? So, no, this actually happens. If you're buying reviews and everything, people will get to know, what other brands are doing, right? Whether they have been on Shark Tank or not, whether they have been around for a couple of years. And people say this thing that, okay, पता चलता है कि पैसे दे के reviews खरीदे हैं. So that is what we don't believe in. So this is the very important factor wherein everything is zeroed upon, right? That is, your customers should trust your products. People trust our product because now when on day-by-day basis, when we are growing, there are more and more people adding to the family. So they are using our products, they trust our products, that okay, like, whatever we are claiming, we are doing it. So your CXO should trust your vision. Your employees should trust that they're gonna rise with you, or they'll be monetarily and career-wise, they'll grow with you. Your vendor should know that, should trust you that, you should be paying them on time, because that is most important thing. Because raw materials वगैरह रह गए, तो your products would not be there in the market. Then, obviously, your investors should trust you that you will make them money, right? That is why investor comes in, because they want your valuation to go up and multiply their money. And then, obviously, तुम लोगों को मेरी बॉडी लैंग्वेज से तो पता चल ही गया होगा कि अपने पे इतना तो कॉन्फिडेंस है कि कुछ तो फोड़ेंगे, राइट? जब तक ये वाला कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आता ना, कुछ आई वुड से यू शुड नॉट इवन स्टार्ट डूइंग योर होमवर्क्स, क्योंकि वो ऐसे ही रह जाते हैं, फिर वो ग्रेड्स ऐसे ही मिलते हैं, फिर हम टीचर को गाली देते हैं फिर, राइट? दैट इज व्हाट वी डू. वो देखो दोनों एक दूसरे को देख रहे हैं, हम भी दे रहे थे अभी थोड़ी देर पहले. So at CosIQ, we make skincare intelligent. Why skincare intelligent? Because we say, we are not cosmetics. Guys, skincare is not cosmetics, right? But mostly every one of us confuse it with cosmetics. Cosmetics आपके color cosmetics होते हैं. Lipstick, nail polish, वही सब जिनमें से अजीब अजीब सी खुशबुएं आती हैं. That is called cosmetics. So we make cosmetics intelligent because our skincare will actually take care of your skin. So this is how our brand positioning goes. We call ourselves a no-nonsense and just good skin brand, wherein we are scientifically backed. We have smart formulation. We are not copying any international brand, right? Because there are a number of brands, you would see that they are copying all the international brands. But we at CosIQ are not copying any international brands. We may be on the same lines, right? But we are not copying any of the formulations. All the formulations that you would see are in-house. We've done our own R&D. Like, our hero product is sunscreen serum. So our sunscreen comes in serum form. It's very light on skin. And once you apply it, it does not get absorbed. Because sunscreen should not absorb by the skin, so it doesn't get absorbed. It vanishes within seconds, and there would be no white cast. So sunscreen का सबसे बड़ा problem यही था that no white cast था. So we are the very first ones to do it in India, and also we are the only brand doing just a 2-ingredient vitamin C serum. So our vitamin C serum actually comes with just 2 ingredients, that is vitamin C and the carrier that should be there. Right? And we are the very first ones to do it. Then obviously, formulas are effective. We've got transparent labels. We write what we put. We write what we claim. So the trust and everything of the customers. Our packaging, like, you might have seen us. This is our packaging. So our packaging is very clear. Everything is mentioned on the label. Then obviously we are affordable because we are providing you with the international level quality products at Indian prices. So the ingredients that we source, they come from Germany, they come from Korea, they come from Japan, and all over the world we pick and choose best ingredients for our product. So that is why we are there, and that is what we do, I'm sorry. Then, obviously, we are present at all major marketplaces. We have our own website. That is how we are doing the sales. We are mainly dependent upon customer reviews. because we are not a spendthrift in performance marketing wala thing. Like, everybody is doing it. We've started it, but we are not bombarding everyone with the ads and everything, because we want to be a pull brand. We do not want a push brand, because push brand mein kya hota hai? Like, once you'll push people to go ahead and buy your product, second time they're not going to come in because product bekar hai. But what we want is, we want to give people the information. We want to be the knowledge-based brand. So we want to impart the knowledge, and we want to tell people, okay, this is how you do it, this is when you should apply this serum, this is when you should include it in your regime. So we want to give all that information to people. And obviously the, why, when and how regarding skincare and product usage. So that is what we want to do. And for that, we are building a platform. What we are doing it, if you see our bottle, so it has a unique code mentioned on our bottles. So every bottle has a different code. Sunscreen की 100 bottles हैं, तो उन 100 पे different है. हर चीज पे different code है. So what will happen is, we are building this platform wherein you can come, you can get registered, you put in that code, we'll get to know what product you've bought, what is the expiry of the bottle, what is the batch of the bottle. So we'll get to know all the information about it. And then we'll send you information on how to use the product. So that we just don't sell the product to you and say, okay, tata, bye-bye. But we want to be a part of your skincare journey. So this is what we're doing. We are working on building this community, so that आजकल community भी ज़्यादा हो रहा है, right? बस वही है, वो बोलते हैं, वो एक group बना देते हैं, and then okay, tata, bye-bye हो जाता है. But then we want to be the part of the skincare journey. And with this, we will be able to send you the notifications. We will be able to send you the information, or something new if it's coming up, if, like, you've opened a bottle. And normally what happens is, there's thing called expiry date, or best before used. So what happens is, on the bottle, it's always written 2 to 3 years, 24 months, 36 months. But ये जो knowledge की इतनी कमी है ना, the moment you open the bottle, so that expiry comes to 6 months. 6 months में your products expire. So there are very few people who knows it. What 24 months, 36 months तब तक ही रहती है, sorry. 24 months, 36 months तब तक ही रहती है जब तक वो bottle बंद है, right? But then again, we've come up to a new solution over here. हमारी bottle की expiry 6 महीने में खत्म नहीं होती, वो थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा खिंच जाती है, because we have the airless bottles. So the serums and everything does not come in contact with the air. Right? Because आपने देखा होगा vitamin C orange हो जाता है, right? So it won't get oxidized. देखा है ना? Oxidation normal, because you're not into skincare. So if you'll go on our page, we've got about 38,000 followers. Again, 1,000 plus reviews, and like, as I told you guys, that we are dependent upon customers' love. Every company, I think, every product company should depend upon customers' love. Because again, when you are a pull brand, you will sustain very easily, right? This is our online presence. We are present everywhere, guys. This is थोड़ी सी पुरानी है, हम cred पे already हैं, right? And Farmeasy पे भी है, so थोड़ी सी पुरानी है, right? Okay, guys, I'm open to questions if you have any. So I mentioned all our ingredients are tested. So now we source our ingredients from like BASF, then we got someone in Japan, BioNest and everything. So what they do is, their ingredients are scientifically backed. So we have the reports. Whatever ingredients we choose to add, we first take their reports, and then when we make the product, we send it back, we get it tested again. It's like our sunscreen. बहुत हंगामा हुआ था हमारे sunscreen पे पीछे, that we are not showing the test results, right? So we were showing the test results. The only problem was we were showing the ingredients वाले पहले, right? Because वहाँ से आ नहीं रहा था. But then we've this thing, given it in the public as well.
Sure.
That our SPF 30 actually gives the protection of SPF 50, and as our SPF 50 actually gives protection of SPF 60. So all those certificates we have in place. Labs. They are government approved labs and everything. So their labs are there. And we don't pay for that as well. Any other question, guys? Or I was very good कि तुम्हें सब समझ आ गया है? See, we are an online brand. There's no testing in online brands, right? But what we do is, once we send it to influencers, we do the influencer marketing wala thing. But what we do is, again, there we do barter. We do not go ahead and pay the influencers again. What we do is, even if you are an influencer, you will go to our page, you'll get a message which will say, okay, you know what? We'll send you the product. If you like it, please share your reviews. If you don't like it, please come back to us and tell us what's the issue, we'll solve it. Initially, our Instagram was handled by me and Angad only. Still, we go on Instagram and talk with people to get a hang of it, that what is exactly happened. You need to be, see, no matter how you're so that is how people get happy when they get to know that, no, okay, I'm talking to them or Angad is talking to them. So they, they tend to know that, okay, we are also into it. And we are giving our attention to the company, to the people, to the product, and we are making products which are actually, good for skin. Guys, how many of you know Emily in Paris? So you will be getting a good news from me very soon if you follow us. Right? Yes. No more questions? All cool? Achha, you have a question?
You said you had no experience in R&D as such. Let's say you didn't have that experience in science also. But how did you get that team that trusted in your vision, and how difficult was that?
Bro, dhanda. I'm a business person. I've always been a business person. Right? No matter if I was in job and all. So, R&D you talked about, right? So, I don't have access to the R&D myself. But then, I am vertically aligned with my manufacturer, right? So I'm vertically aligned with my manufacturer, so he gives us access to that R&D lab. So we've used their resources, right, which minimize my cost, right? So my cost is minimized because I'm using someone else's facility, I'm using someone else's people to work for me. The idea is mine. His? So I'm giving him orders, no? He's manufacturing my product, right? So I'm giving him the formulations and everything, and he's manufacturing it. And what we've done is we've amalgamated him in our company, so he's an investor as well. So now it's his company, so he'll work for it, So that's how I played. I'm not I am a business person. I know how to take work out of people. I know how to manage people. I know how to go ahead and do it. And I know how to sell a product. So I've worked with those telesales executives, I've worked that way.
So they are also following the same thing, the packaging, by mentioning all the details, what are the ingredients.
Minimalist is a very good brand, right? I would not say it. Trust me, it should not be on the record. But Minimalist is doing a wonderful job. He's opened the gates for these kind of companies in the market, and they are doing an amazing job. Minimalist is a company which actually they've crossed 100 crore mark within 9 months. So they're doing really well. right? We are different from minimalists. As I mentioned, we are not copying any brand, right? We have our own, formulations. So our formulations are own, everything is our own, and we are not pushing anyone. Minimalist के products भी अच्छे हैं. पैसे. Okay, see what happens is nowadays youth like you, they are getting into reading labels. Okay, people are reading labels now. People are, जो ये छोटे-छोटे brands वगैरह आ रहे हैं ना, you will see them. They'll vanish within. Good Vibes आया था नायका का, right? 200 rupees के vitamin C serum. How long did they sustain? Right? So what happens is, you will get people who will buy your product. You will get people like, but then you will get people who will buy your product twice as well. But they'll not come to you the third time just because whatever product you're selling to them is not giving them results. Skincare ke andar, now people are reading labels. They want to know whatever is there in the product, what they are putting on their skin. They are reading about it. So that is the thing which is there now. पहले नहीं थी. अभी Johnson and Johnson का आया था that they were comedogenic, right? They are using comedogenic ingredients. So that is once you read our labels, you'll know that we are non-comedogenic, sulfate-free, paraben-free, SLS-free, everything free, right? So this is there, and that is why we are a bit on a higher side. There is things that we are a little on a higher side because the bottles that we use, the ingredients that we use, they are not very readily available as well. So because of our manufacturer, we have access to it. And the kind of quality products that we are providing, we know, see, I'm not doing profits as of now, right? I'm sustaining, I'm on break even, and I'm sustaining. We are going a little slow as well, so that the burn rate is not high, and we are able to have a runway of a longer period of time. So that is our strategy. We want to be a little slow. We don't want, this happens and then everything crashes. So because we will not be able, right now, we will be able to go ahead and maintain the quality. But we don't want to do it right now because we want to manufacture in small batches so that we can maintain the quality. Right? And once you maintain the quality, people know that you're doing the right thing. People know that the products that you are providing to them is of a better quality. You'll have a loyal customer. And that is when you make profits. So our return rate right now is 30%, right? Which is a good initial company ke liye. It should be about 40-45%. But right now our return rate is about 30%, which is a good rate of return. कर लो. Do it. See, whatever products we make, they need to be stabilized. Right? It will be 2 years we are in the market. Nobody is able to crack the formula of 23% vitamin C and 8% vitamin C with just 2 ingredients. So stabilizing चाहिए होती है, सब कुछ चाहिए होता है. So that depends upon how good you are as well and what you want to make of it. So stabilizing agents and expertise चाहिए होती है manufacturer की. But because our manufacturer is also involved with us now, he won't do it for others. Right? So ये है. Formulation तो कोई भी copy कर सकता है, it doesn't matter. कर लो. क्या कर लेंगे? Because the costing that they'll get will be really high. Because the kind of ingredients that we are using, we are very clear about it. जो हम बोल रहे हैं, हम डाल रहे हैं. So the costing that will come will be very high, but the costing that is coming for us is comparatively low because we have direct access. उनके पास भी डायरेक्ट एक्सेस हो सकता है, बट देन उनको दे वुड नॉट नो ना कि ये चीज़ कहाँ से आई, ये कौन सा है, ये कौन सा है, ये कौन सा है. So it also depends upon the ingredients where you're taking it from. Any other questions? We're good. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Trust me, it was great coming in here, although the journey was long. But you've been really patient with me. और तुम मेरे jokes पे भी हंसे. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So now, since all of you are finally seated here today, I would like to say that we had a really nice experience here with all the guest speaker and lecturers coming in and sharing their experiences, talking about their life journey and giving us really some very valuable insights and helping us to maybe progress in life, making things a bit simpler. So talking about going ahead, here is a little mime performance by SOBD students. As someone has very rightly said, life is a cycle and mime is particularly suitable for showing fluidity, transformation, metamorphosis. Words can keep people apart, mime can be a bridge between them. So here we are presenting the first ever mime performance presented by students of SOBD for you all. I hope that you will enjoy them and I request the mime people to please come up on stage.
Check.
I would request everybody to please maintain silence in the hall.
All are requested, please be silent. SOBD students especially. We don't want to remind you again and again. And please be seated. Thank you.
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटी।
Case study competition in our design thinking festival, and I would say that the whole experience was really amazing also for us. First, I would like to say thank you to all the teams who came from Delhi, Gurgaon, and so many areas. I think they really did a great job, and all the teams who made it here, they were really amazing. We have also learned a lot from all those teams, and we were there with them throughout the whole day. So before we begin further, I would like to invite our panel of judges. First, Naveen Rao sir. Sir, could you please be here? Gitanjali Saxena ma'am. Nilima Rao ma'am. Chandan sir. And Vidyanand sir. So, So this case study is sponsored by Wheels Global Foundation by Mr. Yogesh Andle, who is also a brand member of Soil. So before we announce the winners, I know you all are waiting for it because the prize money is huge and I know you guys have really, made an effort. So before we announce the winner, I would like to call Bidyanand sir to share his experience, how was the teams and how was the participations, what were the expectations and how it went. So Bidyanand sir, over to you.
Give me that. Okay, first of all, good evening to all of you. And I would like to first invite another jury member. Sir, please come, sir. Varun, sir. Thank you, sir. So it was a slip of script that she forgot to mention his name. I would like to first congratulate all the teams who participated and the teams who took an effort to come here and participate in this competition of design thinking case competition. We were trying to contemplate about what kind of case we should keep in this event. And then we thought that it is important that as a part of Design Thinking Fest, we should have a case which is going to have a major societal impact as well as should have a concentration towards design element of implementation. And may I request you to please pay attention to 5 more minutes and then after you have a band party so we can enjoy there. So while we were trying to understand this, we thought let us try and figure out what is the most crucial aspects of the design thinking problem which is right now society is facing. And we understood that one of the problem which is coming up, actually it is already there, but in general we are, as a student we may not be too aware about it, is about water crisis. And then the case was actually designed based on managing the water crisis. We had good number of teams who participated. Then we had one round of screening through the quiz. And then the shortlisted team were called to the campus for the final presentation. And to make it little more challenging, we decided that we will give the case to the team when they arrive to the campus. Actually, we tested their patience by giving them only 1.5 hours to solve a bigger problem of water crisis, which can take 3 days of brainstorming to reach out to what exactly is the consumer orientation. But we wanted to test, and in order to bring the uniformity to all teams were given the common place and 1.5 hour each. So this has not resulted into kind of bias in the judgment. However, we also wanted to test whether in 1.5 hour as a student of design, can they come up with something which is not thought of till now as a solution. So in order to give a structure to the assessment, and in order to make the case little more complicated, we gave the instruction to the teams that there are 3 personas which are given in the exhibits, and we left it to the team to consider all 3 personas to come out to the solutions. And that was because these 3 personas defines 3 different strata of society, and they are very different in terms of demography and need of the water. So the teams might have faced first challenge about which persona to first consider as a part of the solution, and then they might have got confused completely about should we consider all 3, and those who consider all 3 might have got confused little further in understanding when they came to implementation phase about how to implement a similar kind of problem or solution to different strata which has different kinds of needs and problems. And therefore, in 1.5 hours, if you have gone through such kind of challenging assignment, you deserve a round of compliment. So I would request all of you to please clap for them. Second is about the structure of assessment. So we gave you 6 pointers on which you will be assessed, which is kind of structured like you have to identify the problem issues, and then you have to define the problem, develop the alternatives, assess them properly, and then give an implementation plan. And when you talk about implementation plan, that was a huge task, actually. And we gave weightages to each of the parameter, and then we thought, should we have judges who were part of design of the case, because they are the one who has designed the case, so they will know how to approach the case. So we had Gitanjali madam who designed the case, and she became one part of the judge, and she was kind enough to accept our request and judge the entire event. Then we had one expert from operations, Mr. Naveen, who has varied experiences of different industry. So we thought when it will come to implementation plan, he will be the right person to judge whether you are going right in terms of implementation. Then we have an expert from design thinking. So he has worked on different concepts of design. He has implemented certain projects. And then we thought we should also add one judge who will be kind of holistically looking at the presentation. So we had Chandan there. So all these together formed an unbiased and a very thoughtful process of judgment. All the participating team were asked to sit in 102 at one place, and they were not allowed to reveal their institute name for two purposes: that the team participating should not get biased or fearful about the name of the institute, and so the right kind of talent can come out. At the same time, the judges also shouldn't get biased by the name of the institute. Sometimes what happens is when you are judging and you say that I am from Stanford University, so for 1 minute, like your mind says, okay, he's from Stanford, so your expectation of the quality of work goes up. And these are things which can become one kind of bias in the judgment. And therefore, neither the judges were knowing which institute you are coming from, nor the participating team were knowing, unless you have secretly told them. So we tried to make it as fair as possible. Now I would like to introduce the teams and the members of the team. If they are there, they can just stand up at their place so that we can congratulate them for participation. We have team checkmates: Rishabh Sharma, Adim, Gitanjali. So checkmates belongs to IMI Delhi. Thank you for coming. Then we have brainstormers. We have Astha, Anurag, Satvik, Muskan. So thank you for coming and joining us in the Design Fest. These guys are from 4 School of Management, New Delhi. Then we have erudites: Hemant, Vivek, Umti, Mukund. So we have basically 2 teams from IMI New Delhi. This is the second team. Thank you for coming and participating. Then we have team Phonics: Divyans, Vipin, Gautam, if they are there. So if they are not there, they are from Sri Ram College of Commerce, University of Delhi. Then we have W Consulting, Shashank and Aryaman. So thank you for joining us. They are from Sahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, University of Delhi. There we have aces: Garima, Disha and Milind. Are they there? So they participated from ISB. Then we have some of our own black horses. We have equilaterals, Neeraj, Sahil, Manvi, Deepmala. Together, stand up. Okay. So thank you for participating. Then Gasolina, Anubhuti, Nitin, Pritam, Subham. Yeah, thank you. Then Outliers 04, Shivani, Aditya, Rudra, Ruchita. So thank you for participating. And then we have Outliers, Pranjal, Sivam, Himanshu, Shruti. And looking at the entire process which we have gone through the whole day, now it's time that you should know who is the one who has come up in the list. And let me first announce the runner-up. Let's not keep more surprises because band is waiting outside. So, yeah. So, Hemant, Vivek, Omiti, Mukund. Just wait for 1 minute. From IMI New Delhi, they have scored runner-up position in today's event. And then the winner, Shashank Harman, W Consulting. So, just a minute. So now may I request Yogesh sir to please come on the stage and help us to give the awards. Don't worry.
ठीक है सर
Just announce it.
ठीक है
Quickly announce it.
So as you all know that this case study is sponsored by Wheels Global Foundation, and I would like to call our esteemed board member Mr. Yogesh Andle to handle the check to the winners, and all the judges. Please, I would request you all to handle the winners too. Now, I would also like to call Vidyanand sir to please join them and give them the check. Okay, so runner-ups of the case study competition are requested to be here. So I would like to... Okay, just wait for a while. So the runner-ups of the case study competition is Team Erudites. Please come on the stage. Now, last but not the least, I would like to announce the winners of the case study competition. W Consulting, please come here on the stage. Yes, sir. Sure. Sir, over.
Good evening. I think it's time that we just share a little bit about Wheels Global Foundation, what Wheels Global Foundation is. Set up by a group of IIT alumni from different IITs, and there's a story behind it. And the story is that we had created a group called Pan IIT Alumni, means alumni community of all the IITs to get together. And we started having a few conclaves, getting together, and we used to meet President Abdul Kalam very often during that period. And he gave us a lot of respect also, lot of hearing also. But one day he said that you guys have done good for yourself, and of course, in a way good for country also. But what have you done to solve the big problems of our country? The big problems of water, health, and in response to that
रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So
Wheels was
sweet.
set up in 2013, and though I'm not a founding member, but I have been associated with Wheels since then. I have been associated with Grow Talent right from its inception, in fact, with Anil. So this became a nice occasion today. Suddenly today morning when we got to know that there is a challenge on water, we said, can Wheels do something? And immediately, you won't believe, we means the team members from US, India, early morning we had quick conversations, chat messages going up and down, and we said, okay, let's sponsor at least a prize. And that's how this association happened. Thank you very much. And congratulations to all the winners once again.
So we also had a startup competition today in which various startups has participated and they have to pitch their idea And there were a panel of judges who decided that whose startup is best. So to announce the winners, I would like to call Manpreet ma'am.
Okay, so we had a startup challenge competition and we had 3 teams participating. One is external team and all the 3 teams were judged on the basis of their product viability, execution and financials. So we have first team which is named as Mutant AI and consisting of Abhay Mishra and Ujjwal Gupta. Can we have both of them? They are from Netaji Subhash Institute, and the second prize goes to Khush, which is a startup related to financial algorithm. So I request all both the winners to please come here and collect their prizes. So the first team, Abhay Mishra and Ujjwal. You can request Yogesh. Coming. Yeah, I request Yogesh sir to please join.
ERUDITH. सबके नाम लेने हैं अरे यार मेरे को पता थोड़ी है I am making notes. Okay, so in the end, I would like to call members of Student Council for all the efforts they have put in this Design Thinking Festival. Okay, so I would like to give certificates to all the members of Student Council. Now I would like Design Thinking Festival. I think they have really done a great job. So a big round of applause for them. Now, I would like to call Dr. Archana ma'am to give the vote of thanks.
A very good evening to all of you. I know all of you are waiting for that, band show which is waiting upstairs on the upper ground floor. Yes. All right. So, distinguished guest, judges, faculty, may I have your attention, please? All there, towards the end. Excuse me. Will you all please settle down quickly? Distinguished guest, judges, faculty colleague, staff members, participants from other B schools, our esteemed sponsors and my dear students. On behalf of SOIL SOBD, it's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the Gurgaon Design Festival 2023. None of this would have been possible without the unstinted support from our beloved founder, Mr. Anil Sachdev, who has mentored and guided us to make today happen. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Sahil Sachdev, President, SOBD, for his meticulous planning and direction. Sir has been a pillar of encouragement and insight, due to which today's event has turned out to be a great success. My heartfelt thanks to Dr. Vidya Iyer, Director, SOBD, for her constant support and motivation. At the outset, I express my sincere gratitude to all the eminent speakers of the sessions, workshop and jury of the case study competition and startup challenge for accepting our invitation and judging the event. Thanks again to the enthusiastic participation from various colleges. I thank all my faculty colleagues for their continuous support throughout the event. A big shout out to our generous sponsors, Max Life Insurance, Volvo Aisha Commercial Products, HDFC Credila, Engineers India Limited, Indian Oil Propel, and Earth Savior Foundations. Let me call this day off with a quick glimpses of this grand event since morning. We started the day with the chief guest, Mr. Sham Banerjee sir's address, followed by a wonderful session by our keynote speaker, Mr. Manish Vats, Program Director, Head, India Studio, IBM on Dimensions of Design. The session moved forward with an exemplary point of view by Mr. Dhruv Soni and Kanika Vats on what happened after Shark Tank. This was concluded with a 2 workshop on prototyping by Ms. Nancy Juneja and Ms. Nammalika Joradar, Head Innovation Unit at National Institute of Urban Affairs. Parallelly, we also had a case study competition and startup challenge. The case study competition has a cash prize, rupees 50,000, which was sponsored by the Wheels Foundations, Mr. Yogesh Andleji. He is also our co-founder and board member. Thank you, sir. My thanks to Mr. Jai Nimesh and his team for providing outstanding support at all the levels. I also thank Business Design Club and all the secretariat of the clubs and Student Council for the smooth coordination of the Design Fest. A huge round of applause for this Business Design Club and Student Council. Last but not least, my heartfelt thanks to my core team, Dr. Manjula Srinivas and Ms. Chevy, to make this event a successful show. Most importantly, I would like to thank to the audience for the patience listening throughout this event. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead. I would like to request Dwipanjali to take it ahead. Ms. Dwipanjali. So congratulations to all the winners and the students who participated. Thank you to all the audience for your patience and your support. I hope you enjoyed the sessions and took some valuable learnings out of them all. I now announce that we have a break of 10 minutes, after which I'll request you all to please assemble at the UG floor by 5. Guys, if you could please maintain silence for 5 minutes. So I request you all to break for the tea break, and then we can assemble in the UG floor where there are some cultural activities awaiting you. Thank you so much.
बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference. रोहित तुम बिजी हो?
हाँ थोड़ा।
You're always busy. हमारे लिए कुछ टाइम है या नहीं?
सैमी की फैंसी ड्रेस।
So sweet.
आज आप बस अपनों के साथ अपने कीमती पल एंजॉय कीजिए। आने वाले कल के कीमती पलों की गारंटी हमारी मैक्स लाइफ के सेविंग्स प्लान्स के गारंटीड रिटर्न्स के साथ।
मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
You are the difference.
कि वो केबल चाहिए ना इंटरनेट का। अर्चिता पीछे ले लो। यहाँ पे पहले सेटअप कहाँ पे लगाएंगे? वहाँ तक आएगी सिस्टम हेलो हेलो
तन्वी तन्वी डांस पे जा, रुद्र तबला बजा।
सुनो भैया, मैं यहाँ से तार लटका रहा हूँ, होली लैंड मेरे को ले जाता हूँ।
रुद्र सिंगर
हाँ थोड़ा
Excuse me, ma'am.
ये रखना
वाइड ही रखना है। हाँ? वाइड ही रखना है।
नहीं करना, मूवमेंट देना। वाइड जाना मैं आऊँगा
तो गाने वाले
All right, guys, are you having fun? So we have one more. Now, moving on, we have our own soils band. We have Rudra on tabla. On drums and clapbox, we have Tanvi. We have our showstopper guitarist, Yash Sahare. And on acoustic, we have And as for the vocals, we have Anubhuti, Satish, Ram, Aditi, Aryan, Rohit, Shaurya. Please have a big round of applause, guys!
Zoom out.
Check.
बस बात हो गई है।
कह रहा हूँ टाइम ओवर हो गया। किसी का
नहीं मैक्स 500
वहीं पे वहीं
दिख रहा आज पूरा आसमान है, तो चलिए देखते हैं लाई या क्या ये शाम है।
जिनका सुनना है वो सुन लेंगे, बना सकते हैं वो वहाँ है मिक्सर। अपना वो किधर लगाया हुआ है? हम कहाँ लगा रहे हैं? क्या अच्छा ऑडियो? हाँ मैं सोच रहा हूँ अगर ये कैमरा आगे जा सकता है। नहीं जा सकता, नहीं जा सकता, या तो हम जूम कर सकते हैं। उनके पास 10 मीटर का वायर है टोटल वायर नहीं आएगा, डबल जॉइंट मार देगा ना इसके पास है जॉइंट। हाँ ठीक है ठीक है, आपको पता है ठीक है हो जाएगा। मैं देखता हूँ कैमरा, जाओ जाओ जाओ। राउंड के लिए लेकिन 7 बजे का मैं टाइम बता देता हूँ, आप देख लीजिए। उससे ज़्यादा होगा तो आप बता दें।
जो भी अमाउंट होगा उसका 50%। हेलो यहाँ से पकड़ा दो यहाँ से। हाँ ये लाइव इनपुट किस में डालना है, 1 में 2 में? बोल देना।
Hey, hey, check on, check on.
Check, hey, sound check, hey, hey.
तो हो गया introducing to our guest present here today.
ये पांचों के नाम I would like to extend my gratitude.
हेलो
So I would like to put my vote of thanks, extend my vote of thanks to the judges present here today. Mr. Amit Kumar, publisher, La Fista magazine. Ms. Ruth Masse, Mr. Ashish Khurana, editor, La Fista magazine. So let me talk a little about La Fista magazine. La Fista is a renowned fashion, page 3 and celebrity magazine having pan-India circulation up to 20,000 copies B2B as well as magazine on issue.com. Few top personalities they featured like Shweta Tiwari, Ritu Beri, Reena Dhaka, Amrita Rao, Divyanka Tripathi, JJ Valaya, Renu Tandon and many more. The magazine has elite clientele from worldwide. Now my friend here, Manik, will talk about the other guests present.
Miss Ruth Masse is a renowned fashion model and worked with many top designers. She's one of the contestants on the reality show MTV Dating in the Dark and MTV Phone Swap. She has featured in several hit songs too and also get featured in La Fista recently. Now I'd like to call our judges to please say a few words about the fashion show and the contestant.
Where's that paper?
Paper is with her, no? You do. Okay. Okay, we have to announce.
Sir, you just can brief the students and you just can interact once and then announce the results.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you. Hello. Hope you all are having a great time. The guy before starting the show asked one question. मजा आ रहा है? नहीं आ रहा है. मजा चाहिए? Cool. Thank you so much and congratulations to the Soil Institute for having us. We La Fiesta is very great and glad to be collaborate with such a great event. I mean, this event is like arousing the confidence of the participants. Thank you. और अभी हम अनाउंस करेंगे बेस्ट स्टाइल और बेस्ट वर्क और बेस्ट कॉन्फिडेंस बॉयज़ एंड गर्ल्स सबका. So I request Ruth Masse to speak few words.
Thank you, Soil, for having me here. And you guys were amazing, amazing. And seriously, everybody is very entertaining. जो भी आप सबने plan किया, जैसे organize किया, it was wonderful, full of entertainment. And I would say, love you to every entertainer here. Mwah, to you. And so are you guys excited for the results for the fashion show? और ऐसे दिखाओ excitement. Yes. ठीक है. So now you are going to announce the चलो ठीक है. So we are going to announce the result for the boys.
Best style first.
Best style. Any guesses? फर्स्ट क्या दिखा? ठीक है, so I will call upon the guy for best style is Amrut. Welcome. अरे इधर आना अमृत.
इधर चश्मा उतार के इधर आने का. चश्मा उतार के इधर आने का. Good one. Thank you.
So second category is best style. ऋषिकेश जाना है? राफ्टिंग करने? Any guesses for the second title? अमृत तो हो गया ना एक.
Best styling girls.
नहीं नहीं बॉयज का कर रहे हैं पहले बॉयज का पहले बॉयज का.
ये बेस्ट स्टाइलिंग है तो था.
अरे बेस्ट कॉन्फिडेंस करो.
नहीं बॉयज का करो पहले सारा बॉयज का करो. बेस्ट वॉक for boys is Mr. Rahul. Personally I like him so much. Welcome. के साथ तो बनती है ना फोटो, है ना?
All the best, bro.
Thank you so much, man.
Lovely meeting.
Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
Which one? The next title is Best Confidence. Male. Guesses? ये ऋषिकेश कौन है पहले मुझे बताओ. अच्छा ओके ओके लेकिन सॉरी प्रखर प्रखर दो आप दो.
Yes, yes. क्या नाम है?
प्रखर.
प्रखर. Come in the center.
पिक्चर कौन क्लिक कर रहा है हमारी?
Where is the pictures clicker?
Is there, no?
Okay.
चलो. Now it's time for girls. Okay. So first title is Best Style. So I would welcome here Kashish. चलो गर्ल्स को तो अब आप दो.
Well deserving.
Very beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much. So now next title is for Best Walk Female. Guesses? अरे बहुत सारी गर्ल्स थी बताओ और नाम औरों का भी नाम लो. श्रेया आ जाइए यहाँ पर. So next title is Best Confidence Female.
खोलना से खोलना.
चलो एक बार और देखते हैं, एक बार लास्ट गेस्ट. चलो मल्लिका कहाँ पर है? मल्लिका कहाँ है? Welcome Mallika, this title is for you, babe. So you're sir's favorite. So thank you guys for having us here, and I hope to see you again super soon. Are you guys excited to meet me? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, please wait for the facilitation. Please. Felicitation. क्या नाम है दो गेस्ट का?
So, the guests present here today are Jia Gupta and Mr. Parvesh Goyal. Apart from that, I'd request the teachers present here today to kindly felicitate the guests present with us today. First and foremost, I'd like to request Mala ma'am to please come on the stage and felicitate our guests. Next, I'd like to request Manjula ma'am to please be here on stage for felicitation of the guests. और एक दिन नेक्स्ट अर्चना मैम। अर्चना मैम, अरे पांचों टीचर है, पांचों के साथ बात हो चुकी है। अरे इनसे करा दो, उनका ईगो हर्ट से करवा देना। सुन नहीं है मेरे पास टाइम, बैंड गुस्सा हो जाएगा मेरा। नहीं एकदम मेरे पास एकदम टाइम नहीं होगा, बैंड चिल्लाएगा। Thank you so much to all the judges and the guests of honor present here today. Now we have the Universal Music Band with us here today.
Sure.
Who'll put up a live show in front of all of us. I hope you all enjoy this.
Check, hey. ओके सो वेरी गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन, दिस साइड धीरज भंडारी। भाई मैं आप सबको देख रहा था, आप सभी बहुत अमेजिंग है। जो पहले बैंड परफॉर्म कर रहा था आप सभी, और उसके बाद जो वॉक हुआ है यहाँ पर, जो रैंप शो हुआ है यहाँ पर, एक बार अपने लिए तालियां बजा दो यार एवरीबॉडी, एक बार जोरदार तालियां। और हमारे यहाँ पे जजेस बैठे हैं, गेस्ट बैठे हैं, उनका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। और जितने भी हमारे दोस्त यहाँ पर हैं, जितने भी मेहमान यहाँ पर हैं, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत। Sing it, everybody. रामचंद्र यार गुलिया सुन लो, तू ही तो यार गुलिया, मुर्शिद मेरा तेरा मकाम कमल है, सरहद के पार गुलिया, परवरदिगार गुलिया, आशिक तेरा मुर्शिद मेरा, रामचंद्र यार गुलिया, सरहद के पार गुलिया, तू ही तो यार गुलिया, मुर्शिद मेरा तेरा मकाम कमल है, सरहद के पार गुलिया, परवरदिगार गुलिया, आशिक तेरा मुर्शिद मेरा। रामचंद्र यार गुलिया, तू ही तो यार गुलिया, मुर्शिद मेरा तेरा मकाम कमल है, सरहद के पार गुलिया, परवरदिगार गुलिया, आशिक तेरा। याद Oh, now this is the time. Hi, what's your name? Hello. Okay, now this is the time to rock this evening. भाई डांस मस्ती बनती है, पीछे पीछे नहीं बनती है. यहाँ आ जाओ यार, ये इतना बड़ा एरिया है अपने पास. Everybody come on. यहाँ पर भी आम आदमी की पार्टी है क्या? पहले आप, ऐसे नहीं करना है. Everybody wants to dance, wants to do some मस्ती. आ जाओ यार सामने. Everybody come on. हाँ जी, ओके. सबसे पहले मुझे ये बता दो, पंजाबी, बॉलीवुड, हरियाणवी, पंजाबी. क्या बात है, ये ना बात. क्या बात है ये. लेट्स गो. सारे मिक्स कर देंगे भाई. डांस कमाल करना है सबने. एवरीबॉडी कम ऑन, मेक सम नॉइज. पूरे गाँव फुल धारियां मिल गया, गंगा भी चिका पूरे धारियां मिल गया. पूरे गाँव फुल धारियां मिल गया, गंगा भी चिका पूरे धारियां मिल गया. और धारियां मिल गया, पूरी गाँव की धारियां मिल गया. चलते वाला तूफान दुनिया का बादशाह बाहर बैंड थोड़ा सा कम करो, मेरा माइक अप करो. उनको गाना ही नहीं समझ आएगा, डांस कैसे करेंगे. माइक मेरा अप कर दो, म्यूजिशियंस थोड़ा सा डाउन कर दो बाजी. Let me rock with you, girl, this is the Hollywood. Just in the air, that's what I'm very good music. We go over the fire, we go over the corner, we all back to the rest. Let me get a try to see. If you wanna come with me, I'm not gonna do it. Around in the way. Around in the way. Have you everybody sing it? This is Jibita, Prabhu Jibita. Speaker at the watch of the around in the way. Around in the way. चला गया जब तेरे दिल से बड़ा देखा और मुझे कोई नहीं अच्छा मुझे एक बात बताओ, यहाँ पे कुछ स्पेशल कुछ है कि यही डांस निकलता है, यहाँ डांस नहीं निकलता? बीच में आ जाए, मैं इधर देख के जा रहा हूँ, इधर आ जाओ यार। अभी हमारे गिटार वाले भैया फुल मजे ले रहे हैं। अरे पक्का बाजी यार, सलमान खान के, शाहरुख खान के, सबके गाने सुनाएंगे आज, बेफिक्र रहो आप, है ना? हाँ जी। ऊंची तेरी बंद है जैसे मैं हूं। और जो आगे वाली लाइन आपने गानी है, अच्छा वन टू थ्री, अच्छा सलमान खान ओके, यहाँ पे जितने भी हमारे दोस्त हैं, यहाँ पे जितने भी हमारे फ्रेंड्स हैं, यहाँ पे आपस में सब दोस्त हो, तो एक दोस्ती का गाना बनता है या नहीं बनता? और कौन सा गाना है? एक ही गाना है जो दोस्तों की एंथम है। कौन सा गाना है वो? तेरे जैसा यार। लेकिन इसमें यार वीडियो तो बनती है ना, वीडियो तो बनती है ना। मैं बनाऊंगा, आप नहीं बनाओगे, मैं बनाऊंगा। है बाजी? अरे 100% बाजी, क्या बात कर दी आपने। जो बात आप सबने पहले मेरे साथ गाना है, उसके बाद हम रिदम को चलेंगे, ठीक है? पहले बाजी रिदम नहीं आएगी, पहले गाएंगे हम। एवरीबॉडी, तेरे जैसा यार का कहाँ ऐसा यार याद करेगी तुम्हें। क्या बात है? तेरा मेरा, अब डांस करते हुए 1 2 3। तेरे जैसा यार कहाँ ऐसा यार लाइव आएगा पाजी। हाय हाय, सारे गाने आते हैं, सैमसंग में आएगा पाजी, 6 आएगा। गाए भाई। यारों ने मेरे वास्ते क्या, यारों ने मेरे वास्ते क्या, 100 बार शुक्रिया, 100 बार शुक्रिया, 100 बार शुक्रिया। तुम जैसे, क्या बात है, तुम जैसे, ये दिल तुम्हारे प्यार का हमारा है दोस्तों, ये दिल तुम्हारे प्यार का हमारा है दोस्तों, एहसान मेरे दिल तुम्हारा है दोस्तों, एहसान मेरे दिल तुम्हारा है दोस्तों, ये दिल तुम्हारे प्यार का हमारा है दोस्तों, ये दिल तुम्हारे प्यार का हमारा है दोस्तों। जैसे बेवड़ों का सहा, तुम जैसे बेवड़ों का सहा, प्यार का हमारा है दोस्तों, ये दिल तुम्हारे प्यार का हमारा है दोस्तों, एहसान मेरे दिल से तुम्हारा है दोस्तों, एहसान मेरे दिल से तुम्हारा है दोस्तों, ये दिल तुम्हारे प्यार का हमारा है दोस्तों, ये दिल तुम्हारे प्यार का हमारा है दोस्तों। मजा आ रहा है नहीं आ रहा एवरीबॉडी? थैंक यू सो मच। नाउ ए माइंड दे दो बाजी, पंजाबी में चलेगा बाजी, सारा कुछ सुना दूंगा आपको। दिल बड़ा दिल लड़ा, दिल बड़ा दिल लड़ा, साहबा 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 खड़ा खड़ा, साहबा खड़ा खड़ा, step. We all have to do the step. Ricky. Let's do the step. सपना छोटी के गाने का शोर मचा दो यार, और सपना छोटी फैंस है छोटी वाला तेरी आँखों का ये Najida said, एक बार जो जाए शाहरुख खान का लड़कियां तो होती हैं भाई, नहीं रणबीर कपूर का भी गाना भाई। इसके बाद पहले शाहरुख खान, उसके बाद रणबीर कपूर। मुझको क्या हुआ है ऊपर तो आओ, अरे एक बार ऊपर आ जाओ बाजू आ जाओ। अरे मेरी जान ऊपर तो आओ तो सही। पाजी का नाम क्या है? नाम ईशांत, निशांत। सुभी है निशांत भी बस। अब ये लैला तो डांस करके मेरे पाजी यार जवाब नहीं आ जाए। इधर आ लो। पाजी ने भी एक अदा करके मुझे दिखाई, यहां मैं पिघल गया। पाजी एक बार बनता है, पाजी लैला वाले का म्यूजिक बजाने एक बार। क्या हाल है? बाजी आपको नहीं लगता बीड़ी बहुत आउटरेटेड है? अपन क्या करेंगे? हुक्का जले जिगर से पिया जिगर का करिया जिगर से पिया जिगर का करिया गैस क्यों हो गया? आगे मुझे लग रहा थक गए, आगे खाना खाने चले गए, सारे थक गए। अभी थक गए या डांस करना है? अभी और करना है ना? एवरीबॉडी आ जाओ, आगे आगे आ जाओ यार, मेरे को अकेला अकेला मत करो यार। तारे गिन गिन याच तेरी मता जागा एक न बना क्यों मुझे दिया पर तारे गिन गिन याच तेरी मता जागा एक न बना क्यों मुझे देसी वो sing it oh ho 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 oh ho 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 शुक्र मेरे भाई oh ho 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 शुक्र मेरे भाई तारे गिन गिन याच तेरी मता जागा एक न बना क्यों मुझे दिया पर Oh, नागिन डांस कौन करके दिखाएगा? नागिन गाना आजकल बड़ा हिट है, बड़ा फेमस है, वो गाना सबको पता होगा, बाकी सिंगल वर्जन होगा। और मुझे भी गाने का टाइटल आप बताओगे, मैं लाइन गाऊंगा अंतरे की, ठीक है? नहीं नहीं बाजी, मेरी जवानी भी यही है, आपकी जवानी भी यही है। यू लुकिंग हैंडसम बाजी। सर शहर में चले सही रोजगारी का, क्या बात है यार, इससे पता चलता है पढ़ाई में कम ध्यान है, गानों में ज्यादा ध्यान है। एक ताली बजा लो यार अपने लिए एवरीबॉडी। यू ऑल आर द रॉक स्टार्स। आगे भाई। सर शहर में चले सही रोजगारी का, मेरे आगे गुस्सा चला रोजगारी का। सर शहर में चले सही रोजगारी का, मेरे आगे गुस्सा चला रोजगारी का। मेरे दिलों दिलों मेरी खुशी और मेरा बदलम बाहर चला खुशी और मेरा बदलम बाहर चला क्या बात है। हाँ जी, मजा आया? एक बार ताली बजा दो यार। थैंक यू सो मच। अब मुझे हुक्म हुआ है कि वी हैव 10 मिनट्स नाउ, और ये 10 मिनट के लिए कुछ प्यारे प्यारे नगमे आपके लिए सुनाने हैं। भाजी एक दो प्यारे प्यारे नगमे सुनाते हैं। अच्छा, एक दो फरमाइश मैं आपके सामने रखता हूँ, आप चूज कीजिए जो सा आप चाहें। चन्ना मेरे या राबता, या तू मेरी हीर मैं तेरा रांझा। परफेक्ट। आइए भाजी, ए मेजर से। सारे जब से जहाँ मेरी आरज़ू कि तेरा मैं साथ दूँ, तेरा गम रहे सदा मैं पूछा सुनो। तू मेरी हीर मैं तेरा रांझा, करता हूँ मैं तुझसे वादा, तेरे बगैर पर मैं दूँगा सुनो।
तुझसे